What's the name of the first dog that went into space? 215-263-WMMR. We will go to Brett and see if we can get an answer. Brett, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What was the name of the first dog to go to space?
I don't know if the pronunciation is right, but Laka?
Look at the big Brett and brain on Brett.
The big brain on Brett.
Yeah, hang on a second, Brett. Yeah, Laika, Laika, a Soviet dog that was sent up into space. And since you got it right, Brett, we're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets to the Star Wars game, Saturday, November 18th, 1 p.m. The Flyers take on the Vegas Golden Knights. You can get your tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com, so congratulations. At the box office this weekend, the number one film was Five Nights at Freddy's.
That movie's kicking ass.
Followed by Taylor Swift, The Eras Tour. Then you had Killers of the Flower Moon, Priscilla. And that was an opening weekend for Priscilla, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It only did $5 million.
They weren't expecting big things.
Then you had Radical, Exorcist, The Believer, Paw Patrol, The Mighty Movie. And then After Death, What Happens Later, number 10 was Freelance.
Have your youngins been hitting the Five Nights at Freddy's? Because that is getting repeat visits to the theater.
I haven't had a repeat visit, but my youngest went and liked it, didn't love it.
Didn't love it?
It was pretty good, yeah.
But you can get it on...
It's on Peacock.
Yeah, we watched it over the weekend.
Oh, is that? Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you watch it?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Did I say we?
Yeah, you said we.
Jeez.
It was on in the house.
We
gotta watch Five Nights at Freddy's, Jace.
I probably heard some of it.
I paid double on Peacock so that Jace could watch it.
Well, if we're doing that, then we read a ton of books in my household. There's always a book being read.
There's always books being written in the house.
No, it's always just such a process when you don't have the subscription. Like, I guess I had paused it because we weren't watching anything on Peacock. Yellowstone wasn't on for a while, so I paused it. And so then I went back, tried to add it. It was giving me all kinds of trouble. I was like, oh, maybe I have the wrong email address. So I ended up buying Peacock twice from 2 separate email
Kathy,
addresses.
I keep comprehensive lists, passwords, everything. I have the documents. I have them on easy search. But if you leave a streaming service that you come back to about a month later, it will act as if you had never been born.
Yeah. It was like so frustrating. It took almost an hour for me to figure this all out for Jace to eventually watch the stupid movie.
Yeah.
I just keep the same password for everything. Boner Jam 69.
Boner Jams.
Yeah, why not? All right, so let's start with this. Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker are officially parents to newborn baby boy, and this is the pair's first child together. And Barker recently revealed, as we talked about last week, that they plan to name him Rocky. That's the word.
Okay.
So, yeah. Maybe there's some
doo-doo in my diaper.
I wonder if Philadelphia plays into that at all. I kind of doubt it, but
There's supposedly an explanation floating around. It doesn't have anything to do with our hero, Rocky, and it has some sort of correlation to them.
There's the impression that now that I hear it, doesn't sound too good.
That, by the way,
Rocky.
Are you watching the Sly documentary? Did you watch it on Netflix?
I want to, but I want to sit with it.
Okay.
Is it good?
I was enjoying it, yeah.
Do they have him as a baby?
Hey, yo.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
all right, so the word is, Nick pulled up this factoid, Rocky George. He played guitar for Suicidal Tendencies.
There you go.
Okay.
And so that is quite possibly the meaning. Was that officially from the camp, Nick?
I heard that last week. So I don't know if it's official or not, but that's what I heard as well.
Okay. So a source told People magazine the Kardashian star is over the moon about her new baby. Her pregnancy took a stressful turn towards the end. They said she is happy to just be able to snuggle her baby now.
So she has, 3 other kids with Scott Disick? Is that the deal?
Yeah, they have 3 kids with Scott Disick, and he has 3 children with Shanna Moakler.
And he has 2 kids with Lamar Odom.
Now that I don't know about. But it's his birthday today, so we'll give him that.
We'll give him 2 kids.
In September, Kardashian revealed on Instagram that she had urgent fetal surgery and that she was forever grateful to my incredible doctors for saving their baby's life. Yeah, so it was it was a bit sketchy. So nonetheless,
Things got a little dicey there.
Rocky is now in the world. And then on the other side of things, a private funeral was held for Matthew Perry over the weekend. It was on Friday afternoon. And his friends, co-stars, were all in attendance along with loved ones and family. So, yes, Jennifer Aniston, Matt LeBlanc, David Schwimmer, Courtney Cox, and Lisa Kudrow all were there.
It was very, and listen, it's obviously a terrible time. They have always stayed and maintained their friendship, and to see that play out, sadly, this way is in a way sort of inspiring. It's nice that they've been able to stay friends.
Yes, the event was held at the Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Los Angeles, and started around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, wrapped up around 5, and that was that.
It's got to suck when you're doing something like that, and you're, obviously you've been devastated by the loss of the friend, and they were showing the airway, over the proceedings, and there were helicopters all over the place. It's like, come on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. All right. Abigail Breslin, the actress, this is an interesting story, said that Aaron Eckhart, the actor, allegedly behaved so aggressively on the set of the movie that they recently co-starred in that she was scared to be alone with him. This is according to a new lawsuit obtained by the Times. Yep, there are some...
I like Aaron Eckhart.
I do too. So it may not... She may be overreacting. I'm not really sure because there's some follow-up to this. So... the filing stated that Breslin allegedly refused to be alone with Eckhart on the set of their forthcoming action thriller called Classified. Breslin plays an analyst for the UK's MI6, who is also the long-lost daughter of a CIA hitman played by Eckhart. Now the Dream Team Studios and WM Holdings are suing her for breach of contract, claiming what they call specious accusations by Breslin cost the project $80,000. And the finished film is also facing possible delivery issues because, according to the suit, it has few scenes in which Breslin and Eckhart appear together. So the suit claims that the Oscar-nominated actor raised her concerns about the conditions on the set earlier this year. She wrote a letter to SAG-AFTRA setting forth her fears and blasting Mr. Eckhart's behavior. The entire production was almost ground to a halt when Breslin advised the production of Eckhart's aggressive, demeaning, and unprofessional behavior, which she insisted placed her at various times in peril. This is according to the lawsuit, okay?
All right.
It goes on saying, in order for the production to continue, among other things, Breslin refused to be alone in several scenes with Eckhart, and costly accommodations had to be made by the production to accommodate Breslin's demands, or else Breslin would not continue to perform her contractual obligations. The plaintiffs still don't know if Breslin confronted Eckhart about the alleged abuse before raising concerns with production and contacting her guild, according to the complaint. And the suit said that the film's on-set producer, identified as Mr. Georgiev, I'm not sure who that is, conducted an investigation into Breslin's claims. He found no evidence of aggressive behavior by Eckhart, the lawsuit said, and the plaintiffs alleged Breslin's accusations were, quote, wild, hysterical, and imaginary. So these are suits going back and forth. So they're going to use this language. The plaintiffs further allege...
Hysterical and like funny?
Maybe. It was wildly funny.
It's hysterical.
So
he pantsed her.
The plaintiffs further allege that Breslin has since demanded additional monies beyond her contract fee to sign a final agreement. Without Breslin's signature, the company apparently cannot be distributed. Or the film can't be distributed, and the producers cannot claim tax credits in Malta, where it was shot. The plaintiffs are seeking $80,000 in real damages, plus punitive damages, and that's all I know.
So this is a morass of crap here.
About that.
We've had Aaron Eckhart in the studio. Years ago. And
nice guy.
Harvey Dent, nice guy.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he couldn't be a prick to her.
Correct.
It's every possibility. And she worked with Shyamalan on Signs.
He's known to be, and I was reading further about him, he does the method thing.
He does the method
where
thing.
he will stay in character,
Yes.
and if he is a villain of types, then he will remain that type of person.
Can be annoying.
Off camera and try to annoy and aggravate the other person. It's just kind of the way he goes about it. But
you know what? I was listening to an interview with Martin Scorsese talking about Daniel Day-Lewis, The Gangs of New York.
Oh, God.
Bill the Butcher.
Yeah.
He stayed in the Bill the Butcher character so much so that if he encountered someone who was Irish, he would, like, you son of a... He would tear into him. And like you... So Scorsese's going... That's the method. Please understand. Scorsese was like a human bumper car in front of him saying, here's what you're going to get.
Yeah.
Please understand. Yeah. If you stop and think about it, though, if you're in that moment and you're playing a character that deep, you can't just go, hey, are there any scones left? You know, I get it that you'd have to submerge yourself in it, but it also get the complaints from people around him saying, will you knock it off?
Well, maybe not, if your shoot is until 5.
Right.
Lunchtime, you don't need to turn it on at that point.
At the Olive Garden, you can be okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, is the finished product worth it? You know, like
Well, it was effing brilliant.
I don't know the answer to that. I'm really, it's an open-ended question from my perspective. But Steve, I saw a similar sentiment from DiCaprio on that movie.
Yeah.
At the beginning of shooting, he went to the set of Gangs of New York, and he goes up to Daniel Day-Lewis, and he's like, "Hey, you know, grab a drink afterwards." And he responded as Bill the Butcher, and Leo was like, "All right, I'll talk to you in 8 months." He realized at that very moment, I'm not going to have any conversations with Daniel Day-Lewis during the shooting in this movie.
It's fascinating, the process, because apparently DiCaprio shows up, as they say, with the work already done.
Yeah.
Like he's got it all set. But it is constant with Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah.
It's pretty fascinating.
Don't you ever talk to me, you rat prick. I love that voice. I love that delivery of Bill the Butcher. It's just fantastic.
He should have played Lincoln that way.
All right. Well, the hats were similar, too.
Yeah,
so
sure.
why not? Yeah. All right.
Abe the Butcher.
Arnold Schwarzenegger is being sued by a cyclist that he accidentally hit with his SUV earlier this year. Yes. Joanne Flickinger is alleging that Schwarzenegger's negligent driving led to the biking accident that landed her with hefty... That's like automatically what comes out of his mouth as soon as he hits something. Sorry. She's alleging that Arnie's negligent driving led to the biking accident that landed her with hefty medical bills, according to the lawsuit. The suit states that on February 5th, Arnold was driving with excessive speed and failed to keep a proper lookout.
I'm coming up. I want the world to know.
He's singing along to Diana Ross. I got through that bitch show.
I'm coming.
So where was I?
I don't know, but I'm actually interested to see how this ended up happening.
When his vehicle struck Flickinger, it caused severe injuries. The suit further alleges that Flickinger's injuries are permanent. So the cyclist is seeking damages exceeding $25,000. The exact amount is not yet known. That's just kind of a placeholder figure that they use.
Right.
It's for pain and suffering, emotional distress, loss of earnings, medical expenses, and other issues.
So we're looking at a picture of Arnold. He has many military vehicles. He was one of the first to get a Humvee.
Yep.
And it looks like he's wearing compression socks.
Yeah, he probably is. I mean, he's an older guy. So last year, Arnold was also involved in a 4-vehicle crash at Sunset Boulevard and Allenford Avenue in Brentwood, and an incident that sent a woman to the hospital with minor injuries. So
yeah, that's the one where his vehicle went up a little bit on the other vehicle.
Yep. So he's, Arnold might want to hang it up the
Maybe
driving
ride
thing.
that mule around.
I don't know. All right, Russell Brand. He's been slapped with a new lawsuit alleging that he sexually assaulted an extra on the set of the movie Arthur. This was in 2010 as a crew member apparently guarded the door from the outside. That's according to the lawsuit. It was filed Friday, New York Supreme Court, by a woman only referred to as Jane Doe. And it adds to the existing allegations made by 4 women against a British actor, all of which he denies. The actor allegedly appeared intoxicated, this is according to the suit, smelled of alcohol, and was carrying a bottle of vodka on set before the assault. The woman who filed the lawsuit is seeking that the court allow her to sue anonymously due to her working in the entertainment industry. Brand allegedly exposed himself to her in full view of the cast and crew, according to the court documents.
By the way, that movie stinks.
Yeah, it was too bad.
Because I loved the first one so much, and I thought, okay,
it had potential.
It did have potential.
Yeah, but they didn't bring it home.
No,
I agree. You know
to.
what? I didn't even finish watching it.
There was no moose moment.
I watched. Yeah, that's what that clip is from, by the way. The moose. Yeah, it's from the original Arthur movie. Yeah, so they should have left the moose line in there. Yep.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
So the sexual assault happened later that same day when I was in the bathroom. According to the affidavit, she said Mr. Brand entered after me and assaulted me as a member of the production crew, guarded the door from the outside.
Again, everyone's due their day in court.
Sure.
It should all play out. When you start to see the conga line of these stories come out, though, it's like,
He's also made comments about his past.
And he he
where he
admits
said-
he was a scumbag.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the woman who was booked for 3 days of work claims that she was not brought back to the film set following the alleged incident on her first day. Warner Brothers Pictures is also named in the suit, as well as several other companies involved with the flick. Let's see. How about this? On Sunday, Amy Robach and TJ Holmes were photographed running the New York City Marathon together. This is the former GMA3 hosts that were having the secret relationship. So they're out running marathons together now.
By the way, they are, of course, an extraordinarily good-looking couple.
Yeah.
And they seem to be having a good time.
Yeah.
And as I said before, she was married to Andrew Shue.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
I saw an aerial overhead
shot.
It was a rendering of the route of the
course.
and I was like, oh, so my friend runs marathons. I sent it to her. I'm like, dude, this is crazy. She's like, yeah, I know. I just ran it. I just got done.
Wow.
So she ran that marathon yesterday.
Of the marathons, it's considered one of the more formidable ones, right?
The New York Marathon?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Possibly.
Maybe.
I think what
It's
do
a
you call it?
popular one for sure.
It's very popular. I'm speaking on my ass.
Listen, they're all 26.2 miles, so they're all formidable. But
I think what you're dealing with is there's a little bit more. It depends on which ones are flatter.
And I think Boston is not flat. I think Boston is pretty hilly, and this one I feel like it is flat because it just runs through.
It's on an island.
Yeah, but I've heard that I don't know.
Was it Heartbreak Hill in the Boston one? Like, I think you get to mile 20 or something like that, 22, 23, and you have to go up near the end of the marathon. Also,
so is it Boston, Nick, the one that is?
Well, Boston's one of the most prestigious in the world, Steve. So when you see like people breaking world records, they often do it in Boston if they're not doing it in the Olympics because if you qualify to run in the Boston Marathon and you are one of the best marathon runners in the world and you win the Boston Marathon, that's very prestigious.
Yeah. And we work with somebody who just did an Ironman on. Was it this Saturday, Josie?
Oh yeah, down the hall.
Yeah.
It was Jackie.
Iron Man.
Iron Man.
The Iron Man.
A maid of iron.
Full Iron Man.
All right. So they ran together. Other stars who ran the marathon include Patina Miller, Luke McFarlane.
Oh, we had him in studio.
And Matt James.
Luke was in Bros.
Yep.
He was in Bros?
Yeah, he's also all those. He was also did all those Hallmark. He's the.
Oh, yeah.
Billy
That's
Eichner.
right.
Super nice guy.
Very nice guy.
Billy
He's a
Eichner.
marathoner. That's crazy.
The
Wow.
dude's in crazy shape.
Okay. Case other than the standard clips, Steve sent over a couple of things, and we have some time to play something here. Kylie Jenner apparently appeared on The Simpsons as herself.
This Treehouse of Terror last night. So, she appeared as herself. I didn't recognize the voice, and I didn't realize until after, and they said, hey, it's Kylie Jenner.
All right, let's play a little bit of this. Here we go. Oh, nothing's happening. I don't think that's on, Case. Could you?
Yeah,
I had my TV down.
No, hang on a second.
when I recorded it, your volume was down, right? All right, let's try this.
Wait,
now.
Go back to the beginning. Go ahead.
Okay, here we go.
We are the enlightened intellects who safeguard the cryptoverse.
Is that her with the pitch change on her voice?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kylie Jenner, I thought you were just celebrity shills.
Ugh, we would never promote a technology if we didn't understand the distributed ledger underpinning it. This key is a backdoor through the blockchain's cryptographic protocol. Once you're inside, find Bart and use it to get both of you out.
Her voice is way better than Kim's.
So I'll tell you this.
More tolerable.
And I think this, in case, let me see if you back me up on this to some extent. I think because she was earlier on, how do I say this delicately, before science stepped in and created, she, I think, became sort of bookish and is actually fairly smart.
Are you saying there's a smart Kardashian?
And I think that
Maybe, I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe that's, again, take the knowledge I have of marathons and apply it to this, but but maybe that could be the case. Because I agree, Preston, I would have thought you would have had him up talking and,
No.
How much of that is put on, though? Like, you know what I mean? They may have been like, okay, listen, you can't do that here.
Right.
Well,
right.
The biggest tell is Paris Hilton when you see her, and she's so much of that stuff was an affectation. When you see her normally talking, she's not even remotely like that.
I told you, I was in Paris Hilton's presence during that whole show with Nicole Richie, and it was so put on. Like, the second the cameras went off, it was like they were different people. It was weird. Of course.
Television lies.
The 34th Treehouse of Horror, Steve. That's how many years they've been doing it for The Simpsons.
Nick, and my issue continues to be some years they get it right, some years they get it wrong.
I didn't watch this year's.
You don't have it after Halloween.
No.
By the way, I just had an idea for a segment. We should do Vocal Fry Friday.
Yeah.
On the Preston TV show. Now, we could either do the entire show or we talk like
Let's see if the goal can get us down to one listener.
Yes, let's do that. All right, and then I want to play this clip, Casey, from Boy George.
Okay. You ready to go?
Apparently, he met Muhammad Ali one time.
So Boy George's brother was a prize fighter.
Really?
Yeah, and his father was very much into prize fighting. This is a fun story.
Here we go.
This was before I was famous, but I was kind of known on the London scene for, like, dressing up. I went to this party, and Muhammad Ali was there. My dad loved Muhammad Ali. We had a picture of Muhammad Ali next to the picture of the Pope. That's how important he was in our family. And I was, like, full on, like, in total drag. And I was like, oh, my God, my dad loves you. Like, we got a picture of you on a mirror in our hallway. And he looked at me and he goes, are you a girl or a boy? And I said, I'm a boy. And he goes, you're a very pretty boy. And I was like, oh, my God, I can't wait to tell my dad. My dad was furious.
I love Muhammad Ali. Love Boy George, too. That's great.
When you see him interviewed, he's got great stories. By the way, Culture Club was awesome.
I agree.
Yeah.
Dude, there was one of my absolute favorite photos, and I used it when my high school reunion was taking place, and I was helping promote that on social media, and it's Boy George and Mr. T.
Yeah.
And it's the most 80s photo ever.
Yeah.
And it's just...
Oh, what about
two of the most? Here's a picture of it. It's Mr. T putting Boy George in a headlock.
With Liza Minnelli, Michael Jackson.
Oh, God.
Who was in that pic? It's a collection. It was like a snapshot in time.
Yeah, her bizarre
Wedding.
fiance at the time.
David Guest.
Yes. He looked like a corpse, like a walking corpse.
Yeah.
Yeah, Liz Taylor.
Liz Taylor would have been in that too. Yeah, there are some iconic photos where just everything comes together.
Do you know what this is from, Preston? It's from an episode of The A-Team.
No.
So Boy George had a guest appearance in 1986 on the A-Team. That's why he's
television at that time, like when Frampton made a guest appearance on Baa Black Sheep. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. Yeah. It was a match made in 80s heaven. All right, I have a couple other quick stories. So Chris Harrison and Lauren Zima are married.
Yeah.
The former host of The Bachelor and its spinoffs.
I love you.
Including,
I love Zima.
Including The Bachelorette.
Is she heir to the Zima fortune?
And Bachelor in Paradise wed the producer on October 14th in Napa Valley, California. And again on November 4th in Austin, Texas, where the couple live. No, I don't think she's an heir to the Zima family. I think it's her first name.
What was Zima? I know it was a popular drink for a while.
It was a malt beverage.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah. I actually saw something over the weekend where it was basically like Zima was the villain in
Nick showed it to me.
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
And they pulled the...
No, it was the other way around.
It was White Claw was the villain in Scooby-Doo, and they pulled the mask off, and it was Zima the whole time.
Underneath it, yeah. It was pretty damn funny. So they described the Napa Valley nuptials as an emotional and jubilant ceremony.
Jubilant?
Yes.
Isn't everyone jubilant?
That was more intimate with just family and the closest friends, while the Austin celebration was more of a blowout bash where they...
Bunch of filthy whores.
They expanded the guest list to include several Bachelor franchise alums, including Wells Adams and Sarah Hyland, Ben and Jessica Higgins, Ari Lyondike Jr. and Lauren Burnham, Sean and Catherine Lowe, JoJo Fletcher, Trista Sutter, Colton Underwood, and Jordan C. Brown, Bob Guiney, and Jessica Canyon were all there.
So when you get all those Bachelor and Bachelorette alums there at that thing, you have to make sure that all the doors are marked with super large letters, and you let them know what's going on because they're kind of dumb.
I actually recognized a bunch of those names, though. That's the crazy thing.
Bob Guinea, he was in
The Bachelor. He was
in The
like
Bachelor, yeah.
not good looking.
He's friends with Lauren Harris.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Either Bob was at Lauren's wedding or Lauren was at Bob's wedding.
That's right.
And Tristan, you are the wind in my face.
So the group got together to reminisce the night before the ceremony. Harrison told people he also joked that at the end of the night, he was going to tell 10 of them that they would be going home brokenhearted and can't come to the wedding.
Do you remember that?
Signature.
I remember that. You brought up a memory.
Signature cocktails at the event bore names with a winking nod to Harrison's former gigs, such as The Final Rose and The Bachelor No More.
I remember that.
So those were some of the drinks. Meanwhile, Napa Valley had special meaning for the couple. It's where Harrison, I'm sorry, not Horace.
Right, where we go whore hunting.
Proposed to Zima in 2021.
You've been to Napa, yes?
I have not been all the way up to Napa. I've been in Northern California and areas around the Sonoma.
It's very similar.
I've never been to Napa.
Just gorgeous.
Yeah. The couple first met when Zima, a former, it's written here Zuma.
Oh, my God.
Zuma. Zuma's the dance exercise thing, right?
That's Zumba.
That's Zumba.
Zumba.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
So she was a former correspondent for Entertainment Tonight. She interviewed him in 2016. She interviewed him several more times, and then they started dating after that. So
he got a big departing package from ABC when he went his way after that whole little Bachelor dust-up.
Yep. And then one last thing. Danny DeVito told GQ in a recent interview, we're going back to Arnold for a moment.
All right.
That the ship has sailed when it comes to a Twins sequel. However, he and Arnie, he said, quote, have a little thing going, a little project that is not related to the 1988 film. But he said, we missed Twins 2 because he became governor, which he should have done Twins 2 instead of becoming governor, according to Danny. So he wished they would have done it. But that could have had some promise to it, maybe.
It is a fun junk food movie.
Yeah.
It actually has a little bit of heart, too.
Yeah. All right, so we can roll the clips now. All right, in the new drama Radical, it's based on the true story of a teacher in a Mexican border town full of neglect, corruption, and violence who tries new methods to unlock students' curiosity and potential. Here, actor Eugenio Derbez discusses the challenges of the role. Here we go.
My background is always as a comedian. I knew that I have to change my method. So what I did was internal work, trying to find Sergio inside of me. So it was very, very complicated to me. Probably this is the most challenging movie that I've done because it's completely out of my comfort zone.
I love that guy.
So he was the teacher in Coda and had a big time health scare a little while back, and we did a follow up on that recently, and apparently he's doing better.
First time I saw it was in that horrible remake of Overboard.
I didn't see it.
Yeah,
I didn't see it.
And so, but yeah, in Coda he's kind of he's just terrific.
He's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Everybody should have been nominated in that movie.
Yeah.
And he unfortunately didn't get a nomination, but he definitely deserved one. All right, here's our next clip. Found follows a public relations and crisis management professional who was once a missing person herself and who now harbors a dark secret. So here, producing director Nikhil Paniz talks about the message portrayed in this particular series.
Every one of our characters, every one of them is fractured. Every one of them has a past of a hardship, and seeing that struggle and the way they use that trauma to make their worlds better, I think that was one of the most important parts for us, to really put forth an aspirational show, something that made people believe that there's hope.
Yeah, big whoop, no one cares.
And Found airs Tuesdays at 10 p.m. That's on NBC. It's available to stream the next day on Peacock as well.
Like season 9 or whatever?
I don't know.
Is that the Mark Paul Gosselaar one?
I don't think so.
Dude, I have no idea.
Or it is.
So many shows, so many streaming platforms, so many seasons that have happened of shows that I've never even heard of before. It's insane.
Stop and think about the genesis of television at this point. So where you'd go, there are no dramatic shows I watch on network television.
Yeah, it is the Mark Paul Gosselaar one.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. It looks like he's being held captive, but he was also perhaps maybe a captor at one point.
That's what I'm Saved by the Bell?
No. Like the chick that has him in her basement, I think he maybe had her. And so now the roles are reversed, blah, blah, blah.
You know, it's funny, Steve, you talk about the shows and television, the state of it. I was watching another show. I was watching Lessons in Chemistry over the weekend, and there's a scene where it takes place in the 1950s where a gal's on the phone talking to her neighbor, and she's talking about TV, and she goes, put it on Channel 4. I'm like, man, I remember that. I remember when you just say, yeah, put it on Channel. And you knew exactly what they were talking. It wasn't like, do you have this? Yeah, do you have Hulu?
Right.
You got to go on there, and then you got to in this section search for this, and blah blah blah, so on. I was just like, put on Channel 4.
Not only that,
you had three choices. That's it.
Someone could mention a show and kind of what it was about, and you say, oh yeah, that's on ABC. It's got to be. But like you could tell back then, that's all gone.
Yeah, but there's ample amounts of entertainment available now, so that's the upside of it. And there you go. That is the last story that we have for you this morning. All right. Let's take a break and come back in a second. We have this Monday to chat about all the Monday things, and we're getting ready because 1 week from today, Camp Out for Hunger happens. We have a lot of things going on in the evening as well as the morning. We hope you'll check out WMMR.com/campout and get ready for that. And we're going to announce, I tell you what, when we get to the B file, I think we should announce that special thing that's going to be happening Monday night with food trucks and fireworks. So we'll get to that back in a moment. Stay with us. Mr. Barnes Courtney.
Yeah.
Morning, Barnes.
Morning. How you doing?
We're doing good, man. Thanks for coming in today.
Thanks for having me. This place is fancy.
Thank you, sir.
We try.
Yeah.
Not by your own doing. They just gave it to us.
You have so many lights. Are you guys hot in here?
We wanted to make you feel, you love being on stage. I was reading you love touring. It never gets old to you.
No. I also love that you have an enormous 10 by 10 picture of me on the wall. Just as I request, I'm not doing the interview unless there's an enormous photograph of my face. Is everyone looking at it?
Barnes, I'm excited to become more familiar with your music. As I said at the top, I am not, but 3 things that I know you can do. You can sing, you can play, and you can write. And I'm very impressed with your vocal capability. So I was reading up a little bit on you. And I had read, I think it was where, as a younger musician, you wanted to really try to have a high range when you sang, but you felt that you were kind of forcing it, and then you settled into what was more natural to you.
Yeah, well, I mean, from a young age, my father used to lock me in the coal shed until I could produce notes of a certain pitch so that I could sing for halfpennies on the streets of Ipswich, where I spent my youth.
Wow.
Really?
And it was like...
There's a movie in there. Yeah.
Sorry, that's a complete lie.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I was super...
You were the youngest of 15.
It was very difficult. My father was a cold and calculated man. He used to brush my hair from the left-hand side every morning as he would mutter insults under his breath.
Wow. That's just a tragic life.
I like you a lot.
It's that tragic tale that really led to my music. And
oh my God! What an inspiring story. There's a movie from Disney in this.
Yes. Originally, you're from London?
I'm from just outside Aylesbury, but I grew up in Seattle, so I missed out on the sexy accent.
Oh,
yeah. I can put it on though if I need to.
But you have an appreciation of coffee.
I do. I do like coffee. I like being awake and cognizant of the world.
We're going to London next week. We're doing our show from there, and for most of it, it's a first time in London. And do you ever go back? I mean, do you still have family there?
No, I'm not allowed back.
You're not allowed back anymore.
Not since the accident. No.
Yeah. Oh man.
I mean, but I don't want to talk about it here. You know.
I understand.
You burned down the Courtney estate.
We don't want to pry.
Yeah, they are not fans of me in the Courtney Manor anymore.
Ooh, Courtney Manor.
Courtney Manor. And on the 4th day, on the 5th moon, young Barnabas did burn down the Courtney Manor. And the stuffed giraffes were ruined. All the children cried in their nightgowns.
Wow.
I love it.
And
then he fled to Seattle.
Yeah. Okay, I don't even know where to go.
I don't need, to be honest, I've really digressed away from...
It's all good. I appreciate it. Some people don't say anything. I love this stream of consciousness that we're getting from you.
We'll take this, absolutely.
By the way, you have accompaniment here. This is Agam is your keyboard player?
This is Agam. I don't actually know him, but he seemed pretty nice. He's got his own Casio.
Right. What are you guys going to play for us?
I'm going to play 99, which is my new single, Shameless Plug. And I guess I'll just play it now.
I'll introduce you.
Sorry, I was going to...
You were rattling on for a moment.
used to introducing myself.
No. He'll be playing tonight, ladies and gentlemen, at the Fillmore, and this is 99 from Barnes Courtney on MMR.
Hot, strong, young and dumb, yeah, we had no fear. Way back when we said we'd both be millionaires. Now those days are over, and we're all ghosts. We used to sleep all day, talk all night, stay up by the TV light. Oh, when your baby teeth ain't milky white, wipe the stardust from your eyes. Oh, said, come on, love, we'll be just fine. We're gonna live just like it's 1999. In 1990. In 1999. In 1990. In 1999. Back then we were trading cars behind the swings. Oh no, now it's money, gold and diamond rings. Now those days are over, and we're all ghosts. We used to sleep all day, talk all night, stay up by the TV light. Oh, when your baby teeth ain't milky white, wipe the stardust from your eyes. Oh, said, come on, love, we'll be just fine. We're gonna live just like it's 1999. In 1990. In 1999. In 1990. In 1999. Oh no, where does it go? Well, whatever, fill your body up with chemicals. Oh no, kaleidoscopes. Well, whatever, living better in 1990. In 1999. In 1990. In 1999. In 1999.
Another Philadelphia legend. We played this audio a little while back, but I have seen a few texts and emails coming in if we could play back the audio. This was former Mayor Frank Rizzo.
Legendary.
At the time.
An old style, two-fisted mayor. Really worked well with the press.
He was approached by a reporter out on the street, and it led to this audio. It's priceless here.
Creep. Get away from me. Would you answer the question? You know, you hide behind that press card. I'm not hiding behind anything, sir. I just wanted to get some answers. I'll tell you what to do. There's a gang of yous here. There's enough of you here. By myself, I'll take yous physically. What about asking you to take me physically? Well, get away from me. Well,
I'll take you sexually too. I'll take you physically and sexually, and you'll hate it in one part and you'll love it in the other, and you'll be forever sworn to me your allegiance out of the love of the passion I'll deliver to you, all of yous.
He starts heading down a path he can't back off of.
I will do things to you that no woman's ever done, and you will ask for it to be done again, is how good you will feel at the end of these sexual acts I will levy upon you and your entire team. I don't care, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what comes out of it. I'm putting stuff in it, and I'm going to tell you something. You're going to love it.
Wow. I got two hands. I got
two hands. I have full working genitals. I have all sorts. And in my, you stay right here because my house is right over there, and I have so many lubricants. It's going to blow your mind, and you will be crying in pain and then laughing in joy. Is what will happen. There'll be things you will not believe it's happening while it's happening, because you will never have an orgasm as powerful as what you will soon be delivered in that alleyway down there.
Well, this certainly took a turn, Mayor.
I do not want to have sex with you. I am not.
That's how he could have gotten rid of the guy, right?
Let's just go. Let's go.
Fellas, pack it up.
Enjoy your walk, sir.
All right.
From me.
Well, sir, I'm on the public street. I should be authorized to be here. Then.
I'll break it over your. I'll break it over your head. Get away from me, you crumb. That's a challenge. Except I'll put my dog away and I'll come back. And you got 1, 2, 3, and I'll do it along with you. In that back of that fence, just the 3.
Just
Sounds like that.
You don't even have to take all your pants off. You're just down by your knees. I'll get it done. It doesn't matter. You'll be begging for more, but I'll deny you on the third time. I'll leave you so frustrated your blue balls will explode. I'm telling you this.
Oh, my God. Hang on. That one.
There was a line? There's a line? All right.
I did that for you.
Oh, my God.
There you go.
Dude, I can't believe you just said that.
I had to.
I know. Oh, God. All right, let me continue on.
And I'll do it along with you. In that back of that fence, just the 3 of us, 4 of us, me and you.
Okay. I mean, honestly,
Now-
sounds like,
now-
right?
if just that isolated.
Yeah. And here's how it's going to work. I'll be with 2 of you at once, and the other 2 can watch. And then, like tag team wrestling, you'll tag your hands, and they'll come in. I'll start doing the other 2.
Eiffel Tower?
Yeah, Eiffel Tower. And then I'm going to put some saran wrap over your face. You ever hear of a hot Carl?
But let me put my dog back first.
Yeah, my dog, I got to put my dog back in.
Just joining us, that is Barnes Courtney, who's going to be playing at the Fillmore tonight. Tickets available at the FillmorePhilly.com. So while you were playing that song, I spoke to Casey over here, our producer, Barnes, because
You were listening to me, but that's cool.
I was listening, but I had to take a moment.
It's fine. It's fine. It's all right. You got to pay your dues. I get it.
No, I was listening to the keyboard sound that Agam was playing, and we play a game here called Name That Song in 8 Bits. And it uses that particular 8-bit video game
sound
effects.
Yeah.
Do you want to play one real quick and see if you can?
I didn't know this would be a test.
It's a test. All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go.
She's a good girl.
He's a pro.
Oh, man.
Congratulations.
What a dude. Tom Petty.
Yeah.
You have just won yourself a digital download of Ant-Man and the Wasp. It's available now.
No way.
Digitally on 4K Ultra HD.
It's all
Blu-ray
coming up,
DVD.
Barnesy.
Let's try another one. All right.
There's more?
Yeah. Let's try another one. Here we go. Listen. You know it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna be the man who's coming home to you.
Yeah, you got that right.
I'm really ginger, and I've got a brother here, and he's also equally as ginger as me.
Case, what do we have for him?
We've got a case of Yard's Rival IPA right now.
Am I actually winning? Is this real?
We'll give it to you.
You're just being sarcastic right now?
This is actually the citizenship test you never took. So.
All right, should we do one more?
One more. Yes.
Case, which one should we?
You know what? The one that you have, I love.
Okay, all right, let's try this last one for Barnes.
Oh, I know this song. Oh, I should have just quit while I was ahead. I know the tune, but I can't place it in my brain.
Yeah, I'll give you the artist.
Hold on. The melody should be kicking in. Right here, I think. Here we go.
I got nothing.
Don't know that one.
I know it. It's a very good song.
Peter Gabriel?
Yeah, Peter Gabriel.
The name of the song is Salisbury Hill.
Oh God! I can't believe I didn't get Peter Gabriel. I got the Pretenders, but I didn't get Peter Gabriel.
That's incorrect. I'm sorry, Barnes. You didn't get it right.
We're gonna have to take back the download and the beer.
Yeah.
So.
Man, what was I gonna win? That was like a Prius, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, that was. It was.
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
I can't believe that. I know that song.
That's all right.
It's because you brought me in here like early in the morning. You did it deliberately, didn't you? Just to shame me in front of all these people on the radio.
You didn't get a chance to, get ready for it and practice.
I'm a musician. I'm not meant to be up at these hours.
I
It's
understand.
fundamentally against our DNA.
I wanted to.
MMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Real quick, I'm gonna try to spread out some shout outs here and there because I'm getting a little behind.
Yeah, no pun intended.
So I am going to send this one out. Said I would like you to give a shout out to wish my beautiful wife Colleen a happy birthday. She is turning the big 4-0. This was from last week, actually. And he says she's an amazing woman. She loves psychology and making jewelry.
Oh, well, you like making jewelry, Kathy.
I do.
And you sort of dabble in psychology.
Yeah, I'm a psychologist.
Loves psychology and making jewelry. And she's also a stay-at-home mom. He says, love you, sweetie, very much with love. That's from Michael Doran. So there's a shout out to Colleen, who loves psychology and making jewelry. So happy birthday. Happy Big 4-0. Welcome to the club, by the way. So there was an article. I meant to get to this last week, but we didn't have time to do it. And I thought this might be kind of interesting to throw out there into the universe. But there's a guy on social media, Cam Thompson. And he threw out a little factoid on social media, and apparently he got a lot of reaction to it. So apparently he unearthed the yellow pillow.
Now, when I saw this pop up, I immediately knew the yellow pillow.
Yes.
I immediately knew what the yellow pillow stood for. And I immediately thought there's never been a more important time for everyone to have a yellow pillow.
So in describing this in this article, it says there are the select few who favor their trusty and crusty yellow pillow. A pillow so overused and underwashed that its color has soured to the unsightly jaundice hue, yet is still a dream to sleep on.
I would liken this to the salad bowl, like for the Caesar salad.
That you never wash?
Right, that you let... Right.
It's seasoned.
It's seasoned for comfort.
It's a seasoned pillow.
It's a disgusting pillow.
I have several yellow pillows. And while I'll admit, Kathy, they are unsightly, but I can't find any that are more comfortable.
But you haven't tried. Have you bought a pillow and tried and slept on it?
I have tried. Yes, I have.
Okay.
So I've tried to find, because I've told you before, I like thin pillows. I like 2 thin pillows specifically. And it's hard to find the right consistency. My pillow's got to be just right, man.
Oh, trust me. How many Camp Out for Hungers have we spent together? How many times have I seen you go in with you're like Paul Neumann in The Hustler. You have your pillows.
My pillowcase.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will. They will be there. I'll bring them with me next week. You'll see them for sure.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But
you have to smell them to really get.
Well, what I was going to say was, why are your pillows yellow? Now, I know the answer.
Piss.
I know why your pillows. Well, no, it's sweat, it's oils, it's all body lotions, it's all that. I know what it is. But what I will say is, my pillows are not yellow.
Yeah.
I've also had them for years. Now, you're supposed to replace your pillow. I do know that, as because of allergens and all that kind of stuff. But why is it that I can have a pillow that's not yellow, but you guys can't?
How often do you wash yours? I've never even think about washing a pillow.
You know what? So my pillow. So I have this amazing mattress that I got years ago. I absolutely love it, and these big, huge pillows came with it. They're so freaking comfortable. And there's like an allergen-free case that goes over it, and that part, but not the like actual pillowcase is supposed to get washed. I forget. There's like directions on it or whatever.
You're dealing with all sorts of. You're very susceptible to a lot of these things, like allergens and right.
Right. Yes.
So
of course,
you've got to deal with that. Yeah.
So how often do I wash it, Preston? I couldn't say like, once every other week. Like if there is any sort of stain or I start to see anything on the pillowcase, I'll wash it.
On the pillowcase.
Yeah.
Okay.
Without the pillowcase, without the sheet, because the sheets get changed regularly. So when those come off, if there's anything, on that inside pillowcase.
How often do you change your sheets?
Once
a week?
Once a week, yeah.
Okay.
Once a day.
Kathy, how easy is it to clean, wash, dry a regular pillow? Just like the pillow itself.
The actual pillow, some of them you can't because, I
That's
think
kind of what I thought.
If there's
Hence
feathers,
the yellow pillow.
If there are down pillows, I don't think you can.
Yeah, there's no way, right?
I don't think so.
I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't think so.
Well, I have a stack of pillows in a closet, and I have not figured out what to do with them.
Why?
Because they fall into this category.
Just throw them
Wait, hang on.
Okay.
I am jealous of your innate ability to just throw things away without thinking twice about it, because I look at this stuff and I think either I should donate them or throw them away or just get rid of them entirely. But yet I see them in the closet realize they've been in the closet for over like 2 years at this point. They're never going to serve a purpose, but I don't throw them away, and I don't know why.
You can donate them. You can.
No. Are they yellow?
They're used.
No, you cannot donate
Yes, you
them.
can. You can donate them to like animal charities.
Okay,
right.
okay.
All right.
So that they can use it right
All
for
right,
them.
all right.
Now, Kathy, I have a white pillow. I'm not using and you brought the extra level of, there's the couch pillow and then there's the sleeping pillow.
Right.
So my yellow pillow and my white pillow, which is very, I use them in conjunction. The yellow pillow, they're both couch hugging pillows. Yes.
Okay.
You mentioned things that have been in the closet for a long time. I'm going to go to these calls, by the way, these Yellow Pillow calls. I want Yellow Pillow supporters and detractors.
Yeah.
Feel free to call
Somebody's
in.
got to be on my team.
215-263-WMMR. But I was in my closet and I was going to exercise. And all the exercise shorts, which are like the mesh ones, you know.
Yeah.
They were all dirty, and I pulled out a pair from the drawer that I haven't worn in a while, and I pulled them out to stretch them.
The waist.
And the elastic just gave out.
Yeah.
And there were like 3 pairs of them. I could hear it when it was like, all right. And they just stayed like, 50 inches wide.
What'd you do with it? What'd you do with them? Okay, all right.
No. A pillow casing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sew the waist shut and make it a pillow case.
What should I have done with them?
Exactly what you did.
Yeah.
But that's not what I would have done with them. I would have put them right back in the
You
drawer.
would fold them and put them right back
Yeah.
in.
Oh, there's no way they would have fit. Like they just flat out.
Well, you used your brain.
Just gave way.
These are going to be my hemorrhoid
I'm
shorts.
such a
All right,
moron.
really funny.
I'm going to go to Mindy talking about the yellow pillow. Hi, Mindy. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Mindy?
I cannot believe you are talking about this topic. All of my friends know about my husband's thin, disgusting yellow pillow. We take it on vacation with us. And I make him pack it in a separate area in our lunch because I don't want it to smell up my clothes. It's so gross.
That's awesome.
I love you, Mindy.
And he just, any idea how long he's had it, Mindy? Has it been since you guys have known each other?
He's had multiple ones because we accidentally left one when we went away on vacation, and he was ready to fly back to the Bahamas
That's awesome.
to get the pillow.
See, there's something again.
Very personal.
Doesn't mean. So have you ever washed your yellow pillow?
No.
Okay, so
Yes.
okay, you've what?
Yes, Mindy.
And Kate, if you put a clean pillowcase over that pillow, would it work for you, Mindy?
It doesn't matter. I put those things that you zip on top of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we got those too.
It doesn't help. It smells so bad.
Oh, gross.
You poor thing.
Well, you're at least that you let him bring it with you when you travel. That you're being a good wife because I think your inclination.
It's in his suitcase.
Okay.
But you have to sleep in the same bed with that stinky pillow, right? Or do you guys sleep it separately?
No. Oh my! I'm like, get that pillow away from my pillow.
There you go. All right. Thank you, Mindy.
I
Appreciate
love
it.
that.
By the way, what I'm reading suggests that you change your pillow depending on the pillow and the brand and all of that every 1 to 3 years.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
So every 13 years.
Yeah.
Just
All
add
right.
the 2 numbers.
There may be medical reasons that you need to get rid of your yellow pillow. Oh, look who's on the line.
know.
He comes a calling when he hears a concern. So we welcome from Fox 29 and Penn Medicine, our personal doctor, Dr. Mike Srigley.
I hate to gross people out at this early in the morning, but studies have shown that pillows like that may be dirtier than toilet seats.
Well, I sleep with a toilet seat, Mike.
It's got E. coli, bacteria, all kind. It's just not a good thing, and it's really not hygienic, and it's just not cool.
Well, let me ask you, Dr. Mike, because I love you dearly. Is there one shirt, one pair of shorts, one comfort garment or pillow in your home that, even though you know, as you just told us, it's probably not the best for you, you keep it because it's kind of a security thing?
Well, not. I mean, I have a lot of airplane shirts, all right, but I don't. I mean, they're not something that I sleep on, and I can wash the T-shirts.
All right.
You know, the pillow thing, Steve.
Yeah.
And look, my pillow has to be just right because I have neck problems. I like it to be on the flat side.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just the studies show, and bedding in general, Kathy, I agree with. Look, if you don't wash your sheet, I mean, talk about like having a bad thought in your head. Look at the sheets in the bed, and if you don't wash them, there's all kinds of exfoliated skin, bacteria. There's dust mites. There's you name it. It has to.
You're
be
making me
clean
sleepy.
because it's not good for your health.
I'm going to throw a few facts at you here, Dr. Mike. The yellowing pillow is a sign of aging and a buildup of moisture from sweat, oil, lotions, and drool. Even going to bed with wet hair can cause discoloration. And it says, while not necessarily dangerous to sleep on, mild staining can trigger allergies if mildew or fungus are allowed to fester, which can create a pungent odor, a sign that it's time to buy a replacement. So, yes, there's all kinds of fluids that are ending up, and like you said, exfoliated skin, too. I think we had heard that if you have a 10-year-old mattress, there's like 15 pounds of dead skin or something ridiculous like that in the mattress.
I got to tell you, the biggest skeeve event I ever had. My son was a Cub Scout, and we went to a Cub Scout event, and there were mattresses that had been used by thousands of Cub Scouts before him, and there was more pee stains. It was just one big continuous pee stain.
Yeah.
And it just freaked me out. I was going to sleep on the floor because I thought that was safer, but
all right. Well, you raise, obviously, as you do, you care about people, so you raise the medical concern. So would you say if you're going to go with the pillow? Now, if I use one, I use it for hugging on the couch. I don't sleep on it. Am I mitigating the risk?
Well, it's the amount of time that you are exposed to the pillow, Steve.
Right.
So on the couch, that's a different story because the amount of time. But at bedtime, when you're sleeping, as Preston mentioned, you're drooling. You have nasal secretions coming down on your snot, on your pillow.
Yeah, the snot.
I mean, God almighty.
So, Mike, seriously, what is so bad about drool?
Well, drool is saliva, but the most important thing about drool is the moisture, and it can create a club med, if you will, for fungus, mold, and things that are not good for you. And as was mentioned by Preston, if you have allergies, it's definitely a problem, and dust mites and all of that.
Well, Mike,
exfoliated skin is like their breakfast.
Preston wanted to mention that he pleasures himself into this pillow as well.
My God.
Is that a problem?
The giggle.
Well, look.
I mean,
you got to do. Listen, Preston, you got to do what you got to
do.
Yeah, you do.
Sleep is
important. I do the pillow.
I would say change the pillow.
All right.
Change the pillow. Have one pillow watch while you do the other pillow.
It's a cut pillow. A cut pillow. All right, Dr. Mike, we love you, buddy.
We love you, Mike.
We'll see you later. Dr. Mike Sirigliano, Fox 29. His take on the pillow thing. By the way, this is an interesting little tidbit. It says if you can't split from your beloved headrest, mattress expert Rebecca Swain from Winston Beds said that cleaning bedding with white vinegar or limes can prevent bacteria and mold, which can trigger acne or rashes.
But it still says they are still recommending that even if you do that, that you replace, also even for me, who is like a clean freak and I get grossed out by this stuff. I mean, I did not replace my pillow a year ago.
Really?
You know what I mean? Like,
you hobo.
Hang on, I have some other calls. I'm going to go to Rob. Rob, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, buddy?
So I not only am a co-founder of the Yellow Pillow Club, but I also have a yellow chair.
You have a yellow chair?
My man.
Yeah, and my wife could call me out about it. She puts a slip cover over the chair. It's like a pillowcase for a chair, which I just can't. Kathy, do you put slip covers on chairs or couches?
I don't know.
Okay, well, you're asking for trouble if you put a white slip cover on something. And so I'm a tall dude. I don't really fit on all chairs, so I have a chair that I sit at. to relax, watch YouTube, and chill out. So my head, back of my head, just like a pillowcase, touches the white chair, and now I have a yellow chair.
There you go.
Oh,
Okay.
boy. Oh, your poor wife.
Yeah.
It's like in it's like in Coming to America, the Soul Glow
Soul
family.
Glow. Yeah.
Sitting on the they get up from the couch and there's stains on the back.
So is the recommendation, Kathy, should I just throw the chair away then?
I mean, unless you can get the yellow off, I think at this point the chair's got to go.
Okay, so I have your permission to throw the chair away. So my wife asked me, I say, hey, Kathy said it's all good.
There you go.
Yes, you can use my name.
Great.
All right, thanks, man.
Listen, you're going to. It comes down to there is a bit of security blanket to it, right, Preston?
Yeah.
There's a bit of,
very much so.
and that really is a large part of it.
Well, yeah. I mean, of course, if you have a pillow that you're comfortable with, and that's what's helping you sleep. But they do say that if it's time to replace the pillow and you find yourself not being able to sleep, you can't get comfortable at night, that it might actually be the pillow.
But if you've broken it in, as Preston has, and the dried urine and the semen creates the exact sort of concave thing that you rely on. You know what I'm saying?
Stick with it.
Stick with it, and stick to it.
I got to go to Alicia here. Alicia, good morning.
Good morning.
What?
I'm calling about the Crusty Pillow Club.
Yeah, jump in. What's up?
My husband has had this pillow over 25 years. Since he was a kid.
Aw.
I finally convinced him to not use it because it smelled so awful and there was such a nasty stain on it. So he's like, well, can we just put it in the closet? And I said, fine. So I stuck it up in the closet. It was sitting next to a box that I had my old prom corsages in and flowers. And I went up in the closet and I went to move the pillow, and the box had absorbed all the greasy oil nastiness that was sucked into the pillow, was then transferred to this box. So then I had to get rid of the flowers as well from prom and homecoming, and we've been together now 25
You're
years.
saying
and
his pillow literally was so bad it contaminated a box next to it?
yes.
And so was the box, the cardboard, all oily and stuff?
Yes. It was
my God.
freaking disgusting.
So it had stains.
So I don't know, Preston. I've
Mine's
seen
not that bad.
That's
I
horrendous.
can't see a pillow being that bad that there'd be osmosis involved from the pillow to the box.
Nick, ostensibly you could wring that pillow out.
Yes.
I mean that's bad.
That's foul.
Yeah. All right. Well, we agree with you.
I called because I'm a nurse and I'm like, hon, this is so bad. Your allergies are awful. This is not hygienic. You absolutely cannot be sleeping on this
When it
pillow.
came time to actually get rid of the pillow and the boxes and everything, did your husband finally realize that he was wrong and you were right?
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
And
He still was kind of reminiscent about like, well, I've had that since I was a kid. And I'm like, it's gross.
It's like the leg lamp in a Christmas tree.
Was it difficult to find replacement pillows that he found satisfactory?
I guess it took a while, but he's adapted and he's all grown up now. So he realizes that I'm right and he's wrong. And
Are his allergies better?
yes.
Well, there you go. All right. There's a
Thank you,
medical
Alicia.
benefit
All
to
right.
it. So he's half the man he was.
All right, we'll see you. But yeah, some of it is sentimental. You had it for a long time. Kathy, you have your friend who has those two really beat up, disgusting pillows.
So, and they were from, childhood. She brought them to college. She would bring them on vacation when we would go.
Does she still?
No, they got tossed. Like her kids, she has older kids now who would they knew about the pillow. They knew they weren't allowed to touch them. It was
Don't
mom's
touch
pillow.
my
Yeah, they
pillow.
were mom's pillows. But no update. She did text me a few months ago and said we had to put to rest. Remember they were
They
called
had names.
Pooey and something else.
She had names for him. She called in.
Pooey
one
and
morning.
Pissy.
Yeah.
Those are not good names.
This is Pooey and this is Pissy.
Yes.
This is the one I poo on and this is the one I piss on.
Wow.
Pretty much.
It is
disgusting.
For me personally, it's hard to find. I've searched high and low.
Searched the world over.
But I keep searching. Mike said something that was different. I keep searching for thin pillows. Maybe I need to search for flat pillows because he used the word flat instead of thin.
So he says he needs them for his sleeping. So let me ask you, Kathy, in all your activities, you can actually make your own pillows, right?
Well, yeah.
Can you?
No, usually they make the pillowcase. Is that what you mean?
Well,
and then you get
make pillows.
Yeah, you can buy the stuffing. My sister-in-law used to do that.
Yeah, you buy what actually goes in the pillow. You just
wow.
make
See, we're
the
looking at
case that zips around it.
The pancake pillow.
There's a
here.
product called the pancake pillow, and it
Oh.
looks like you take layers and put them into this particular pillowcase to make the proper thickness and make it exactly what you want. So
How about that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's like 6 of these thin layered pillows, and you put them into the case.
Only $80.
That's not a bad idea. Yeah.
So it says the one pillowcase endorsed by the producer of the Pierre Robert Show.
Boy, it's only $80, by the way. So
it's a hell of a pillow.
And here's a hotel luxury flat pillow. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do a search, see if I can find some new ones.
Didn't we talk one time about literally bringing home bedding at a hotel that you like, that you can, if you stay in a Marriott that you really enjoy, and they
purchase from them?
Yeah, like you can actually go to like the Marriott store or whatever somewhere and buy that comforter, buy that pillow. I think we brought this up on the air one time.
The Marriott does have really good pillows. They look big and fluffy, and they're not memory foam. They're something else, but they squish down really thin.
You're right, and you can hold them if you want.
Yeah.
Stroke them.
Yeah.
Yes, most definitely.
Preston, here's a pillow from Ogallala Comfort, and it's only $530.
Ogallala.
La 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 lola.
But yeah, my thin pillows are yellow, and sometimes sometimes they have cases on them, sometimes I don't.
It sounds like a British sitcom. My thin pillows.
Yeah.
Nick, I'm on the Ritz-Carlton's website, which I believe they're owned by Marriott, right?
Yes.
And you can purchase the bedding. You can purchase the bed and bath.
Wow.
Stuff that's in the shower. Yeah.
Is it expensive?
Gotta be.
I didn't click on anything yet. Let's see. The hotel striped bedding set, Nick.
We assume this is new stuff.
No, Nick, you can get it. It's only $1,600.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yellow pillow it is.
But it's on sale from $2,000, so that's good.
Well, saving a big chunk there.
If you let us piss on it, we'll take off $200.
All right. Well, anyhow, the sign of a yellow pillow is a loved pillow. But apparently,
it's also deadly,
according to Dr. Mike, it can be
You're gonna die.
Not that good for you. So, but people hold on to them tooth and nail. All right, thank you for the calls. We appreciate it. I want to take a break and come back. The weekend was crazy with bizarre file stories. There is one that I got, I think I got it on Friday, and I wish I could have come back on the show and passed it along to you, but it's insane. It's a story out of New Jersey that I'm going to share with you when we come back.
Yeah.
But also, we're going to reveal some information about Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah.
And the Food Trucks and Fireworks event that I think you're going to want to hear about. It's a special added bonus for 1 week from today. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I was reading an article in Rolling Stone about you that said you have a difficult writing while you have a difficult time writing when you're happy. It's better when there are things going on in your life.
That's why I pay a troupe of men to sort of beat me consistently in the studio.
You want to be in a constant state of misery.
Yeah, exactly. Blunt objects mainly. Things they find outside in the street, sticks, stones.
Yeah, but sure. No.
But the songs
are in a sack.
Doorknobs in a sack.
Just got to keep me on my toes, you know? I don't want to get too comfortable.
Oranges in a sock.
Yeah, it's surprising that you're going with doorknobs instead of something a little bit more malleable.
Listen, I don't tell them how to do their jobs, okay?
Hey, we're the professional beaters. Let us do what we do.
Are you an only child?
Me?
Yeah.
No, what makes you say that?
Because only childs are usually weird.
No, I think I was dropped a lot as a baby.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get the root of it all. No, you have a great sense of humor.
That's what I keep telling everybody. You know?
Does that help things keep things light when you're on the road? You just try to have a good time?
It does sort of quell the crippling depression that plagued me from a young age. I didn't know we were going to bring that up for this interview.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, we're just trying to get you
wound.
Maybe it's inspiring you to write a new song.
Possibly. You never know.
All right, so what's another song you're going to play for us this morning?
Wait, I have to play two?
Yes, it's two. Now do it.
I got the one. I thought that was the deal.
We got a sack of doorknobs right out there ready to go.
All right, I'll play Fire.
All right,
which
Fire.
is a song of mine that I wrote.
Okay.
With my mind.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is Barnes Courtney.
Yeah.
Lonely shadows following me. Lonely ghosts come a-calling. Lonely voices talking to me. Now I'm gone, I'm gone, I'm gone. My mother told me, son, let it be. Sold my soul to the calling. Sold my soul
soul to sweet melody. Now I'm going. Lord, give me that fire. Lord, give me that fire. Lord, give me that fire. Burn, burn, burn. Oh, 1,000 faces staring at me. 1,000 times I've fallen. 1,000 faces dead at my feet. Now I'm going. My mother told me, son, let it be. Sold my soul to the calling. Sold my soul to sweet melody. Now I'm going. Lord, give me that fire. Lord, give me that fire. Lord, give me that fire. Burn, burn, burn. Oh, send devils come calling my name out. Lost in the fire. Virginia blood is calling my name out. Lost in the fire. Lord, give me that fire. Lord, give me that fire. Lord, give me that fire. Burn, burn, burn. Lord, give me that fire. Lord, give me that fire. Lord, give me that fire. Burn, burn, burn.
Yeah, man. Awesome.
Wow. Fire.
Such a great sound.
Barnes Courtney, who is in our studio, and I didn't talk once during your performance that
Very
time.
nice of you. Thank you.
Well, you won us over with the first song. We figured we'd be listening to the full second one.
Most definitely. He got my attention. By the way, I got a text that says, thank you. Now I have to go home and change my panties.
Wow. That was me.
A day after the season 13 finale of America's Got Talent, finalist Michael Ketterer was arrested for domestic violence.
Whoa.
Well, it shows the system works because he only came in 5th place.
What did he do? Was he a singer or what?
He packed luggage.
No, I don't know. Michael Ketterer is his name, and I don't know what he did. We're looking at a picture of him with his arms open at a microphone, so that leads to believe that he may
did a
have
John
been
McCain impression.
a singer and impersonated John McCain. So those are the two things you can clearly get from this photograph here.
He's going to be playing a Vegas casino.
It's uncanny.
Yeah.
He just does John McCain and that's it?
Yeah.
What would it be like if John McCain sang the songbook of Air Supply?
A loving tribute to
one of our nation's heroes and the kings of soft rock.
I don't even have any Air Supply.
One of our nation's heroes. You probably do on
So
here.
lost without you.
I'm sorry.
I knew you were right for leaving me so long.
That's
very specific talent.
It was the greatest John McCain Air Supply show I'd ever seen.
And I'm bringing back my whole family. It's patriotic and it's romantic.
All right. So anyhow, I guess he was a singer and a John McCain impersonator. So let me go to here and more broken ribs. I have it says Walper. Is your name Walper?
Walter.
Honestly, wouldn't you at least say
Walper?
Is this Judge Wapner calling in?
You got a nickname now, Walter.
Oh my God!
Yeah, you hear what happened to a Walper?
That's not even a mistype. I'm looking at the T and the P are like nowhere near each other on the keyboard.
Walper.
Name's Walper.
Let me get that straight. Your actual name is Walper. And what happened to you? So what happened to you, Walter?
All right. Well,
All right.
I've broken my hand. I've fractured all my ribs.
Were these fights over your weird name, Walper?
It's not my name.
His guy's name's Walper. I'm gonna punch you.
But at least you got a great nickname today.
Walper.
Well, hang in there, brother, okay?
From Touchstone Pictures, the inspiring story of a man named Walper. I've seen him. He's got some medical issues, but the worst thing is his name is Walper. And then a young therapist came into his life. Hi, I'm Kathy Romano. We're going to change that P to a T.
Simple as that.
And then his life turned around.
I'm the head of a Fortune 500 company. And I can do the saber dance.
That morning show's not making fun of me anymore.
Name and introduction, darling, my heart filled the room. I knew it was you back in my life.
Shows tonight at 7:30. Tickets
Wow, we
are
got Mello in here.
on sale now. World Cafe Live. That's
Real
Tommy
mellow.
Davidson, guys.
You know,
Wow.
Because even the beds you guys got here are funky. That musical bed for that company just now. Then I come in, it's like.
No, we love that. That's really nice, man.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you.
You wanted to be a singer initially, right? That was that preceded any thoughts of comedy.
That's the start. With a spoon. And with tinfoil on it, standing on the table, with the family around, and
was jazz always your sort of foundational go-to musically?
No. I can't really remember what I started with, but I started with everything.
Yeah.
I think I got into soul when I discovered I was black.
Yeah.
But before that, I grew up in Laramie, Wyoming. And Fort Collins, Colorado, on communes and stuff.
Yeah.
So it was like Iron Butterfly,
Like hippie communes?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Can I jump in here? Because I'm so curious about that.
Yeah.
I love a hippie band, right? Like they're like Grateful Dead and stuff like that. I'm so not enamored by because so sometimes I would come out of these concerts, right?
Okay.
And there would be these people who would hand you these flyers to come and live on these communes, and it seemed a little appealing to me. It really did.
You're the guy.
Yeah. I don't think I would push my 5-year-old there though. I saw a lot of stuff at the communes. I was like, okay, I ain't put together till way later.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, boy.
Right. But I was a young adult at the time. I was like 22, 23 years old, and trying to find my way, kind of lost in this world.
Yeah,
and, like a lot of young 20-year-olds are.
Well, you weren't. Hey, you had to go because that's where your family was. I was telling you, Tommy, off air that I just started jumping into your book, Living in Color. What's funny about me? And I was telling these guys last night, like, this is an amazing freaking life. And you made mention of the fact when you found out you were black, and explain how you came into this world when you were born. It's a brutal story that has now turned into something great. But
yeah. I was actually abandoned in the trash in the year 1966. I was found.
Yeah.
So I was 2.
Yeah.
Maybe under 2.
Yeah.
Coma, starved, contusions in the head, the whole night. But my mother, who found me randomly in the trash.
It's just
amazing. So she was a white woman from Wyoming, and her husband were down there in Greenville, Mississippi.
Which is like one of the poorest
in the country. So they're teachers at Colorado State. And
right.
They heard Kennedy say, if you look back on this time in history, would you be able to be a white American that did something about the race problem?
Right.
So they wanted to do that. So they went down there and immunized kids and did that kind of stuff, and did voting drives. And they met my natural mom when they were doing those movements. They came back down there to pick up a program they were doing, and she was gone. And my mother's nosy.
Right.
she said she's gone. Well, where'd she go? And we think she went to Detroit, but she left her youngest baby at such and such a house. My mom is nosy and went to the house.
Right.
And the kids doing drugs in there, and it was an abandoned house. So she said something told me when I walked out the door to look under this big tire that was on the top of the trash. And I moved it, and your foot was there.
Oh, my God.
My God.
And she said she moved the trash, and I had a torn shirt on and said, I will be president in 2-0, and the rest was torn.
Wow.
It took me to the hospital. I stayed there 90 days. I lived, went to Fort Collins, Colorado, where I grew up until I was 5. Grew up on farms and meadows and
so all this time
animals. And,
with her?
With her and my brother and my sister.
Yeah. Okay.
My sister's was my same age. So we're twins, really, but she's blonde.
You related something. You relate something. You relate something and I saw also reading some interviews with you, and you brought up this point that I thought because you'd say, okay, cats can give birth to multiple colors, and you just thought that was you.
I thought that was me.
Yeah.
Because I'm in farms and animals are everywhere. So we saw litters. Me and my kid's sister play with kittens and puppies and all the time. And, I noticed that, it could be a black cat. It would have a white one, speckled one.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 black ones, a brown one, or a horse. Could be it could be a brown horse and have a white coat.
Yeah.
So I thought that, that's how we are.
MMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. So I'm excited to announce this. We got the official go-ahead over the weekend. We were waiting for some issues to be cleared up. Now, we've mentioned Camp Out for Hunger and the Camp Out After Dark. Obviously, we do the live broadcast every morning. We have Pierre Robert and Brent Porsche and all the daytime stuff. In the evening, we have some events that are taking place. And on Monday, very excited, we're kicking off. We haven't done this on a Monday before, but the schedule is allowing us to do this. We're doing food trucks and fireworks on Monday nights presented by our friends at Five Below. And Celebration Fireworks are the amazing people that put together one of the best fireworks displays I've ever seen personally.
Incredible.
And they are about to add to the event. So on Monday night, not only do we get a fireworks presentation from our friends at Celebration Fireworks, but we are going to have a live drone show that is going to be taking place before the fireworks happen. So there needed to be FAA clearance.
As you would well imagine.
We're fairly close to the airport in that location. So they got the clearance. And at 7:30, there is a drone performance that is going to be taking place. Now, I haven't seen the details as to how many drones they use, but if you've seen these, there's usually hundreds of them in the air.
Pretty friggin' amazing.
And they create, images and text and all kinds of crazy. I have never seen one in person.
Me neither.
Nick has. You were at the Gorge.
Yeah, Dave Matthews Band did one at the Gorge a year plus, and I know Marissa saw one with the Eagles near the Art Museum this year. It's really remarkable. I'd never seen anything like it before, and what they can do with the designs they can create. It's fascinating. I can't wait to see what these guys do at Camp Out next week.
I saw one, Nick, and it was making the rounds on social media. It might have been Dubai. It might have been Abu Dhabi. But it was basically like a 20-story skeleton walking along to the city.
Really?
Yeah.
And that's what Abu Dhabi do?
Yeah. So
wow.
The Abu Dhabi do that.
It's pretty amazing what they can do with that technology. What I'm curious about with the drone shows is, does it matter where you are that you get a different view of the image? Okay.
Yeah, so you won't want to watch our drone show from inside Citizens Bank Park, for example. You want to be where we are.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that it looks very different, like from overhead or whatever. But yeah, it does matter where you're sitting.
Wow.
It is, they can do things like make a QR code in the sky.
They can.
That is a readable QR code.
And you can use your phone and get the link from looking up at it. So, wow, we're watching video. Is this Celebration or no? This is a different one. But these are the what they are able to put together is pretty damn incredible. So we're super excited to add this to the laundry list of things that we have planned for next week.
And then, as you said, the fireworks, are unbelievable. The display is amazing. Your proximity is astonishing. And, it is going to be an awesome night.
If they put our name up there.
That'd be great.
In the sky like that.
Yeah.
How
Just your name. I'll take just your name.
No.
No sad,
I want
bro.
our name. I might cry.
Yeah.
It might emotionally get me. So we're excited about
Get
this.
you in the feels.
Oh, and I'm already going to be in the fields because I put word out to Kyle, and he was going to let us. I think I'm going to get up and play with the FM band.
Oh, wow, nice. You love the FM band.
They're fantastic.
Yeah.
Kyle's band is going to be. Were you good to go? All right. I told him 2 songs that I can play. 2 with those guys. Two of the 2 songs. So. One of them I've already played with them before. It's the Lionel Richie classic All Night Long.
Ah, there you go.
Which Kyle sings on that one. And we'll see about getting another song with those guys. But they're going to be performing on that Xfinity live stage.
Which is awesome.
Which is fantastic. We had snack time there last year, FM band here this year. And Xfinity Live is going to be serving beverages. There are bring the kids because there's also free rides from Skelly's Amusements.
Yes. So
happening too.
When you're there, realize it's the whole thing. So you've got it on that side. On the other side is Scully's, is the broadcast tent, is the whole setup. So it is a compound of joy.
Yep. So please be a part of it Monday, 1 week from today. I know it's a Monday night, but it doesn't run very late.
No.
So the drone show is at 7:30. The fireworks start at 8, and the fireworks are to be like, maybe 15 minutes, something like that. So you're not going to
You'll be home and sleeping on your yellow pillow before you know it.
Super late. And you'll have a full belly with all the food trucks, which, by the way, we're going to get the list of those from Marissa this week and let you know who all is going to be a part of that event. So mark your calendar. Monday, come out and see us at Camp Out for Hunger. All right, we can do the beat file now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it is brought to you by Pro Team Collision, your certified collision repair center. If you get into an accident, Pro Team Collision is there for all of your auto body repair needs. All right, so we're starting. We're coming out swinging with this story because this is insane. I wrote at the top of this story, I just wrote "Holy S."
Okay. This is the Jersey story.
Personally, because I couldn't believe it when I was reading. But yes. An elementary school custodian in Cumberland County.
Get ready, Kathy.
You saw this, right?
Yeah.
Is facing multiple charges accusing him of urinating and spitting on school cafeteria cooking utensils. We're just getting started.
That's just the beginning.
Rubbing his genitals on food, spraying bleach on food items, and performing sex acts with inanimate objects at the school, all while videoing himself to share online. Giovanni Impellizzeri of Vineland is employed by the Upper Deerfield Township School District and worked at the Elizabeth F. Moore School, which serves students in grades 3 to 5. Authorities received multiple anonymous tips regarding alarming posts that Impellizzeri allegedly made in a group chat on the messaging app Telegram. A tipster reported that Impellizzeri posted videos of himself performing sexual acts with items from the school, as well as doing things that would endanger the well-being of students at the school. The videos allegedly show him spraying bleach in a large container of cucumbers, spitting on utensils, rubbing his genitals on utensils and food, and urinating in bowls.
He posted videos?
He posted videos.
Thank God he's an idiot.
Videos showed him utilizing multiple pieces of bread. Listen to this. To wipe his penis, testicles, and anus, as well as spitting on the bread before putting the bread back into the container to be later served to children at the school.
Taste this. Does this taste like anus?
Police wrote that in the affidavit. He was also seen pleasuring himself and urinating on pillows and kitchen bowls.
Death penalty.
Investigators went to the school and verified locations seen in the videos and recovered items matching and resembling those seen in the videos. Officials are trying to determine if the alleged acts occurred recently or sometime in the past. Impellizzeri has been employed by the district since September 2019. He was charged with third-degree aggravated assault, 2 counts of third-degree tampering with food products, third-degree endangering the welfare of a child, and third-degree attempt of endangering the welfare of children. An additional charge of second-degree official misconduct was also filed on Thursday. Impellizzeri was placed in jail pending court hearings. Now, the school district is working with the Cumberland County Health Department to ensure that food preparation, serving utensils, and surfaces have been properly sanitized. Maybe they'll consider burning the school to the ground.
Yeah, and starting anew.
Also, any food products in question discarded, according to the prosecutor's office.
And stop making bread so damn sexy.
Authorities are taking steps to collect bodily fluid samples from Impellizzeri to determine if there is any potential for infectious disease.
I mean, he literally
unbelievable.
I mean, I hope they throw the book at this dude because you know what? There's also the element of there are a lot of people do similar stuff and post. You see them when they go to the supermarket and open up ice cream and
lick it.
Yeah.
This is just that's one of the craziest stories I've ever read here. So we'll have a follow-up on that. I am sure of it. All right, on to other things. A $1.2 million home was ransacked by evil children as young as 11 who caused more than $200,000 worth of damage using axes and chainsaws.
Children!
The owners told a court they feel distraught after the property, which is in Shanklin, Isle of Wight, was left looking like a war zone. Joanna Petard and husband Matt and their 2 daughters had planned to make it their family home before it was absolutely trashed by the youth. The group targeted the 6-bedroom house in a month-long spree of destruction, which included damaging a wrought iron chandelier, flipping over antique furniture, and even destroying the homeowner's wedding dress.
11 years old.
They left hardly anything untouched by wrecking lights, bathroom taps, and squirting ketchup, bleach, and paint everywhere between May and June of last year.
You know how I'd punish them? I'd make them eat the bread that Giovanni raped.
7 perpetrators who are now all between 13 and 16 and cannot be named for legal reasons admitted criminal damage to property at Isle of Wight Magistrates Court, where they were each fined $1,500.
Oh, my God.
Joanna and Matt Petard were in the address over Easter in April of 2020. They left the property for around a month, but on June 3rd, a gardener told them there may be some damage to the property. They returned the next day to banging noises as it became clear something was going on and youths were leaving the address. The court heard that the youngsters were eventually identified, but it had taken some time to investigate. They heard that every item of furniture had been smashed or damaged in some way, and oil and tomato ketchup squirted everywhere, as well as paint, creosote, and bleach. Paintings hung on the wall had also been smashed and left on the floor, while messages were carved into mahogany windowsills and banisters had been destroyed. I mean, they just went
it's
crazy.
Just like a demolition.
An estate agent said damage to the property had seriously reduced its market value by around $300,000. The couple had hoped to restore the antique pieces of furniture and other old items, but an expert said they were so badly damaged, many are beyond the point of restoration.
We're looking at an aerial shot of the house. It's a beautiful old house.
It's a beautiful home, yeah. So these teenagers were handed a 12-month referral order in order to pay $1,500 compensation for the, quote, very personal impact on the family involved.
Yeah.
All right, this is messed up. All right, so we've had a few messed up stories. We'll go with one more here. The NYPD is investigating a violent death where a 44-year-old man was found dead in a trash bag in his home. Law enforcement officials say that Timothy Dargan, who's 44, was allegedly killed by his younger brother, 41-year-old Jason Dargan. Dargan was arrested for allegedly, listen to this, using a bowling ball to kill his brother.
Beat him to death with a bowling ball?
Before stuffing his brother's body in a bag and leaving it under the bed.
Jeez.
Investigators say that a neighbor noticed a foul smell coming from the 6th floor of the building where the brothers lived. The father of the 2 Dargan brothers was contacted by building management about the smell, and another of his sons phoned the police. People who live in the building say that they are shocked about what took place. Jason Dargan is facing charges of murder and manslaughter. It's always after the weekend, man. There's always crazy stuff that happens over the weekend and loads of it. So I'll lighten it up. I still have some pretty weird things in the next
How about
file.
someone just bowling?
But that was, maybe a story of just someone
murdering someone with a
going
bowling ball.
would be nicer. So, but you know what? We have a nice way to wrap this up because we have a friend who's in the studio right now, and he's here to talk about an event that is awesome and is such a great organization. Big Brothers, Big Sisters. And we have the CEO himself, Mr. Marcus Allen, is joining us today. Marcus. Good day, sir.
How you doing, my friend?
Good. Nice to see you again.
It's good to be seen, man. It's been a long I don't think I've seen you guys since the pandemic.
You did me.
Yeah,
we were out at that event. Yeah,
Yes, we did.
And I clocked someone with the football, but it was good.
I think he injured one of the kids that was at home.
We were playing catch.
It's a kid's fault, really.
Keep your eye on the ball. That's what a big brother teaches you. But no, honestly, we love your organization. We love what you guys do. And it's so awesome. And you're right. This event in particular is kind of your benchmark event, and you were not able to do it the way you've been wanting to do it, or if at all.
Right.
And so it's the return.
Yeah. This is our 8th year doing the Fashion Touchdown event. It's an amazing event, as you know, Steve. And Well, what makes it even more amazing is the Eagles won yesterday. I don't know, it wasn't a great win, but it was a good win, and it was against Dallas. And so I was talking to a number of the guys on the team last week, and I said, hey, you ready for fashion touchdown? They say, it depends on how this game with Dallas goes.
Right? Well, you're going into a bye week, right?
Yeah, they're going into a bye week. I was really nervous. I was watching, in particular, the last 2 minutes, the last minute and a half last night. I was like, oh, my God, are we trying to give it away? But I was glad to see that they won. And so the guys have just been amazing. We got an amazing lineup of guys this year who've signed on to do this with us. Boston Scott, DeAndre Swift, Darius Slade, James Bradbury, Jordan Mailata, Joshua Jobe, who's actually a former Little in our program.
Wow. So you have a number of people in athletics and the sports stars that people know who have been beneficiaries of Big Brothers Big Sisters, and I mean, it's amazing how many people have been touched by this.
Oh, absolutely. And then also people who've gone out to help us and be mentors.
Yes.
We have some former Eagles who are going to be there. Oh, also I should mention Hassan Reddick is participating, which is awesome.
Love that guy.
But Brian Westbrook is going to be there.
That's great.
Vinny Curry, who's a longtime big. He was a big when he was in college. And so he understands our mission. He still gives back to Philadelphia. So we're really excited about this show. And one of the things we're going to do different this year, I have this, we're going to give the Igniting Potential Award to Big Dom on the Eagles, who's an amazing mentor. He's been mentoring those guys for 25 years. And then I got a huge surprise for him at the event that I can't say right now, but I'm just so excited about it.
So this is Dom Santillo, the security?
Yeah, absolutely.
Dom, he's a great guy. Cassie's been friends with him forever. He kind of shies away from like publicity. I'm surprised.
Absolutely. Well, see, and that's the thing. He was like, Marcus, I don't want to be awarded. He said, I just want to be there. His wife likes to walk in the fashion show. She's amazing. And I was like, Dom, this isn't about you though, right? This award is about people seeing the greatness that you've helped the Eagles to accomplish, right? Like what you've done for like 25 years of players coming through that organization, and it helps us lift up the power of mentoring. And when I said it to him that way, he was like, all right, I'll do it, right? He said, but I'm not doing any interviews. I said, all right, got it.
I watched the game yesterday with my dad, and my dad didn't know who Dom was. And so if you ever watch an Eagles game, he's almost always directly behind Nick Sirianni.
Always.
And so I pointed him out to my dad yesterday, and then my dad couldn't stop watching Dom in the background because he's this imposing hulk of a man, and he's in charge out on that field.
He's not only in charge on the field, Dom is in charge off the field.
Yeah.
Right? So the Eagles is one of the few organizations in the NFL that you don't hear a lot of stuff about their players.
Right.
And there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
There's intentionality in how Dom, he connects to any coach that's there. He connects to Jeff Lurie. He connects to the general manager because he wants to make sure everyone's on the same page. And when he says security, it's not like he's just the bodyguard for Nick. He is looking at everything across the organization, and that's what mentors do, right? It's like we got to look at the whole landscape of our littles and say, okay, how do I help you navigate all of these landmines? And Dom does that for the Eagles and the players. Yeah. And so to me, it just made all the sense in the world.
And he created that for the Eagles and the players. Like that, he wasn't put in that position and said, here, this is what you're going to do. Like, he created all of that and that whole atmosphere for them.
Love it. Oh, absolutely. And now you got NFL teams trying to replicate Dom. Right?
Yeah,
that's how important he is, not to just the sport, but also to people who need mentors and people who need that sort of guidance.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So you mentioned the bigs and the littles. For those who aren't familiar with Big Brothers Big Sisters, what all's involved? What does a big do for the littles?
So oftentimes, and Steve, you and I have this conversation all the time. And Steve always says, "Well, it's not like you're like adopting a child, right? This is something that you can do with 2 to 4 hours a month." I always say you don't have to change your life to change the life of a child. Right? All we're looking for is someone who's willing to just have coffee or juice or go out to the movies, go play basketball, but do it consistently. The research says that when you spend at least 12 months with a child and that child builds a relationship with you, the outcomes of that child are so much greater.
I mean, it's provable. And again, as you say, it is a nominal investment. Not that you can do what you want to do to whatever level you want to, but the impact is immeasurable.
Oh, absolutely. I've been a big now to my little Nasir for over 6 years. When I met Nasir, he was in the 8th grade. Now he's a sophomore at LaSalle. And so the challenges he had to go through, his father dying during the pandemic and the bullying that he went through in school and all the other changes, I was there with him, walking through that with him, humbly walking with him and asking for permission to get involved. And so one of the things that we've changed our approach to how we serve kids now is more about Like our new motto is helping every kid to graduate with a plan for their future and a mentor whose impact lasts forever. And so we understand that kids are going to have a lot of different plans as they go through life, and they're going to have a lot of different mentors. But something that mentors say to their kids, the really good ones, it resonates with the kid. Maybe not today. It may be 10 years down the road. But this is something that's going to impact that kid's life for the rest of their life.
My neighbor Steve, who was taught for a while and sort of did his own version of this, I saw it in practice, where he took a young man out, and this guy had nobody really looking out for him. And so Steve took him out and took him up, like went up and down Germantown to businesses that had, wanted signs. And here's how you're going to do it. Here's how you present yourself. Just that little extra attention made that this kid knew someone cared, made all the difference.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, the event, it's coming up. It's a week from today. It's on November 13th at 2300 Arena, and tickets and everything. How about those details?
Yep. We made it real easy for you. In order to get tickets, just go to www.fashiontouchdown.org. That's fashiontouchdown.org.
It's a big evening, by the way.
Oh, it's a huge evening.
Yeah.
We're expecting at least 800 to 1,000 people there. We have some amazing sponsors. If I can just give a quick shout out to our main sponsor, Marone Law Group. Joe Marone, who's an amazing person. He's been the presenting sponsor for this event 5 years in a row. He's also a former big. His little Steve became a lawyer because of Joe, and now he works for Joe's law firm.
Wow.
Absolutely. So we have so many stories like that. We have Bank of America, who's a great sponsor, First Trust, TD Bank came on big time for us. So we're just really excited about the people who are coming out to this event.
Did it speak the people coming out to see Jacqueline London from NBC 10 will be there?
Yeah.
Steve and I have a big crush on her.
Listen, I'm telling you, guys should come because we're going to have like a nice little intimate personal thing with Jackie. I'm actually setting that up in my mind right now.
We have the camp out, unfortunately, so we won't be able to attend. But
okay, and congrats on the camp out.
Thank you.
I love that work that you're doing with Phil Abundance. We want to be supportive as well. So just really help.
No, so this is a fun evening, a little putting on doing yourself up to the nines and presenting nicely and having a great evening. The evening is run so brilliantly, and it's such a wonderful time with a great cause. And you guys know how to do it right. So again, people want to get tickets. Where do they go?
Tickets, go to fashiontouchdown.org, or you can even go to our website, independencebigs.org. Easy to get tickets. And also just know that we're going to have some celebrities in the room that I can't announce either. They don't want me to promote them. So I'm just saying, like, get your tickets now. They are going fast. Okay. I promise you they're going fast. And don't call me for tickets because I promise you, I promised my staff I wasn't going to do that this year. So go to the website, get the tickets.
We'll post it on our socials and our website and everything to make it easy for our listeners to go and find that. Excellent.
Thank you, Preston.
Marcus, you guys do great work. Amazing work. Congratulations and good luck with this event.
Thank you so much.
Marcus, Allen, big brothers, big sisters. It is the best. Help out if you can, please, gang. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Hang out with us for a moment.
I'm a brown one.
Right.
I'm a brown one of whatever we are.
It's such a pure,
you know what I mean? Yeah.
Innocent concept.
Yeah, until we got to Washington, D.C.
How old were you then?
I was 5. And we moved in there in 68.
So you started like self-awareness around that age?
Oh, way self-awareness, boy. We moved there the week that King got shot.
Right.
So we moved in during the riots. Me and my sister on the ground, me and my brother, tear gas, fires. So we settled in this inner city neighborhood in D.C. because they broke up,
Yeah.
And there's a lot of jobs in D.C. And we come out to play with the kids, and they beat our ass, man.
Wow.
Every day. And they were calling my brother and my sister White Cracker. And calling me White Cracker Lover.
Because your mom was white.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I just went to her and said, why are they calling me White Cracker Lover? I like graham crackers. You know what I mean? Like,
They're
better. They taste better.
Oh, it's so sad though when
You know
the
what I mean?
innocence is ruined.
Yeah, it's just like, so she said, well, that's what people our color call people. That's what people your color call people our color when they don't like them.
Yeah.
I was like, well, what color am I? She said, you're black. I said, no, I'm brown.
Yeah.
Right.
Like the crayons. She said, yeah, but that's what we call you. Anyway. And so then I moved out to it got so bad, we moved out to the suburbs of Wheaton, Maryland. That's the first time I heard the N-word.
Right.
I got the FCC note, by the way. Yeah.
So it got exponentially worse.
Yeah.
The suburbs,
that was
which
worse
you thought would
because
be...
I was being chased by grown men.
Yeah.
Saying, kill
the
Nick.
Yeah.
And I was barely getting in the house, and I'd be riding my bike and a whole truckload of teenagers kill them.
Yeah.
You know? So I was running in the house, barely making it. They were throwing stuff through the window, shooting, and it was crazy. So
this is late 60s?
This is 69 now.
Okay.
I remember everything, you know.
Yeah.
So I go to my mom and I go, who are these ends? We got to stay away from them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They must be really bad people.
Right.
Oh,
You know, and that's when she said, you know, that's what our people call your people when they don't like them. You know, our color. And I said, well, what color are you? She said, I'm white. I said, you're not white, you're like beige.
Yeah. Kids are so literal.
This is the stupidest damn thing in the world. You guys are mad at each other for colors you not really are.
But in that innocent thing, you're speaking absolute truth.
Yeah, it's like the dumbest thing, you know, but it is the world. So we moved to an integrated neighborhood, and this is a real story, and I'm sticking with it. The white teenagers chased me again.
Yeah.
Killed the neck.
Yeah.
But when the black teenagers came in front of me, the white teenagers went the other way.
Yeah.
And I've been black since that day.
Yeah. Right.
And it's been an education.
Right.
Well, so you,
know what I mean?
you became going back to the earlier point. That's when you became aware of yourself, and that's when you got into the soul music and things of that nature. You're exposed to that.
I pretty much came aware of it as soon as I got to D.C.
Okay.
Because when I got to D.C., my mom is always make friends with everybody.
Right.
So my mom had all these black friends right away. So and I think she did it on purpose
to give you some culture.
Well, she knew that I was talented, so she'd invite them over and put on James Brown.
Wow. Did she have any inclination towards this? Any musical capabilities or nothing?
My family is so far from music.
Yeah.
You know, cowboys from Wyoming. You know.
Right.
But I was, you know, spoiled by them. All the love I got, and I was the spoiled child. And so I'd sing "Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud."
Yeah.
You know, just because it was a song. But when I got in first grade, I put up the Black Power fist doing the
Pledge of Allegiance. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and I got in trouble. You know,
so you were making up for lost time.
Hey, listen, my mom, she did it all on purpose.
Yeah.
This took me time to look back on it. But she came into that office, boy, and she looked at the principal and the teachers, and she was like, "What's wrong?" And they were like, "He put up the Black Power fist." She said, "So what? That's all he knows about himself right now. Now, if you want to teach him something new, teach him something new. He just learned the Pledge of Allegiance just like the other students. So teach him. That's what he knows about himself so far."
It's such a fascinating, unintentional experiment. In a bizarre way, not to call it an experiment, but it's something that is just and this is, by the way, let people know, again, living in color. What's funny about me, it's just a side promotion, but I just started it. It's riveting.
Tommy, is your mom still alive?
No.
Okay.
No.
When did she pass?
She passed away probably about 12 years ago.
Okay. What an
But
amazing
still
woman.
alive, boy.
I would love
Still
to talk to her.
alive.
Yeah.
Well, she got to see a lot of your success, though.
I'm her greatest accomplishment.
Yeah.
I'm her greatest accomplishment. That's the sweet reunion is about her coming back to me through my daughter.
So who are your inspirations on the musical side? Obviously, we know the comedy. We're going to talk about the comedy. But
I'd have to just say the Association, Earth, Wind, and Fire, Grand Funk, Parliament, Rick James, Cameo, Fleetwood Mac, Kansas. Carry on my wayward son. You know, it's all in me, man. The Led Zeppelin Kool-Aid commercial. You need Kool-Aid.
You need Kool-Aid.
Baby, I ain't fooling. Want a whole lot of Kool-Aid. All right. You know, Peter Frampton. Do you feel like I do?
Yeah.
You know.
That's a wide exposure.
It's just, you know, it all came my way, man.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's so cool. So the show that is tonight. What can we expect?
Expect the unexpected.
Yeah.
I'm mixing now music with comedy. The saxophonist I'm playing with is excellent. So I'm doing comedy and doing music at the same time.
So your history, obviously we know you from the skit comedy in Living Color and you know, obviously the movies and other the characters you've done and so on and so forth. But your stand-up career was pretty robust, and you got into the Comedy Store, Mitzi Shore.
You been reading.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And you were on a bill with Richard
I thought he
Pryor.
owned the Sixers.
Richard Pryor and Eddie Murphy, correct?
Yeah, when I first got in.
So you're
finally got to the main room after 3 years of like hitting the pavement.
And the main room's where you wanted to ascend to the
that's
main
where you wanna
room.
be.
And so, be careful what you wish for. You end up on that bill, and you were middling for them.
Yep. And we all had the same time.
Explain what that was like. Give us a taste of that. I mean, you
that
have
was like
arguably
yeah.
the greatest comedic minds in stand-up of all time.
It was opportunity meets preparation and desperation. But I was ready.
Yeah.
I was ready. I'd been put through the fire. I was just about to go home from Hollywood. My mom sent me a couple of days earlier, those big legal pads that used to have the long yellow paper.
Yeah.
She put in magic marker. She folded up a $20 bill and put in magic marker, "Don't leave, and I know you need the $20." And it was just a couple of days before this happened.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And so I get on the stage, and I'm in between the two for 4 shows, and I got standing ovations, man.
Because the last thing, so I did stand up for a while. You would want to you'd want to be the MC, you'd want to be the opener, but you don't want to be anywhere near following one of those two. And yet you did. And Pryor himself kind of gave you a nice
Pryor
assessment.
came down to me, man. We were in a little hovel. The green room got the chicks and the food,
Right.
Ours looked like a closet, And he looked me up and down, shook his head, and looked me in the face. He said, "Man, you was a funny," and walked away.
God.
I called my mom. I was like, "I told you not to leave." I told you not to leave,
Wow. That's so
that
cool.
was it. But I have faith in mankind.
Yeah.
It happened here in Philadelphia.
Okay.
Not the smack.
Yeah.
I wasn't there. A woman died at my show here.
Whoa.
Really?
Yes.
Huh.
And I have faith in mankind. I invited her.
Yeah.
So I went to a check cashing place on a Sunday to try to cash my check, and the place was closed. But there was still people in there. You know how they lock it, but there's
right.
Just lock it behind you because we're closed and no one knows it. So the people saw me and were like, "Let him in." And I came in and I was in line, and the people were like, "You know who he is?" And she leaned over and she said, "Oh my God.
Yeah.
Hi, thanks for coming." I was like, "No, thanks for letting me in."
Yeah.
And so she's doing her stuff, and she said, "What are you doing in town?" And I said, "I'm doing a show." She said, "Oh man, wow, you have a show tonight? You made my whole birthday come in here." I said, "Why don't you come tonight?" She comes with her 2 kids, like 20, 22, 23 years old. 15 minutes into the show, massive heart attack.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
No one knows this though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the team is working on them. We walk everybody out. They say she's gone. I think people knew. But there wasn't a dryer in the house.
Yeah.
Nobody thought that was funny at all.
Right.
And we did another show. They left it on me. You want to do another show? I said, yeah, we have to do another. Our job is happy.
Yeah.
Right.
Our job is happy. So we need to, we're like a fireman. There's his fire.
Yeah.
Ours is happy. So we did another show. But as people were going out nice and orderly, I mean, even the dishwashers were over there, in the corner like, man, this black woman, beautiful, looks me right in the eyes. She says, "Isn't this beautiful?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She said, "Of all the things that God could have used to walk her up to heaven, he used your show. It could have been cancer, car accident, shot, whatever." And I was like, now I know what Elton John's talking about. Philadelphia freedom, bro.
Yeah. That's wild to think about that.
Yeah.
And it also, I'm sure it gives you an extra appreciation because it's inherently you want to, as a comedian or someone does anything with the music, you want to connect.
Yeah. And comedy's always around because I was still feeling like, oh man, how could that happen to me? What's going on?
Now I've got this.
No, I saw Smokey Robinson on the plane.
Yeah.
Comedy follows me to love me. You know what I mean? And I go to him and I go, "Hey, man, Smokey, has this ever happened to you?"
Mm-hmm.
And I told him what happened. He said, "Nah, man, it's never happened to me, man." He said, "But invite all your enemies to your next show because you killing them, baby."
Shut up. Oh, that's great.
I have to bring this up too because You had last night the Golden Globes. There was a couple of Will Smith references. You had your own Will Smith encounter. Explain what went down.
Almost something like Chris.
Yeah.
But it never happened, and I'm glad it didn't. And I was really happy about what happened.
Right.
For two reasons. One, I didn't have to feel guilty about what happened with me because he's such a great guy. Last thing I wanted to say was, hey, man, me and him almost got in a fight.
Right.
So that was a secret of mine. And when that happened, I was happy that I was lifted off of that. That it's not just me.
You didn't have the exact same experience. You had a tense thing, but that didn't manifest in a full thing.
Yeah, it'd have been a mutual smack or punch or something.
Right.
It was going to that, and luckily Jada was there. She was, hey guys, and I was like, no, you tell him. And
you were in I believe you were in a movie.
With her,
and you kissed her in the movie.
I didn't find out what it was about until 18, 19 years later.
Wow.
What? I didn't even know why he did
Did you find out from him?
Yeah, I did. Because in the book, I wrote it.
Yeah.
And then my author was like, you can't put this in here because you got to get the rights done for them.
Right.
So this was bothering me. I didn't know if that was the reason. I did want to put it in the book.
WMMR.
Thank you, Kath. So we made this announcement just a little while ago, added to Camp Out for Hunger for the Food Trucks and Fireworks event on Monday night, 1 week from today. We have from Celebration Fireworks, not only an amazing fireworks show that starts at 8, but before that, we have now received final approval for a drone show to take place. It will happen at 7:30, and then the fireworks show is at 8 o'clock. Now, the only thing that might stop this are weather issues or last-minute FAA flight restrictions. They made something with the airport may pop
It's
up. You never know.
possible.
But as of now, it's a go. We have approval.
And the weather right now looks very good. This will be my first drone show. I saw what I later learned was a drone show in the distance and then was told it was a drone show, but I've never seen one where I was aware it was going on.
Yeah, this is going to be cool. So that's just one of the things that we've added to it. Tuesday night is movie night. We're going to be showing Step Brothers.
Yeah.
In all of its unedited glory. So parents, be aware. And we're still working on whether it's going to be inside or outside. We'll let you know right now. We've had a little snafu with our projection. So we'll get that set up, though. But that's Tuesday night. Wednesday night, Quizzo night. We have a catered Flyers suite.
It's amazing.
That will be given away for the prize for that Wednesday night. And that's going to be inside Xfinity Live Victory Beer Hall, I believe.
Yeah, I feel like we might have underestimated the excitement behind this.
Are you getting a good response?
Yeah. So I hope we have enough chairs.
The more the merrier.
All right, we'll find out. That's Wednesday night. And Thursday night, still working on the free T-shirt thing. I haven't gotten the full-on thumbs up on that, but I have a feeling it's going to happen.
We're going to be there, though, all hanging out as we will be. And you come down and say hi. That's what we're excited about, is seeing you.
I told you guys I wanted to spread out some of these shout-outs and butt plugs, so I'm going to do a little plug here. This is, I got an email from Erin Borkowski, who asked me to mention Beards for Bella. She says, my name's Erin, and Justin's my husband. We founded a nonprofit, Beards for Bella, It's written two different ways, Beats for Bella and Beards for Bella. So I'll go with the Beards for Bella.
I think it's Beats.
Okay, but there's a beard growing contest.
Okay, that's the event. Okay.
So she said we founded a nonprofit, which I think is Beats for Bella, about 10 years ago to bring more awareness to congenital heart defects. Our daughter Bella was born at CHOP, a severe single ventricle heart defect called hypoplastic left heart syndrome, eventually missing the left side of her heart.
Wow.
She's had 3 open heart surgeries and is a rock star. She said, we're running our third Beards for Bella. It's an event we love because it stemmed from Bella's dad superstitiously growing his beard in between Bella's first and second open heart surgeries. Helped us create so much awareness and for congenital heart disease. The last time we ran it in 2020, we had 40 guys and raised $65,000.
Excellent.
We think it'd be cool if we could get a shout out from you guys. And if anyone on the staff wanted to participate, that obviously would be amazing. Our goal this year is 50 guys and $100,000. So she sent me the link. I don't have the details. I sent this to Nick. Did you have a chance to post this, Nick?
Not yet, but I will today.
Okay.
It is, the registration is by November 24th, and then the shave day is December 1st. And then the measure day is not until next year. So measure day is May 18th of 2024. But I'll post all the information up on the community page of the site.
Cool. So a little butt plug for you guys here. I thought I'd pass that along. Yep. All right. So today, November 6th, is National Nachos Day.
Oh!
And what's interesting, and listen, there's a national day every day for some type of thing.
Yeah, in fact, it's annoying. But nachos, there's something rare and beautiful.
Well, I thought it was fun because this story includes the origin of nachos.
So many times they don't. They just say, this is the day, deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mother effer.
So, Macho Man, Nacho Man, either one works.
I'm a Nacho man.
But nachos... Now, I'm sure you already saw the story,
Yes, I
Steve,
did.
but anybody want to guess, like, when nachos were invented, how long they've been around?
Nachos.
Because I was kind of surprised.
You're surprised because it's recent, aren't you?
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying I'm surprised.
I'm going to go within the last 35 years.
Okay.
I will direct you to the painting of the Last Supper.
I see.
There are nachos on that.
I'm going to say 1982.
Okay,
Ooh,
Kathy.
I'm going to say 1972.
1972.
I recuse myself.
Okay.
1943.
Oh, man, you threw us off.
Why are you surprised by 43?
Because that's a long time.
Oh, we were going the other way.
I was saying with you guys. I thought it was more recent,
Right.
but I was surprised that it's been around since 1943, and they know exactly who invented it. A lot of times, these cuisines have kind of we think it might have, the origin might have been here, or it may have been there, except for like fettuccine Alfredo, which we found out was created in Mexico, which is crazy.
But I know what you're talking about thinking about, Preston, that you're shocked about 1943, because I would have thought it was something like in the last maybe 30 years, 40 years.
or something.
Right,
maybe.
yeah. So that seemed to be about right. But the 40s?
By the way, I'm pretty certain that I invented nachos and salsa.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you did.
I remember my dad and I were taking a trip out west. I was 13 years old, and we were driving through, I don't know, we might have been in Montana or somewhere like that, and we were hungry and stopped out to get something to eat, and they had nachos there.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what, something would go good with this. And I found some taco sauce.
Okay.
Or maybe it was salsa at the time.
Well, then,
but I had never had it before in my life, and I put those two things together. They weren't even next to each other.
Okay.
You know,
that's great.
Pretty sure I invented nachos.
Listen,
and
I
salsa.
think legally you have a case.
Yeah.
I devoured that stuff too.
Two things about nachos and inventing things. One, nachos, like if you're doing chips and salsa, potato chips is a really, really, really great alternative if you do not have. Why are you breathing loud?
Their integrity has to be firm, though, because a thin potato chip can break.
And their morality.
Yeah, listen, a Hers plain blue bag potato chip works great with salsa.
The old blue bagger. Huh?
The old blue bagger.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to go crazy.
My bags are so blue.
Also, I invented potato chips with ketchup.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'd like to hear what other people have invented.
Oh, what did I?
May I add to this?
Yeah.
The addition of milk to cereal.
You did that.
You were the first one to do that.
They just they created a whole what do you call it?
Now, listen, I'm not looking for money, just acknowledgement.
Just acknowledgement.
Yeah, I'm not looking for money either.
No.
Just
acknowledgement.
Oh, I'm looking for money, so I'm trying to
All
think
right.
something good.
Just like a 900-foot statue.
So here we go. Something else to add before I get to the
just
origin?
about nachos and when you're creating nachos at home, or even if you're at a restaurant creating nachos, you really need to have a large surface area to disperse the nachos kind of evenly so that everything can get a decent amount of cheese and salsa.
You're talking about when they put the toppings on.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Case, it has to be a tub in the back of a kitchen with some guy hunched over.
On the ground.
No, so I know what you're saying. Sometimes it can be a stack of nachos, and then all the stuff, all the love, just goes in one spot.
Yeah,
on the top.
agreed.
If you spread them out, and a little more effort put into it, I can see that.
Yeah, Pinocchio's Pizza used to do a very, very uniformed version of nachos. It's not on their menu anymore, and I'm upset that it's not, because it was I think the best bang for your buck nacho you could get.
Is there any member of the show, anyone amongst us who does not enjoy nachos? Kathy?
You know you're okay. Here's sorry. Do you want to go?
No, go ahead.
Oh, here's the thing. I don't not enjoy them. However, I would never. I don't think I've ever ordered nachos on my own. It would have to be like I was with a friend who wanted nachos, and I was like, sure, we can do that. But I wouldn't order it on my own.
Will you partake?
Yes.
And
Like
you
I
love it.
will.
All
Yeah,
right.
but it's not to me. Like things for me have to be worth the calories. Like that to me is not worth the calories.
I gotcha. I haven't partaken upon nachos in a long time.
really?
It's like a full set with all the stuff on top of it.
All the trimmings.
It's nothing I go to.
It's kind
anymore.
of a standard. Like when I get off of the beach and I head home, I can almost guarantee that there's either going to be nachos waiting for me on the island, or they will be in the oven.
Oh.
Yeah.
You don't ever have surf nachos?
Never had surf nachos, but no, it's a pretty standard thing.
It's like a beach. That's like your beach thing.
That's what my wife likes to make them, and everybody eats them, and so you can pretty much guarantee that at some point on a Saturday or Sunday, there's going to be nachos on our island.
Preston, you ever go with like a sushi style nachos with raw tuna and wasabi and
almost like a poke?
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah,
no,
but they can be heated sort of like a seared tuna. They're really good.
You do like an ahi,
kind of, yeah.
Fancy nacho.
Yeah, that's. I mean, listen, I'll go base nachos too, guys. The only problem, Casey, with the spreading, and I don't disagree with you at all, but the middle portion of said spread becomes challenging to your fingers, so you're going to need a fork. To get
At
to
some point, I
to get to the
have
middle.
used knife and fork on nachos.
I mean, you don't have to.
It's too much.
Right.
Well, I mean, if you're sharing, it's hard to say.
You don't share.
Because then you get your fingers all in there and everything. Yeah. I know what you're saying. Before I give you the origin of the nachos, Lisa has works on a taco truck and has something to share here. Hi, Lisa. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning.
Hey, what taco truck do you work on?
I work for Jeremiah's Custom Cuisine out of Berlin, New Jersey.
Okay, and you guys have a special dish?
We do. So our name is Custom Cuisine. So we serve a couple of different menus. And when we do our slider menu, we serve potato chip nachos.
Potato chip nachos. And what kind of chips do you use?
Yeah. Well, we just use ShopRite brands.
Okay.
ShopRite.
That's fine, but what goes on the nachos? Or on the potato chips?
Corn chip nacho, the cheddar cheese, peppers, black beans, tomatoes, your meat choice, and then you get the sour cream and sour cream and jalapeno.
I'll bet they're very popular.
They are very popular,
Yeah.
and few of my coworkers they don't like it. There's a lot of things.
Fire them.
Right. And they don't want to serve it anymore. But I said, people like it. People are ordering it. It doesn't matter that you don't like it.
Totally.
Yeah, if people like it, then listen.
Have what they want.
There you go. That's all you need.
Lise, do you ever do anything salty and sweet as far as the nacho chips are concerned? Because I saw something over the weekend that intrigued me a little bit.
Well, not necessarily, but a few of our meats are kind of on the sweet side.
Sweet meat.
But we don't do anything like specifically. I kind of know what you're talking about. We don't really do anything.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Lisa. Appreciate it.
All right. So what did you see,
guys.
Case?
I love you, and I'll see you at Camp Out.
Oh, we love you. Thank you.
All right. See you there.
Yes.
What's the sweet thing that caught your eye?
It was corn chips. It was, the nacho chip and a corn chip are siblings. But it was corn chips that had, oh God, what did this person do? They ended up taking like some peanut butter and kind of melting that down a little bit and drizzling that all over the corn chips. And then they took chocolate, did the same exact thing and melted that all over. And then they kind of
serve it in a yellow pillow.
They did not serve it in a yellow pill. What they did is they mixed it all up, and I think they laid it out flat, and then they stuck it in the fridge or the freezer.
Interesting.
And it became a bark of sorts.
Okay. All right. You had me. You didn't have me until you said put it in the freezer.
Mm-hmm.
Stick it in the fridge.
Stick it in the fridge.
Chicken in the bread pan.
To quote our friend G Love.
Yes.
Then I might be on board for that.
Right?
Because you get salty and sweet. And it's more like I thought it was going to be served warm, and I'm like,
Nah.
no, that doesn't sound right.
So, Preston, would you take us back to the origins of nachos?
I would, yes. Let me. Do we have something? Yes, thank you. We'll go back in time. 1943. Beloved nachos are of Mexican origin, so nothing surprising there.
Right.
But history tells us that a gentleman, by the name of Ignacio,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
He probably says Ignacio. Is that what you were going to say?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, Ignacio Nacho. I thought it was Ignacio because his nickname is Nacho.
Nacho, yeah.
Whatever the dude's name is, created the original nachos in 1943. According to his son, Nacho was the maitre d' at El Mordeno restaurant in Piedras Negras. Did I get that right?
That sounds good.
Okay.
Don't ever correct.
One evening after the kitchen staff had left, a group of U.S. Army wives stationed at Fort Duncan in Eagle Pass came into the restaurant. And after a long day of shopping, they were very hungry and they asked for a snack. So, dude prepared some tostadas cut into triangles. After topping them with shredded cheese and sliced jalapenos, he heated the dish in the oven. And they were such a hit with the Army wives that they named the snack Nachos Special.
So that sounds pretty unchanged, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much similar to what we're eating the very day that we live in.
And apparently they named it that before he even made a second batch. So like it stuck immediately.
So here he was looking to score with the military wives and figured he'd give them something that they would like.
Where did
I love that it's pretty much because things are naturally going to change over time, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so word of the new creation quickly traveled. People from all over tried them, loved them, and over time the name changed. Eventually, Nacho Special just became Special Nachos.
Okay, for you guys, meat or no meat? And if you are meat, what kind of meat? Ground beef, chicken?
I do like the meat, and I will do both ground beef and chicken.
Yeah, I could do any of them. Pork even.
Pork, yes, pork is very good.
Pulled pork.
Actually, and I don't even like pork all that much, but I will have it on nachos.
It's one of those things, case where it doesn't they're both good. You don't have to have
What are you, a
meat
cop?
on nachos.
Well, I got a vegetarian in my household, so we.
Sure.
Yeah, but we do.
Just put the pork in and don't tell them.
No, we do the Beyond Meat, so we'll do that.
Will you do like beans ever?
How was it? You like that?
No, Nick, and it's it's not like I don't like beans.
I like a bean dip on my nachos.
I do like that. I do like that. Nachos is one of those things, and I envy you, Preston, in your cooking skills. The ability to just say, how about a little of this? How about a little of that? Let's try this now.
Yeah.
Because I think nachos, like pizza in many ways, can be sort of very representative of your personal tastes.
Oh, I was going to say, I feel like I could cook nachos.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
Way to go.
Yes, for Kathy to prepare, here's how Kathy
Don't
prepares
brag
food.
about that.
Put all the ingredients on a tray, trip her, and have them fly into a fire.
It's not cooking; it's heating up.
It's like adding already cooked ingredients or already prepared.
Yeah. You just put everything together.
I
and that's
could
pretty much
probably
it.
make a list of like the 10 things I can actually cook.
I believe it.
How
I'm not sure if I
how
could
many
get 10,
repeats
but-
in that list?
No, I was just saying I don't know if I could get 10, but like maybe.
What is your best culinary expression? What is your dish?
That doesn't
What do you rock?
That doesn't exist.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't. There is no
Gotta be
best.
something.
Well,
the one thing, you're in a pinch. Kathy's the only one who can help me. You got to make dinner tonight. What is it?
We're all eating brownies.
Yes, I'll be over.
I can somewhat bake. I can
Okay.
somewhat bake. If I
I want to do that cooking show. Well, that sucked with you.
keep going and let me think about what I can
All right.
actually
Okay.
put together.
Because I would like you to prepare it for us if that wouldn't be too ridiculous
let me
to
think
ask.
about it.
How often do you guys save an Instagram reel that is a recipe of sorts?
Oh, all the time, and then I never go back and
never
use
go
them or
back.
make them.
I wonder how many I have saved, Kat, because I do it all the time, and I've never gone back to.
I bet it
make any of
inspires
it.
you though.
Inspires me?
Yeah, no, like don't you think that sometimes that lives in the back of your head, and you're like, you know what, I'll try a Casey version of this down the road.
You guys, Nick, do you cook at all?
Yeah, but I'm mostly grill, and we team up well in the kitchen.
Do you? Okay, I do not, and I have now and then, and I've enjoyed it. But yeah, you are sort of like, you know what I want to go ahead. I'll tell you what I want to try in a second. You
Oh
go
no,
ahead.
I was just gonna tell Casey. You know what I do make from the reels are the specialty drinks, the cocktails.
Okay, well there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, some of those work. Yeah.
Here's the thing I want to do, because I've seen it. I think I've mentioned it a couple of times, and it may be something we can do on air. Is to get the chocolate chip cookie roll.
Oh, you want to do
and make the waffles.
the waffle with the chocolate chip cookie.
I like the
waffle.
bowl. I just saved the chocolate chip cookie bowl yesterday, where you take a muffin pan and you flip it upside down, and then you put the cookie dough around it, and it creates a bowl that you could put your ice cream in.
You know, I have to say, I feel Preston. I feel kind of dirty getting this deep into food, and it's not the.
I know, but it's Monday.
Okay.
We've got till we got a nice spread. But Steve, remember you bought that Wolfgang Puck series
I did.
of teaching,
and I enjoyed
videos.
it. Yeah, I enjoyed the series.
Did
and
anything stick?
The eggs Benedict.
Okay.
Yes. So and I've done some cooking in my life. I think it. I talk a good game, but I never get around to it.
I made banana bread last week, and the reason that I did it was that I had 4 bananas that had gone a little too brown. That's too many bananas for banana bread. I learned because it makes the banana bread.
It was banana pudding. Wasn't
it's Steve.
Yeah.
I put it in the oven and it kept not cooking, and it kept not cooking, and it ended up the center of it was just pure pudding at that point.
I have the image.
It tasted good.
Preston, I have the image of Nick and like there's flames on bananas, through the window, and then.
You had to use a spoon to dig, and then it cooked on the top and sort of the outsides, but the middle was pretty liquid.
Yeah, I mean the key to cooking is you just got to keep doing it.
Yeah.
That's where I fall down.
You fail, and then you go back and you try it again, and try it again, and try it again, and eventually figure out things that you can do.
I fail and then go, this isn't worth it.
Kathy has the spatula in one hand and the cell phone with dialed up to Redstone in the other.
I have Scott who wants to mention something about nachos. Hi, Scott. Good morning.
Good morning, Preston, Steve.
Good morning, Scott.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, I lived in San Diego for about 22 years, and I got a great recipe for nachos.
All right.
Super nachos. It's got grilled carne asada cut up into small pieces, sour cream, guacamole, of course, cheese, and you can put, salsa, tomatoes, onions on it, and man, it's a meal.
What's carne asada?
Steak. Mexican
steak. Mexican steak. Okay.
Steak. Grilled really nice, and man, it's a meal.
All right. Sounds like it.
You're going to want to use a spoon, though.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it,
Carne
buddy.
asada is grilled and sliced beef, usually skirt steak, which I do. I don't like a lot of steak, but I do like skirt steak.
Okay. Oh, I love that.
Interesting.
Here, Haley has a comment on her turn on nachos.
Why don't you slip that skirt steak off?
Haley, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up?
You were talking about the potato chips that fall apart, and I find the Kettle brand ones, those work really well for making nachos.
They're crisper. And they're a little more sturdy.
Yeah, like if you wanted to get the barbecue ones and put some pulled pork on it, some barbecue sauce, you could top it with some cheddar cheese, add the green onion.
Yeah, man.
Nick is firm.
Keep going. Talk slower.
I'm actually
feeling pumping in my pants.
By the way,
thank you, Haley.
Hers,
Thank you so
it
much.
came up. Hers kettle chips are my favorite. That would probably be the that'd be the one I'd go with.
Of all the things that I love, I'm just not sold on potato chips as a substitute for nachos.
No, the perfect
alternative.
The perfect marriage is nacho chips.
Yeah.
Do you use the scooping nacho chips?
Oh yeah.
They're the best.
Dig those.
Yeah, and I sometimes feel a little cheap when I do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're selling out a little bit.
Selling out a little bit. They're just not.
It'd be like eating.
They're not earthborn nachos.
It would be
You know
like
what I mean?
You're saying it'd be like
Lab-grown.
eating Chinese with a fork.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Like
it's just something. I mean,
right.
they,
Right.
I know what you're saying.
Something random about the other one.
But after a while, when you're not able to scoop all that you want in it,
No, I like it, and I will use them, but I do feel
like a whore.
Yeah, a little bit like a whore.
Liar whore.
Liar whore,
Yeah,
whore.
but not you, Case. No,
Not even a little bit.
Are those the ones that you?
Liar whore, and you know it.
They're your go-to, the scoops.
Well, no, if I want to be efficient, yeah. I mean, my favorite as far as taste and texture concerned is restaurant-style chips. And I do think, listen, Tostitos is like the big name, but I think hers restaurant-style chips, tortilla chips, are the best.
I think I would agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
You know what I don't like about the scooped chips is that they're too salty. I don't think that I don't like salty tortilla chips because I feel like the salsa is salty enough.
Do you know what I feel like a complete loser? And it's quite often that I feel like a complete loser when I will just eat these scoopable by themselves.
No, that's fine. I'll
Really?
eat tortilla chips. That's the great thing about tortilla chips. You don't have to dip them. You can eat them by themselves.
I feel like it's like at Preston for you, it'd be like halfway to a golf stroke.
Steve, they went to the trouble to make it for you actually to scoop something with this very
That's what I'm
particular chip.
thinking.
I know.
Right, yeah. right.
And therefore, you're
I'm
like, here I
wasting
am.
it.
I'm wasting it.
How many countries do not even benefit from scoopable chips? And here I am in this first world situation, throwing my vast wealth around, eating scoopable chips.
You're kind of showing off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I
Are
happen
the scoopables more expensive than the standard
I
ones?
don't know.
Because the production process is probably a
You
little
know what I'll do
involved.
sometimes, Preston? I will eat those scoopable chips without using them for anything. I'll hop into my Lambo and wipe my greasy fingers on the upholstery.
So, Nick, question for you.
Yeah.
You have this salsa, and you can't wait to eat it, right? And you're so excited. And
you're chubbing out big time.
You grab your nacho chip, or you grab the salsa out of the fridge.
Yes.
Because it's fresh, and you can't,
Yeah.
just put it in the
You know,
pantry.
dummy.
Right.
And you grab it, and then you open the pantry to get your nacho chips, and you don't have any tortilla chips, and all you have are potato chips.
Is
Do you
okay.
do it?
And you're not going anywhere to go. You're you're at home.
Yeah.
The first thing I do is do I use a regular spoon or a big spoon to scoop it out? Because I will drink that salsa like it's ice cream.
You will eat it as just by itself.
Yeah, I guess, Casey, if I'm forced to, you know what I'd rather do?
Oh man.
If I'm
Use
going to be
Eucharist?
perfectly honest about this, I'm not going to go potato chips. I'm going to go like bread or crackers.
Fritos?
Nope. I'll do like a water cracker. You know what's a great
All
alternative?
you have are potato chips in my scenario.
What about pretzel crisps?
Oh my God, delightful!
Yes.
Yes, I'm sticking to this case.
It
I don't
sounds
think
like-
I'm not
sounds
going to
like-
default to the potato chips.
What about
just to appease you over there?
What about
Sounds like
after
potato
eight
chips
dinner mints?
Are last on the list for him.
They are,
Okay.
yeah.
Stoned
Stoned
all right.
wheat thins.
So when you go, oh my God, you're so weird. You go
not
to
weird.
You go to Chipotle
Casey's going to kind of like, Diane, you got to hear this. He went with wheat thins.
over
Stone
potato
wheat,
chips.
stone wheat thins, not regular wheat thins. I'm not an animal.
So at Chipotle, every now and then you get those chips, and you got the regular chip, which is great, and then you get the one chip that has all the salt on it.
Yeah.
And then you get another chip that is way too stale, and then you have another chip that is not cooked enough, that is almost like still like
Yeah.
wet almost.
Yeah.
Like
Rare.
Rare.
It's a little rare.
It's like. There is a place for each and every one of those chips that you mentioned.
Hang on a second here. I've not heard of this. I'm going to go to Ashley. Hi, Ashley. You're on the air. Good morning.
Go Birds.
Go
Yeah.
Birds.
What's up, Ash?
So, when you guys were talking about nachos and Casey was talking about it being like a vacation staple, we do family vacation every year. There's 18 of us.
Wow.
And this last year, we always do Taco Tuesday. So we had all these leftovers from the taco night, and my niece had seen on Instagram that you can do tabletop nachos. So you just take parchment paper, we cover the entire island up, and you dump the bag of nachos, put your toppings on it. But we also got like a little weird with it, with leftovers for the smaller kids.
You got kinky, didn't you?
A little bit. But we had leftover baked beans, cheddar cheese, and chicken nuggets. So we just warmed it up and put it on nachos, and all the younger kids ate all of it.
We're looking at something that approximates a photo that Connor pulled up that approximates what I think you're talking about.
Yeah.
It looks pretty damn good.
There's a variety of foods that you can do tabletop, which is pretty cool. You know what I like to try sometime is a tabletop chowder. Tabletop chowder.
Yeah.
It'll run.
Yeah.
Sure.
It'll
right?
run.
A little.
Yeah.
But, you can make do.
Sour cream or no sour cream on your nachos?
Oh, loads of sour cream.
Yeah.
And I'm not even a massive sour cream fan, but I think you have to have it.
Thanks, Ashley.
Of that sort of gluttonous, sort of trough eating food, is nachos the king of that? Or is there something that exceeds that?
Wow. Probably.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Where you just reckless abandon.
Yeah, where everybody, it's
You just dive
it's
in.
a pile of stuff, and there's no clear-cut portions.
Right.
You just have at it. That's a good question.
Yeah.
I would think probably.
For Carter's birthday, they brought out the seafood.
Oh, the
towers.
tower, the seafood tower. But
that was pretty damn good.
That's a little bit. I think it's a little bit different. I think you might be right, Steve. As far as I like that term, trough food.
Right.
Because you could fill up a trough
And just eat with hands free.
Is there any other trough food out?
Nothing that I think comes close to nachos. Right?
I'm like, so now.
I mean, if you talk about the classic
loaded fries and
loaded
stuff like
fries,
that.
potato skins.
Yeah, sexy fries. I
Right.
had some over the weekend. Hang on, Marissa's got a point to make.
There is a restaurant near me called Butcher Bar, and they sell a trough. So it's for the table. It's like for 6 to 8 people, and it's filled with burgers and steaks, and it's like it has fries on the
trough.
bottom to like
That's
sop up all the
insane.
stuff. It's
We're
really
looking at a
great.
picture of that. That's crazy.
We'll hang out there, and like once a year, you'll see the Eagles O line coming from the back.
What the
room
hell are
when
you
they-
eating in this?
They have a really good mac and cheese, and
All right.
Steve, you would love this. They have a veggie meatball.
Oh, nice. Interesting.
How much does the trough cost, Marissa?
Think it might be like $180 or
Okay.
so. I'm
You're sitting with a
totally
few
making
people.
that
That
up,
makes
but
sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I think if you order ahead, you can do a bar trough too. They'll just bring you a small one for two.
Is it a
What's a bar? Hang on. What's a bar trough?
Like if you're sitting at the
Oh,
bar.
same thing, but just for
yeah,
two.
So it's like a cheese
Okay.
board size trough.
Gotcha.
Is it a meatball though? If it's not meat?
Well, they say like impossible meat and stuff like that, so I guess you could apply it. You know, but technically no.
All right, interesting. Well, this all got started with the invention of nachos. Well, it being Nacho Day.
And as always, I'm now ravenously hungry for nachos.
Looks like it's Nacho Day
It's
now.
Nacho Day.
November 6th is National Nachos Day, and apparently it was created by, how do you pronounce the guy's first name?
I would say Ignacio.
Ignacio Nacho Anaya.
Ignacio, not Ignacio. Sorry.
Ignacio Nacho Anaya was his name. So his nickname was Nacho, and he's the guy that came up with it in 1943.
Quick question. I know we're wrapping it up. Do they retain any of the, as like with Taco Tuesday, do they retain any of the
Well,
rights to?
Nick, you pulled up the information about him. Does it say anything about ownership or?
I think he got screwed.
Oh, man.
Okay. Yeah.
Casey, wasn't there a character on Better Call Saul named Nacho?
Yep.
And I think his first name.
Nacho Varga?
Yeah, I think his first name was actually Ignacio. And that's so the nickname for Ignacio is Nacho.
Okay. Fair enough. He got it. There you go. Nice. So happy Nacho Day, everyone.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break. We will come back in a moment. We still have more information concerning Camp Out for Hunger, things that you may not be aware of. The Fill-A-Trunk event
Yes.
is coming up this weekend, and it's a biggie. So our buddy Jeff Walton, who is the brains and operation behind that whole thing, is going to give us the details. We'll come back in just a moment, so make sure that you stay with us.
So I sent it to him.
Yeah.
And him and Jada wrote me an email back and said, it did really happen, man. Put it.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he was kind of fuming.
I mean, he's just, kind of human.
Yeah.
So that's the second reason why I was happy.
Okay.
Because whatever that is, that fueled that energy that he came at me or Chris with, he's got an opportunity to deal with it
Right.
in one life.
And you
Now, how many of us have that opportunity to not only have success, but then to have some internal success about growing?
We were just talking about that, about how you process, how you deal with those things that set you off, or those things that you and you talk about it. It's a large part of your existence is bettering yourself. How do I
Right.
become the best version of myself? And so you want to always hope that people have that, they can reclaim their better selves.
Yeah, and that, and that it was great to see.
Yeah.
I've been through my down the toilets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And through the love of people around me, and a good universe, pull through it.
Yeah.
So it's we're in this place. We're in this place where we got reward systems and this, that, and the other thing, the things we reach for.
Did you have to learn that? It sounds like with your mother on your side early on, it sounds like you were getting a really good instruction on how to approach life. Or did you have weaker moments where you had become less than what you wanted to be?
I went to Earth University with everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
I got a degree.
Yeah, yeah.
So it, there was times that was a problem, with them being white and me being black and stuff that we went through, and it's just the road.
Yeah.
It's the road we're on.
Tommy, what was it like achieving the success of In Living Color? Because, that I'm always curious as to how fame and fortune affect individuals. And you've had an interesting life. And that In Living Color blew up. It was huge for a stretch. And so I'm curious as to how it affected you.
You know what? For one, the main thing is that I just got touched by a freaking angel.
Yeah.
To have that show in my life.
And did you know that at the time?
We knew.
Yeah.
We knew we were going to be touched by something because we were all the best at the time. So when we walked in the door and looked at each other, we said, "We're doing a show together."
Yeah, think of that cast.
Yeah. Oh, it's like the X-Men meeting for the first time. What? So, you know what I mean? So it was that thing, and then come the changes of success.
Right.
We were like family. You know, we go to lunch every day, dinner every day. You know, and we didn't know anything about fame. I didn't think we couldn't have, because when it came, it was just like a freaking. Did you see the Blob?
Yes, sure. Both of them.
Yeah, it's just no getting away from it. It comes from an event.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to, you know, you can't shoot it. I mean, it's like, you know, it's nothing. You can't shoot it. You can't burn it.
Cold.
And it's coming at you nice and slow.
Yeah.
You know, I'm taking my time. You know what I mean? You know, and it's kind of like that thing, you know, and so, you know, that's a surviving thing. That's the thing to survive.
You met you met Keenan at a party, or he'd come to see you. Saw you happened to be on set of a show you were on.
He saw me plenty of times when I was coming up.
Okay,
at the clubs.
We had him in the studio on his birthday a few years ago.
Okay,
it was a surprise.
Awesome.
60th birthday.
Oh, he's something else.
Awesome.
Man. He's something else. And you know, it was just he knew who was. He's the doctor. He's the Dr. Xavier.
Yeah.
Of the whole thing.
He's Professor X?
He knew who the mutants were.
Yeah.
He just took us to the danger room. We got it all together and said, okay, now go get them.
Yeah.
We got too dangerous.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
We got too dangerous. He would come. He said, you guys can do whatever you want. And that. If you have something, we can always do another take. And blah, 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 blah. Boy, by the end of that season, it was like, he would come in the room and go, hey, look, man, look at me, you guys. We're going to get canceled, man. You cannot. You know, we're laughing.
That's what always happens, though.
We're laughing.
Yeah.
How long was the run?
5 years.
5 years. It's
seems like longer, right?
It was in my wheelhouse. It was one of those things that I never missed it every single week. And
Casey, it was the must quote. Did you see that?
Oh yeah,
that was it.
Yeah,
and you know, having this job,
radio was what made us.
Yeah.
You know,
having this job has allowed me to meet a lot of the stars of that show. So having you here, you know, on multiple occasions is a huge honor for me. We've had David Allen Greer sit in that seat, like you said, Keenan, Sean, Marlon Wayans. We haven't had Jim Carrey in here yet.
Okay.
You know, but you know,
he's here.
What's that? Is he here?
Yeah.
Surprise!
He's on the roof crying. What are you crying about?
He's been a little emotional.
He's on the roof crying right now. No, that's we were friends before in Living Color.
Yeah.
Yeah, our daughters are the same age. You know, we were comic at the Comedy Store, so we do birthday parties and stuff like that. Now they're 35.
Yeah,
you know, we knew each other back then, and then once the show came along, so you know, we have a through line.
Yeah.
That came before it.
He and Damon Wayans are two that I would love to meet.
Yeah.
Love to meet those guys.
Yeah, you know, I just, you know, we all just got really lucky.
Yeah.
You know, like,
you didn't.
Like we can be.
Luck plus talent.
Yeah.
equals
Yeah,
the
you
end
gotta have
result.
both of them.
Yeah, you got to have both of them. But the thing is that I always try to give this advice. Never, you know, what you see is always realize that there are people that can do exactly that, and there's a whole tremendous amount of people out there with extraordinary talent that you'll never know about because the break didn't happen for
That's
them.
right.
You know?
Yeah, except now there's YouTube and you can see them there.
Yeah. But, you know, it seems like the way of this thing we live on.
Yeah.
This blue thing we live on, you know. We could go to the grocery store and see like heaps and heaps of ice cream. You see trucks.
Yeah.
Mack trucks full of cookies and this, that, and the other thing. And, you know, I go to Djibouti, Africa, or Mexico, or somewhere like that, or even Detroit, you know, and people are under a bridge with, you know, a cracker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, so it's where we live, you know, and you know, I think the whole forever thing, you know, got kind of pulled.
Yeah.
Because we don't need to be here that long.
Yeah.
You know, we need to just do it right, and leave it up to eternity.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, it's a very healthy attitude.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning in, it's Tommy Davidson who's going to be at World Cafe Live tonight. Tickets are on sale. You can get them at worldcafelive.com. It's funny. It's funny music is the name of the show. How
people are going home? I thought that was Dr. Phil on there, man. Dr. Phil got a black accent all of a sudden.
How are you finding that the music and comedy live are playing together? Is it a nice? You love the balance?
Yeah, it's a good balance, but there's two different art forms.
Yeah,
and they're.
It's all about timing, though.
Music, boy, I tell you, music is like a beautiful woman. It's like, you know, you ain't gonna know what to do no matter what.
That's a great way to put it.
You ain't gonna know what to do no matter what.
It's an essential. We've talked on the show. Occasionally, you'll come across somebody who says, "I'm not into music." There's nothing available to you that you can find that you enjoy, because it is literally it's what the station has been about for years, providing a soundtrack for people's lives.
I know.
You know.
I know. You know, hey, you know, like I said, we're on this blue chip now.
Yeah. And just that little bit of the song we played, I heard a little, and that's all that I've heard of it, unfortunately. But I'll listen to it more. I heard almost a little Al Jarreau.
Yeah,
type of thing
yeah.
in
That's
there.
you know, this is a business, right?
Yeah.
And so, you know, I had to think strategy. You know, how am I going to enter into the music business? I wanted to do it in a genuine way.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to be able to come in here and do something that I could do really, really well for a certain audience.
Right.
Because the way that things are now, divided into social media and all of this stuff, you know, I'm somebody who can be eating a pickle on the porch couch.
Yeah.
In Buffalo, can critique my album. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, it's like, you know what I mean? So I don't know if I want to subject myself. You know what I mean?
You got to impress the pickle guy.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. Never get a picture of the person that made the comment. You know what I mean? You know, I don't think Tommy Davidson's album is, you know, and you look and he's, you know, he's over a paint bucket. You know what I mean? You know, he's got a living room couch
on his porch.
The 70s on his porch. Right. You know, with kittens. You know what I mean? It's February. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? So
it sounds very specific.
Yeah, it's very specific.
Who knew he was a jazz fan?
Yeah, it's very specific. You know, I got that from when what was it, Amazon?
Yeah.
Or whatever, you know, went to do my book.
Yeah.
You know, and so they had comments, you know? And this is when I discovered that comments and social media is like the bathroom stall. Anybody can say something, everybody gets to read it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you're not going to go in the bathroom stall and go, let me write this number down. Let me quote that. You know what I mean? So all these comments were there, right? I love the book. This is great. You know, some of the stuff bothered me, but you know, all in all, this, that, and then there was one comment that said, you know, I really liked Tommy Davidson until I read the book.
Huh.
And I'm like, you know. Amazon, why'd you have to put that? Like the owner can go to the moon.
Yeah.
The owner can go to the moon on his own money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, why can't you leave out one bad thing that someone would say about it? That bad. I mean, there's no redeeming quality in none of that. That's just like I used to like him.
Yeah.
And now I don't like him because of the book. So it's like saying, I don't like him because of who he is.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I found out who he is in the book.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But you know, we talk about the joke, and it's the classic joke is you get 200 great reviews, and that one that stinks.
Yeah.
What?
I know.
Yeah.
But I know the real thing.
No, you know.
The real thing is, you know, that person got loved.
Yeah.
And don't know what it's like. You know, but at least they got loved.
Yeah.
Because they got loved in one way or the other. Because they had to say it. You know, they had to say it. So they read it.
Yeah.
I got a text on one of the past, as long as we do have to wrap up, unfortunately. But this person says,
"Doggone it!"
It says, Tommy's story is amazing. Thank him for being a beautiful human being, especially for what he went through.
Yeah.
So there's some great comments.
I will say that I used to like Tommy before this interview. Now I love him.
Yeah,
Now you love him.
Now I love him.
Thank you. Looking out on my lonely room, day after.
Is that Badfinger?
Yeah.
Great song.
I'm going to get your book.
What was it? Who was that?
Oh, yes. Roundabout.
Now, you gonna change your ways.
Now I remember the last
Sammy
time.
Davis.
Now I remember the last
That was
time.
Sammy Davis Jr. doing yes.
I remember the last time we had you, and you immediately just launched into Philadelphia Freedom just like that. Before I even ask you one question.
Yeah, but I got a new Sammy verse. I got my eye, it's out. You know there?
Wow.
I love it.
World Cafe live tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Now I got a new one.
Funny music with Tommy Davidson and Marcus Mitchell on sax. I wanted to mention him because you were talking
Really
about how
good.
great he is. So,
Yeah, come out and have some fun.
Listen,
I'll be there.
It's wonderful to see you. Thanks for coming through.
Thank you,
today.
man. You guys are still here. Like radio still exists.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
There you go. It's for you.
You know what I mean?
This is Roundabout, by the way. It's got a long intro.
It does.
I would have gotten to it, but we got to take a break. 'cause we gotta fit our
Shows
commercials in.
tonight.
Thank
We
you
know
so
what you
much.
mean.
Yeah.
WorldCafeLive.com to get tickets to see Tommy Davidson. We're going to take a break, right? It's our buddy Tom Papa calling him?
Yeah,
All
we
right.
got cool.
So we'll come back.
We got cool.
We got
We got cool.
Casey. I've done something like that so many times that I can't bust your balls about it. We'll come back in a second with Tom Papa. We got cool. Stay there. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
This Saturday, the Keswick Theater is going to light up with the comedy stylings of our next guest. He's a friend of the show. We love having him on. He's one of my absolute favorite. Please give some love to Mr. Tom Papa. This morning. Yay. It's early. Hi, Tom. Nice to see you, sir. Tom's joining us via Zoom this morning. You look bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Yeah, well, you know, it's you have a Cracker Jack staff over there. Casey sent me a reminder that we have the interview today at 4:30 a.m.
It's better than nothing.
He knows I was sitting there waiting for confirmation in the middle of the night here in L.A.
I imagine you sitting like in a big lounge chair with a little glass of scotch and just waiting, just anticipating the moment at which you get to talk to us.
Stroke.
3 WMMR.
All right, real quick shout out. Like I said, I'm trying to spread these out a little bit. So this was from Hannah Phillips, and she wrote she wanted a shout out for Chris Grubb, by the way, who works at a winery. He said, a.k.a. Grubb, my loving boyfriend, shout out to your hard work this harvest season. Said, I'm tremendously proud of you. You've come so far to make this success even sweeter or drier, however the wine turns out. And you have a great work ethic and can achieve anything. Keep it up. Keep that Grubb's grape spirit up, she says. Or shout out to him, because I guess, yeah, if you work in any type of farming industry, when it's time to reap the harvest, it's got to be quite a bit busy.
Yeah.
So I guess he's been working really hard.
And Grubb is a pretty fun name to have.
Grubb.
The Grubber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grub is like worms, right?
Yeah,
Like that.
yeah.
Or
Exactly.
maggots.
Grubs. Yeah.
So.
Chinch bugs.
Chinch bugs. A lot of people don't know what that is.
Oh, yeah. Macadamia nuts.
Manganese.
Oh my God.
Yeah. All right. So we talked about the Camp Out for Hunger and all the really cool things that are coming up concerning that. You know, we added a drone show on Monday night to food trucks and fireworks. But another event that is directly tied in to Camp Out for Hunger is continuing to grow. And to give you a little bit of history on this, for years we would encourage car clubs. Actually, car clubs started showing up.
Yes.
At Camp Out for Hunger. And we're like, well, we should kind of stimulate that and throw the word out that we want to get more car clubs involved. And then, of course, you remember the famous Jeep group getting involved. Yeah. Well, then the Porsche group got on board, or maybe it was before. I'm not really sure, but we'll find out because we got the president of the Philadelphia Porsche Club here with us, and they started coming down, and it was getting so big that it was difficult to accommodate at the actual Camp Out for Hunger.
It was flat out impossible because of the efforts of the gentleman we're about to speak with. It became so huge that it needed its own day, which is what has happened.
That's what ended up happening. So this Sunday is the Philatrunk event, a literal food drive that is taking place, and it will be at Xfinity Live. Please welcome our friend Jeffrey Walton.
Hey, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Good to see you. All right, did I get that right? President of the local Porsche Club.
Yeah,
Yes.
Reason Toter is the name.
Reason Toter. I knew it was something I couldn't remember or pronounce or something like that. So, yeah, you started out, I remember the first time you reached out to me, you're like, hey, we're going to be meeting in King of Prussia. We're going to drive down there all together.
That's correct.
You guys came down, and then, the first year, and it just was already big enough, but it kept getting bigger and bigger. And
Right.
It was a Phil Frunk event.
That's correct. We did that. That was 10 years ago, our first one.
Wow.
And now we're 5th year in Phil Trunk for all the car clubs.
And by the way, they, in the past 2 years alone, have collected over 300,000 pounds of food.
It's astonishing. I mean, if you think about and what would happen, Preston, we'd be there. We'd be in the earlier days when you guys were showing up and like, no one's going to be able to get into the lot.
Right.
It seemed like hours of vehicles pulling in, and I think that's when you had the notion. Maybe we need to rethink this.
That and the Sixers game canceled that one night. We came down in the rain. It was crazy.
Yep.
And so we're coming off of South Broad Street, off of 95. And we had, 200 cars in tow, and now we're fighting the Sixers game coming out, 8,000 cars.
I'll never forget it.
It was just crazy.
Yeah. That was the night that the hardwood, the floor got wet. There was moisture in the building, and they couldn't play.
We did a shoot around earlier that day. And we're like, is this our fault?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
so after that, I said, no, we got to come down. And so I had a meeting with you guys, and then we said, hey, let's do a kickoff event and so we invited all the car clubs now.
So obviously, I was to the first. I think I dropped by the second. I'm not sure, but I can tell you this: it was huge what you had going back then, but this eclipses it. What's coming up?
Yeah, this is it's going to be a lot bigger. I just want to give a couple shout outs to Wells Fargo Center, like Mike and Blake over there, the senior VPs. Let us use their lot, and so we have all the car clubs, probably like 27 car clubs in Delaware Valley. Then we have. Mainline Cars and Coffee is joining us.
Wow.
Because we always say, hey, spectators, come on down. Well, if you add the word coffee in back of cars, I don't know what happens, but everybody just comes out of the woodwork. And a friend of mine, Brett Mesro, he does the Mainline Cars and Coffee. And I said, hey, why don't you guys come down instead of Delaware Community College, come down to Xfinity Live? And he's like, okay. And they bring a lot of cars. I mean, you'll see Ferraris, Lamborghinis, all kinds of wild.
If you go to the car show, if you're the kind of person who goes to the car show because you just love to check out vehicles, this is a competitor. You're going to see a whole array of vehicles.
Yes.
It is a tremendous amount. And the owners proudly displaying their vehicles.
That's correct.
And what else can people expect?
Well, we have a couple food trucks, coffee trucks down there. We have Mr. Mike on the box with Chris and Kalina Holt. They're going to be on top of a box truck performing, which is kind of cool. And then we have mini autocross. You can take we have cones marked out in the H lot, and you can take your car around the cones for fun laps. They're going to be like $5 or $10 for a lap, and that all goes towards Phil Abundance as well.
And those are timed laps?
Yeah, they're timed laps. Yep.
So people can haul ass while they're doing it?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
So if you want, you can have as many cones as you want, and it's a lot of fun.
It's a ton of fun, and the way you guys have it set up is great. And again, remember, everyone's bringing down food. Obviously, as that number indicated. So when does that sort of parade?
Well, we start, the gates open at 7:30 for Cars and Coffee.
A.M.
A.M., right.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll go to about 1:30. Most of the car clubs will be in the lot by 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, we start unloading cars, unloading for Phil Abundance. So
yeah.
And then Faulkner comes down. They're the first. The Faulkner Auto Group is our big sponsor.
Yeah.
And they're the first ones to go. And then the Porsche Club will follow.
Excellent.
All the
Yeah,
other clubs.
I saw these other Porsche Club, Mustang Club, Mopar Muscle, the Teslas, Corvette clubs, the Blacktop Villains.
Yes, they're awesome.
What are they?
They're the rat rods. They're really, really cool.
Oh, that's wild. Yeah.
Are they bad guys? They sound like bad guys.
No, they're not. Yeah.
All right.
Then you have Mini Coopers, Audi, Jeep clubs, and everything else in between.
Yep.
That's phenomenal. Any idea how many cars you might see swing through there, Jeff?
No. I mean, we had about 800 to 1,000 cars last year just in the clubs.
800 to 1,000.
And then you put Mainline Cars and Coffee on top of that. So we're going to probably 3,000 cars.
What?
Maybe. Yeah.
So,
And then we're
again,
going to have raffles and 50/50s down there. So
if you're remotely a car fan, because I was
it's going to
blown
be probably
away.
the biggest in the area.
I remember you had, when I was down there, what did you have? You had the, it was like a $1 million car.
Yeah.
It was like I forget which one it was. It was one of the
McLaren's?
It might have been a
probably?
McLaren. Yeah, they were there, and it was just, I mean, amazing.
P1, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good. It's good. It's going to be really cool. I mean, just come on down.
Yeah, come on down and can people, if people aren't in a car club and they want to donate some food through you guys, they can do that too?
They do. We have collection boxes set up as well down there, and just come through and participate.
Obviously, we want to encourage people to come down for the event while we're broadcasting live, but if for some reason you can't make it, if it's inconvenient next week, or if you want to just double up and do a bunch of stuff, you can go down for the Fill a Trunk event as well and donate then. Or come and see us at the camp out, or do both, which is going to be wonderful.
You raise a good point, Preston, with that, because people are saying it's not a one and done deal. If you come down and you want to go to that, or you want to come, you want to come during the morning. Obviously, we're doing the big show during the morning, but throughout the day, come back. That's the whole nature of the camp out. During COVID and everything, it kind of got dismantled a bit, and we had to go bare bones.
Right.
But that is the way it works. And whether you're making the donation, which we love at Acme, or you're making the donation at the Fill a Trunk event, or you actually bring physical food down to the campout site, which is still a thing.
Yes.
And still, very much wanted. You can experience this as much as you want and keep coming back as much as you want. This is just a great kickoff, though.
Right. Thank you. And it's a little earlier this year. I guess 7:30 in the morning to about 1, because we have to get out and skedaddle because there is a Sixers game that night.
Yeah.
So
still, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's
No
okay.
problem. No problem. We stopped unloading cars last year about 1:45, and the people at Phil Abundance, the volunteers, were awesome.
That's where that coffee will come in handy.
Yes.
All right, so that's this Sunday. And by the way, the details at fillatrunk.com, and Filla is spelled with a PH, fillatrunk.com, or you can go to WMMR.com or PrestonandSteve.com. We'll have that information there. But that is this Sunday, 7:30 a.m. till about 1:30 or so. Make sure you stop by. Jeff, you guys are amazing. Thank you.
I appreciate it,
for all
guys.
the
Thank
hard
you
work.
for
We appreciate it.
thank you.
You're a hero, man.
Jeffrey Walton. And it just keeps growing. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. That's unbelievable. 3,000 cars.
Preston, I remember the look that Jeff's just talking about it. That night, we were looking at each other like, I don't know what the hell we're going to do. Because also we're keeping an eye on the clock, and we want to get sleep,
Yes.
Yeah. And it's like, this is going to go on forever.
Yeah, seeing that line of cars show up was pretty damn cool. But then it was also like, oh wow, okay, we're not equipped to handle this. But so Jeff came up with the idea.
Yeah, excellent,
and decided to move that on to a whole separate thing, which is fantastic. So. I did see this story that I thought was worth passing along. If we have a moment to talk about something before we take a break. Jesus. Totally Presbo.
Oh, we're going to go.
I don't know. The Casey played.
Totally Presbo. Yes. I thought we were just playing Russian, but it's totally Presbo.
A young doctor says, and we've heard this before, but they go into some more details, that oral sex is a greater risk factor than smoking in the development of throat cancer.
Well, the truth of the matter is, when you light up a vagina, certain carcinogens are emitted.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are they saying it's equal, like for the is it equal for the recipient, meaning like
For the administer?
Is it the
person?
No, you lay back and enjoy it. They're doing all the work.
The person who goes like this, it's dangerous.
They're at
for them.
risk.
Okay.
And this is a lot more, I think, blown up than it should be. I was about to say accurately what it was, but we want to dissuade people from paying attention to the actual facts. But yeah, it can be really bad. I mean, there are issues that can arise from.
Is the legitimacy to Michael Douglas getting oral cancer?
Yes.
It's like HPV stuff.
Very much so.
Basically.
All right, that's what I thought.
In fact, I have a quote from him in this particular story.
I want to talk about that.
No, he said actor Michael Douglas told The Guardian back in 2013 that oral sex was the cause of throat cancer that he had. He said without wanting, and he does get specific, he says, without wanting to get too specific, this particular cancer is caused by HPV, which actually comes about from cunnilingus, he said.
Okay. Yes.
He stated that's exactly
Which is
his quote.
his cousin.
No, his cunnilingus is oral sex.
Cunning linguist.
So the common cunning linguist.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
So Dr. Daria Sadovskaya made the declaration in a viral TikTok video. And despite the American Cancer Society citing tobacco use as the #1 risk factor for the illness known as oral pharyngeal cancer.
Yeah. So let's say you're a 10 badge a day guy.
Yeah.
And
wow, how can you even do that?
Yeah, you're looking to cut down.
Who has time?
You should probably quit.
Yeah.
To be
At that
honest. I
point,
know that cutting down seems like the
Cold
right thing,
veggie.
but
Cold turkey.
Yeah.
Wait, where are we going with this conversation? Cancer or
oral cancer?
Kathy was going to make us brownies.
All right.
What?
I'm going to give you more on the details of why this is bad for
Well,
you.
the reason I got to be careful when I say this, but I know a guy, and he would cross the finish line when he would do that for a woman.
I remember you saying this before.
Yeah, and it
know a
was
guy.
Interesting.
Good
yeah.
for him.
That's like a That's like a parlor trick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch this.
He's a hockey player.
No hands. Really?
Yeah.
Like a famous hockey player?
Yeah.
So that would turn him on so much.
So
that
much.
He
Is
himself.
his first name Bernie?
It is not.
Dude.
Okay.
It's the damnedest thing I ever taught.
For the record, no.
No,
it's not
he's
Bernie
not.
Perron.
Okay, not Bernie Perron.
Not Bernie Perron.
No.
Okay.
I think Preston has a connection to him, though.
There is, though, to the point that you're really.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't
Where
understand
did
the
you hear
connection.
about this?
I know
He was the
somebody-
recipient.
No. I know somebody who was the recipient.
Oh.
And she was in the catalog.
The catalog.
Yeah.
It all comes together quite nice
That
here.
is quite interesting. Now, it is. I have to say that when the other person does reach that point, it is very, very hot.
Right.
Yeah.
For sure, but not enough to
So, with all this, Preston,
finish with. But
do they because this is true? This can cause these issues.
HPV.
Is there a way to for one? I mean, shy of dental dams and things of that nature to mitigate?
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the American Cancer Society does cite oral sex as one potential cause of throat cancer, given that the human papilloma virus, commonly known as HPV, can be transmitted during the act.
How many times do you hear that and think you're running from the bulls?
HPV, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Is the most common sexually transmitted infection, with an estimated 13 million new cases in the U.S. each year. While HPV usually goes away on its own within 2 years, most people don't realize.
I didn't realize that.
Most people don't realize that they have it, meaning that they can unwittingly spread the disease.
Does one? So here's besides yellow pillows is probably where Dr. Mike could really help. But is there a test? I assume one can test to see if they had it.
HPV?
Correct? Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, well, the hotline's ringing, so it's probably him.
No.
HPV, by the way, or it might be Eric LaSalle. Hey, he was on ER.
He was on ER.
Yeah, he would know.
Yeah.
No, all right, Dr. Mike's
Oh my
on
God,
the
it's Eric LaSalle, everybody.
When we were in commercial break, he called. We were supposed to interview him, and there was a mess up at the time, so we didn't get a chance to talk to him. All right, Dr. Mike Sirigliano, his second call of the day. Hi, Dr. Mike.
Oh, my God.
I know.
You can't get rid of us.
Stained pillows to throat cancer.
Hey, I'm going to jump right in with a question right off the bat here, and HPV and all that stuff. If the two of you are, let's say you've been married for a long time, like 25 years.
Yeah. Right.
And you have been completely faithful to each other.
Right.
Do you ever have to worry about this type of thing, or is this goes from one person to another? You know what I mean?
Well, so the fact is that many people have done the nasty, shall we say?
Yes.
Medically speaking.
Before marriage.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
You're saying got some stinky on their hang down.
So back in the day, like in our era, there was get-togethers would occur. Now,
Right.
Now we have a vaccine that is recommended, and both of my kids have gotten it, for protection against HPV. And the reason you get it early on is that you want to try to get that on board before you become sexually active.
Okay.
Right? Now, that doesn't mean that later on in life there's some theoretical benefits to maybe getting it if you never got it. That's all prevention. But to answer your specific question, the likelihood is that maybe you were exposed in the past, and even though you have been completely monogamous and not dallied, it is possible that the virus is in you. And in men, it loves the tonsillar area, and that can lead down the road to cancer.
Okay.
So then for clarity on this, the two ways we can have this are men more at risk or women more at risk?
Well, women tend to get it in the cervical area, the cervix. They get a risk of cervical cancer. That's why we do pap smears and all of that stuff to monitor. And again, I can't emphasize how important it is for your kids to get vaccinated for HPV, boys and girls.
Okay.
Because with men, it's throat cancer,
right.
And women tend to get it in the cervical area. In the
All
cervix.
right. Okay. So things could have been lingering for a long time, like decades?
Yes.
Wow.
And I've had heated, wild conversations because I'm, in many cases, the family doctor where, look, it's not like somebody did something. This goes back.
But it could appear like it's cheating.
Right.
Right.
Okay. And so, okay, that makes sense.
So that's so if you have a partner that has it or documented HPV, then if you're the guy, you need to think about what you're doing.
Yeah.
And what can I tell you?
He's got his Grey's Anatomy out.
I don't want to be anybody's Oppenheimer, and I don't mean the retirements. I mean the
right.
I mean the destroyer of worlds. Here.
Right.
But Dr. Mike, men and women are not tested for it then? It's other things that pop up that would then lead you to find out that's what you have?
Women are tested for it with pap smears.
Right.
For HPV?
It's not commonplace for men to be tested.
All right, so does there exist, so obviously there exists some form of test that a man could take. We're one interested in determining that, right?
I think you can do it, but it's complicated. And it's not part of routine screening in men. It certainly is in women. But again, the key here, and again, limiting sexual partners, number of sexual partners, I think that your risk goes up after 2. And I must say even I reach that risk factor. But,
wow. So, Mike, we've been looking for our Neomed. Let's, why don't we invent something and then we get the patent for the male test and do it, because right now since the focus seems to be on the female testing.
Well, right. And let me be clear, there is a test that exists, but it's not something that we routinely do.
I gotcha.
In men. Now, if you're a guy out there, these are the things you need to think about. If you have swelling in your neck, if you feel a lump in your neck, you want to make sure and get it checked out. A couple of times in my older folks, I was doing what's called a carotid ultrasound, looking at their carotids, and we noted that there was a tumor in there. So, look, you have to listen to your body, and if you feel something there, you need to deal with it, especially in someone who has a history of smoking and heavy drinking and stuff like that.
Sure.
But this is HPV-related cancer.
So to the person who feels you're ringing down the curtain on how they express themselves physically, what can you say to them?
Limit your numbers of partners, and what I would recommend is that there are barrier methods that are available.
Welding masks.
That's important. And look, we all have to live our life. That's the bottom line.
Always salient, good advice from Dr. Mike.
And any other pressing medical issues that you want to touch on?
I don't want to have to call a third time.
I know.
Dallas Goddard.
Mike, what's the risk of having sex with a yellow pillow?
Oh my God! Stop it!
Hang up before you get fired.
No, he's the loose cannon at Penn. We love you.
Love you, Dr. Mike. We'll see you later, Dr. Mike Frigliano. His second call for the day.
Do you have any patients today?
I don't know. He was on vacation last week, or at least I think it was, because Parker needed to go see him. because Parker was having a hearing issue. He was having something wrong, and so they ended up flushing his ears out. And that was the problem. And it ended up being okay.
Was he sick beforehand?
No, but he was having an ear ache, like pain and not being able to hear very well. So they went and they did the thing where they flush his ears out. And Rochelle came home because she went with him. He wanted to stop down there too, with a home ear flushing kit.
Wow.
And so I used that this weekend.
How'd you like it?
It's weird.
Yeah.
I've had it done at the doctor before, but it was over 10 years ago.
I've used one of these kits.
And it's so I have hearing issues. My I have tinnitus and my hearing is very sensitive, so it kind of hurt a little bit because it's so loud. And no big chunks or anything came out, so I have pretty clean ears. Which is good. I'm glad I did it though.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's because we just talked about this, right?
Yeah.
And I thought that you guys said that it wasn't like it was kind of a scam. Those like at-home kits.
No.
With the wax coming
If
out.
you use the solution and you use it's kind of a bulb and
no, Kath, I was talking about the ear candles.
The candling.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
This thing's like a squirt gun, Steve.
Got it.
Oh, I've not seen that.
Yeah,
No.
so you
mine
literally-
was more like a bulb.
And it sounds like you're in the middle of a tidal wave or something.
When I had it done years ago, and I had the same sort of thing probably Carter had. When it is cleaned out, there is a release. It's like I can hear.
Oh yeah,
I can hear the flutter of a hummingbird.
Oh yeah, like it was instantaneous. He felt much better afterwards.
I was hanging out with my parents this weekend, and my mom, we went to lunch yesterday, and my mom was saying that she felt like she's been on an airplane for a week. Like she can't hear anything out of her ears right now. And so I'm
geez.
wondering if this, and she had a throat infection 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Do you
so
know
I'm
what I think
wondering
it
if
is,
this
Nick?
might help.
It might be an errant raisin.
Oh.
Because she,
I almost called you last night, Steve. My mom made dinner last night. No.
Her best raisin meatballs.
God bless her. There was Italian sausage, sweet sausage, meatballs with raisins, meatballs without raisins.
Wow.
Spaghetti for the boys.
Sausages.
Spaghetti for the boys, and then ravioli for my dad because my dad does not like spaghetti. And
your
so
mom's a hell of a cook.
And my brother and family were up from Virginia, so she made sure that all of the kids got exactly what they wanted.
She's
that
like a
my
diner.
dad, who is approaching 80 and eats like a kid, got exactly what he wanted. It was God, I love her.
I
She's
love
just
it.
incredible.
No, that's awesome.
And the meatballs, I had the meatballs with the raisins. Tommy, my nephew, liked meatballs without raisins.
Put me squarely in the raisin category. Yeah.
Oh, you know what we should talk about sometimes though? Your elderly parents who you have to make a separate meal for, because that's like I just had a conversation with someone and like she couldn't believe that she actually had her in-laws over and she had to make a separate dish because the grandfather wouldn't eat what she was making everyone else. So she had to make a second dinner because
Listen,
Pop-Up
you
was
old
coming.
fool, don't come.
Yeah. But remember, and this is coming from the generation of you eat what's on the table.
And now they won't eat what's on the table.
Yeah. No, yeah, my mother-in-law is she eats like a 10-year-old. You know, so you
Chicken
got
nuggets.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Oh, you need a special dish? We'll have a spoon here. You can eat my ass.
Yeah, clean your plate.
Yeah.
You know, eat what's on the table.
What's on the
It's that generation.
No, it's part of the deal. I guess you've earned it. You live long enough, you earn your.
Yeah.
I used to go to the bathroom.
You start life with Go-Gurt and chicken nuggets, and you finish that way.
I used to go to the bathroom with mouthfuls of food and just spit it into the
Oh,
toilet.
really?
Oh,
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Stuff you didn't like?
Surprisingly, for how portly I am, I was a very, very picky eater when I was a kid, and
But
I
were
just
the things were you spitting out like vegetables?
just
and-
whatever I didn't like. My mom used to make these things called porcupines, and it was basically just.
I've seen them.
It was a. Yeah, you threw me off there. What was it? Oh, meatballs. It was meatballs with rice in it. It was basically like a Swedish meatball with rice in it. I couldn't stand them.
Really?
I
Do you
hated
like them now?
Yeah, I haven't had one since.
Oh,
It
well,
sounds
this is a little different than I was thinking. Kid.
Almost kind of like what you put in stuffed peppers. Do you like stuffed peppers?
I don't hate them. I
Ground
haven't
beef
had them enough. They weren't really a staple in my house.
Okay.
So
All right. But you would spit that stuff out into the toilet.
mouthfuls of food.
Wow.
Do you think
How did you sneak away?
I think my parents knew what was going on.
Okay.
You know.
All right. Wow.
But
Interesting.
yeah,
There he goes
my
again.
mind. Yeah,
They were
there he goes again.
they were
Thinking
like
that we don't know.
they were like we could do with one less.
Wow, interesting. All right, well, this all started with oral sex.
Do you think if you were to hold a meatball in your mouth during it, that
during oral
like,
sex,
like a dental dam,
it's almost like a filter. It takes in all the
they call it a porcupine.
The HPV.
Yeah,
it soaks up all the HPV, and then you go to the toilet and spit it out. I don't know, maybe
old world remedies, right?
You never know. These are things they need to test and find out. There might be a cure right there, and we didn't even know it.
Grandma, how did you in your time handle oral sex?
All right. Well, we should take a break and come back in a second because we have some more bizarre file stories that I think you will appreciate because the weekend was loaded with some stuff. So we'll return with that in a sec. Hang out.
Like Blofeld.
You know, I talked to Tom 5 minutes ago in the other room, and I told him that I failed at my job, and then you brought it on air.
Well, see, this wouldn't be an issue if you were East Coast.
Yeah.
You know, but
I know. It makes me very angry. I was like, every time I come on, I'm like, well, next time when I come through, I'm coming in the studio for crying out loud.
Yeah.
And I've got to be in Nashville the night before, so it always blows it.
Well, the draw obviously was you love to surf, and that's why you ended up out there.
Yeah, I'm big into surfing. I love yoga. I'm doing the 1970s version of California.
Yeah, exactly. The endless
everybody
summer.
Everybody else has moved on. I'm walking around with my chest hair out, gold chains, just tangled in my spooky cobweb body hair.
It's funny you mentioned that because there's a commercial with Mark Spitz on now. It's for some sort of colonoscopy in a box or something like that. But Mark Spitz was like that, exactly what you just the matted chest hair and the medallion.
There's a line in the song Macho Man from the classic Village People,
right?
Where he goes, "You see all this hair on my chest?" I'm like, wow, man, that was really that was it.
That's over now.
Thing. There was definitely
people were turned on by that, I guess.
So Tom, you're gonna be at the Keswick on Saturday, and I feel like you're almost exclusively when you come to this area, almost exclusively you play the Keswick Theater, and I'm not sure if that is your choice, management, or but I just I love
great
that
theater.
It's a great theater.
So
it's
good.
a great little town and everything like that. So
town.
do you inform your booking manager where you want to play?
Yeah, it's kind of like a back and forth conversation, but I do love that place, and they kind of cultivated me coming up, and the real reason I wanted to go back, especially this time, was the Keswick was the last show I did before the pandemic.
Oh, wow.
I remember I was in the lobby, I was signing books. At the end of my shows, I sign books and meet the people. And I was out there, and people were like, "Should we shake hands? Is this okay?" And everybody was all kind of screwy. And then I got on the plane the next morning at 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm on the plane, and I'm like, wow, this is getting weird. I wonder if I'm going to be doing stand-up next week. And Paula Poundstone, the great comedian Paula Poundstone, comes onto the plane, and she sees me, and she just leans in and goes, "We're effed."
No, it's funny you say that because that's happening a lot. This Friday, I'm hosting a charity event for the Morse Animal Refuge here in Philadelphia. It was the last event that night, a big gala. I remember everyone had that same sort of, what's going on here? What's going on? Things are going on. I lost an iPad that night, so I remember, the whole thing. And this Friday, it's like the sense is we're picking up where we left off because it's the first event back of that nature, which is kind of, it feels right.
Yeah. It does, and it feels like a milestone for sure. I'm a little concerned. I thought you said I lost my eye patch.
It turned out I realized I have a functional second eye, and why have I been wearing this?
People say the pandemic's bad, but I was able to use both eyes for the first time.
It's a joy.
Oh man!
But the theater thing.
Yeah, but I'm really psyched for sure, and it's there's only some tickets left. There's not. I came on because I really want to sell the place out. I just want it to be like this triumphant kind of like return.
Well, you're a dear friend of the show, so we please help Tom realize his goal. And if honestly, you're so good at what you do, and I think over this period, which no one would want to say, hey, I hope we have a pandemic. But I think what you do, how you've done it, the way you've approached thematically your shows, I think it's meant a lot to people. So I'm sure you've got, people will need to seize upon this opportunity to see you live after all this time.
Thank you. It is funny that now that I've been out for a bit, and you do see all the people. When like I said, I sign books at the end of every show, and I get to see all these people that have been they travel. I used to just kind of skip out the back.
Right.
Now you're actually sitting and signing books, and people come up and you forget, we traveled and we stayed in a hotel and we came from 6 hours, or we flew in from Toronto. And the thing I keep hearing is that my Netflix special, You're Doing Great.
Yeah.
Was like therapy for people during the pandemic, because it was kind of upbeat. It was very optimistic. You're doing great. We're gonna get through this. And even the book was You're Doing Great, and even reasons to stay alive, and other reasons to stay alive. And I was just writing it, but I didn't realize it was became like a self-help book.
Well,
and a self-help special.
It's brilliant, and there's sometimes it's weird when you experience a blowback from a desire to feel good and see the glass as half full. It's how we survive as a species.
Mm-hmm.
And Preston was just talking about, we had a segment about long despair and all of the people who are just in the throes of dealing with all this stuff. That's the service you provide. It is a release. A comedy has always helped me throughout my life, whether I was watching Bugs Bunny cartoons or whatever, going through a bad time. It does heal, and so it's got to be very good for you to see those people smiling and reacting to you that way.
100%. And it's I named the tour the tour that I'm on, the Family Reunion Tour, and I really feel like it's the family that I want to be with when I'm on the road and see all of the people. I literally was saying the other night on stage, I was like, remember back in the pandemic when they said we couldn't hang out with our families? They said we actually couldn't see our families for a year. Wow, those were the good old days.
I think we may have discussed this before, but if not, your stand-up is huge on TikTok right now. Yeah. And so I'm wondering if that has ended up, as far as your audience is concerned, is your audience trending younger these days as a result?
It's interesting. There are younger people showing up, which is very cool. It's because their parents already know me, and now the young people know me. And also when I was doing the NPR show, when I was doing Live From Here, which was the Perry Home thing, that was another thing that the whole family could listen to. So the coolest thing is when people come up and it's the mom and the dad and two 15-year-olds, and it's it's very cool. Casey, actually, you tipped me off on the TikTok trend that was happening for a while.
Yeah, you're talking about growing people, and
you'd see it constantly on the stream. You still do, yeah.
Yeah. I had this line. I made my own people. Have you ever made your own people? I've made my own people, and I'm their leader. And all of these moms started taking it and lip syncing it, and showing their kids doing picking their nose or scratching their ass, and they're have you made your own people? I have. And it became this trend. I was the joy of being able to tell my 16-year-old daughter that I was a trend on TikTok.
Top that.
Yeah. Tom,
she was so angry.
And we're all kind of students of comedy and fans of comedy, and I love, just like everybody else in the room, the Netflix special was therapeutic and funny. But when you watch something at home, you usually kind of chuckle to yourself a little bit, maybe laugh if you're watching with somebody, but there's not the double over laughter that you get at a live experience. And so I love going to clubs. I love going to the Keswick and seeing comedy shows there. I've seen, I saw Saget there. I saw Mike Birbiglia. So I'm curious as to when you perform live, getting that type of reaction versus getting the, hey, that made me laugh type of thing, actually seeing people laugh. Do you know the difference that I'm trying to explain?
Yeah, no, it's a huge thing. I was talking about this the other day, that I feel like we need to have a return of comedies, film,
Yeah.
Like when we were kids, they were throwing so much comedy at us, like A comedies, B list, C list. They were just showing Ernest Goes to Camp and, Revenge of the Nerds. I mean, they just kept throwing comedies at us, and a lot of them were terrible. But we all went to the movie theater and sat there and watched. And when there's this weird thing with human beings and this energy that connects us. And when you're in a theater and you hear someone else laugh, and then you laugh, and then it connects to the other person, and it's contagious.
It's communal. Yeah, it's great.
It really catches. When I do shows, I do like these corporate shows sometimes, where a company like Microsoft will hire me to go do their thing. And the thing that they always screw up, which I literally have in my contract, is no dance floor. Like, you have to have people starting at the stage. They used to put like a big dance floor, and just that gap, between me and the audience. Like, if you take 10 feet, you've killed it. You've killed the electricity chain.
Right.
So but if you have the people up to the stage, that laugh, my energy will connect to those people, which will spread through the theater.
Yeah. Hey, do you pick up on distinct laughers in the crowd? Because some people really stand out with their laugh, and if so, do you kind of target them if you can?
Yeah, well, I don't target them, but it's definitely conscious. And the thing that I have to do is remind myself that just accept it as a real laugh.
Okay.
Because when I was starting and I would hear someone like, the insecurity was they're fake laughing.
Right.
They're mocking me. And then I would attack them, and everyone in the audience is like, what are you doing that for? He likes the show the best. And I'm like, he's not real.
There are some people that have that ha 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 like cartoon, like it's written out ha ha ha,
like the
laughter.
Frankenstein monster has learned to laugh.
Exactly, but that's how they laugh. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to like say something just to get it off my chest. Like, something like I don't know. Thanks for bringing Thanks for bringing your pet seal or whatever.
I wonder what percentage of your audience now too, because you've got. You've built obviously the podcast and your various shows and all the things you're involved with. Have you ever done sort of a casual breakdown of who's there and what they're there? What was their entree to getting into Tom Papa?
I know. I'm always so curious about it, but it's weird to just like stop in the middle of a comedy show and be like, okay, we're going to take a little survey now. Who here drove more than 2 hours? More than 2 hours? Where did you? Because it really is it is a mystery, and I kind of like that it is a mystery.
Right.
But there's times when I'll go play like a performing arts center, and I know these people are like parents, they've got families and stuff, and I know they're not on TikTok. I know they're not even on Twitter.
Right.
And I'm like, and I've been tweeting about my show all week. I'm like, how did you find out that I was here if you're not on Twitter?
Right.
You know what I mean? You guys don't use Instagram? Where did you come from? I don't know. I think it's just a combination of everything, I guess, over the years.
Well, it's almost like we've been digital, but we re-embrace some analog technology. We remember that, yes, the word used to get out regardless of social media.
Yes.
And so that is something that is every bit as important. I mean, we here with terrestrial radio, which is still, the big mofo, it's still it still has something that connects in a very, soundtrack of your life kind of way. And your podcast and your shows, they all have a regular radio feel to it. You don't want to get.
It's that sense of community,
right?
It's that thing of like, we belong to something. Everybody wants that. Everybody wants to know that we belong to something, and I think that's what's lost in some markets when they don't have really strong local radio. It's such a shame because you look forward to like, oh, the band is coming to our town.
Yeah.
Oh, we're celebrating this thing this week. We're getting together and looking for his eye patch.
Why was I even wearing that? But you're right. And then when a band would come to town and they were playing your city and they would mention the last town, I was like, oh, them. Like an old girlfriend,
Right.
Cause
boo.
Only boo. Do you remember a time when? I mean, I know we've mentioned the George Carlin picture behind you, and I know he's very important to you, do you remember a time as an audience member where you had that gasping, doubled over moment where you were responding to a comedian on stage?
You mean in the...
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Monster Mania 57. It's this weekend in Oaks, Pennsylvania with Alice Cooper, a Scream reunion, the stars of Five Nights at Freddy's and more. And tickets are on sale now, monstermania.net.
I'm going to be there too.
Oh, you're going to go by there?
Yeah, there's a charity appearance that I'm doing there.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, let's see. We got a bunch of things to unpack here in the B file. Let's go with this one, and we'll start with another disturbing one that we began with in the first B file. But Santa Rosa police are searching for a man that they say decapitated a relative on Thursday and probably took her head with him.
Well, you don't want to leave a mess.
The suspect is 24-year-old Luis Gustavo Arroyo Lopez, who
Yes, I have her head.
has a distinctive marijuana leaf and 420 tattoo on the left side of his head. The victim's head is missing, and police say Arroyo Lopez may have taken it. Police arrived at the scene regarding possible homicide after the victim's friend called in a welfare check. The friend went inside the victim's home to check on her, and that's when she found her body. A weapon was recovered at the scene. The victim has not been identified, and it is unclear what led to her killing. Her relationship with Arroyo Lopez was not specified. Police say he should be considered armed and dangerous as
We
well.
really didn't need that caveat.
Yeah, but he took the head with him. Messed up.
The guy who decapitated someone is armed and dangerous.
A man charged with aggravated burglary has walked free partway through a trial while the victim, who was allegedly hit in the head with a hammer during the burglary, was sent to jail. And part of it is because he called the lawyer an F-wit in...
The guy who was hit with the hammer called his lawyer an F-wit.
Yeah, in court.
Right.
So things got heated. I think it might have been the lawyer that was questioning him. So things got heated at a trial in Christchurch District Court when burglary victim Hamish Lucas began swearing while being questioned. They got even hotter during cross-examination when he was asked about the defendant, Marcus Bourne, having slept with Lucas's girlfriend. The self-employed father of three responded by picking up a water jug and throwing water on Bourne before being forcibly removed back to the dock.
Okay.
Usually, as according to the judge said, usually that's the area that the defendant resides, not the complainant.
Right.
Lucas ended up being sent to prison for 8 days for serious contempt of court. The judge said that he had never seen anything like what happened in his 25 years in criminal courts and in his 7 years as a judge, while the defense lawyer, Alistair Davis, said that being called an F-wit was just part of the job.
You really hurt your case doing stuff like that.
He said Lucas was a bit smart, and I had to ask him certain questions about his girlfriend playing hide the sausage with my client. This is actually what the lawyer said.
Very sausages.
And that's when he lost, Davis said, and that's when he really lost his rag.
All right.
What kind of court is this?
This is in Christchurch, so
Okay,
it's in
New Zealand?
New Zealand.
Yeah.
So the drama played out while Bourne was on trial earlier this year, facing a charge of aggravated burglary. An initial trial was later abandoned when Lucas failed to show up.
Really lost his rag.
Oh, I have another New Zealand story.
Oh, Christchurch again?
No, this is Wellington, New Zealand. It says the watchdog office overseeing the National Science Foundation. Oh, this, I don't know why it's out of New Zealand. It's actually an American story.
Okay.
But it's the National Science Foundation is sending investigators to Antarctica's McMurdo Station after hearing concerns about the prevalence of sexual violence at the U.S. research base. This is in Antarctica.
Of all places, and they have a problem with sexual assault?
Yeah. Meanwhile, the NSF, a federal agency, said that it's furthering its own efforts to address the pervasive problem. An Associated Press investigation in August uncovered a pattern of women at McMurdo Station who said their claims of harassment or assault were minimized by their employers, often leading to them or others being put in further danger.
Well, that sucks. What do you do if you're being assaulted and you're in Antarctica?
Yeah, special agents have been responding remotely to complaints from workers in Antarctica since July, and it plans to have a presence on the ice during future summers. The AP investigation detailed the lack of support many women felt from those running the Antarctic program. One woman felt compelled to carry a hammer with her at all times for protection. Another woman who reported a colleague had groped her was made to work alongside him again. In another case, a woman who told her employer she was sexually assaulted was fired 2 months later. A fourth woman said that bosses at her base downgraded her allegations from rape to harassment. In 2022, a report found 59% of women said that they'd experienced harassment or assault while on the ice. Alcohol was a factor in some of the cases. And in October, the NSF decided to stop serving alcohol at McMurdo Station's bars, although workers can still buy a weekly alcohol ration from the station store. But that's in Antarctica, man.
That's crazy.
There's a-holes everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere in the world. So they're going to hopefully crack down on this. Well, it's another one of these stories. A Northern California man said he was attacked by otters at a place called Serene Lakes.
Not so serene.
Now he's pushing for state wildlife officials to improve safety. Matt Leffers had visited his family's cabin for 30 years, and he often goes swimming, but he said nothing could have prepared him for what happened in the water on September 3rd. Otters attacking him, he said. I felt something bite my calf. Within seconds, I was bit again, and then I started swimming fast, but there was the otter, popped up right in front of me.
Hi.
And then I was bit again.
And they can be little bastards.
Yeah, Leffers said 2 otters bit him at least a dozen times.
Jeez.
He ended up with around 40 puncture wounds all over his body. He called the encounter a life and death situation. He said things were so aggressive that literally I felt like they wanted to kill me. He said it's by far the most terrifying experience
We want to kill you.
I've had in my life. You want to kill me?
I want to kiss you. I want to kiss you.
But nothing.
Kiss me? Yeah, I want to kiss you.
I want to kiss you.
I want to kiss you, and I want to watch while you kiss Joe Namath.
Oh, my God.
And then I'm going to watch Joe Namath kiss me.
He said nothing ever even comes close. Leffers said his wife was able to get him out of the water on a paddle boat and bring him to shore. She took him to the hospital, but the damage was already done. This is not the first time that something like this has happened at Serene Lakes. Otters.
Me kissing Joe Namath?
No, attacked someone else.
I want to kiss you.
At Serene Lakes in July. Peter Tira, spokesperson for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, said that there were some otters that attacked dogs in the area.
Yeah, I've heard about that happening. Otters have pretty profound teeth.
Oh, very much so,
Sizable
yeah.
teeth, yeah.
Tira said river otters' attacks on people are very rare, but added that they are a predator species. He said they're incredible swimmers. They're very fast, and they have a lot of sharp teeth.
And they're adorable.
They won't normally attack people or larger animals. However, they will defend their territory if they feel threatened, whether that's a real threat or perceived threat. Tira said that
I want to fight you.
It includes hunting grounds, which might explain why
I want to fight you.
2 otters are at Serene Lakes, by the way.
You want to kiss me?
I want to fight you.
I want to kiss you and I want to fight you.
The abundance of fish in the lake is likely the cause for the otter presence and behavior. Wow. And there you go.
Yeah.
That is what I have in the bizarre file. Don't piss off the otters, man. They will not hold back. All right, we will take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll pose a question, see if you know the answer. If you've been listening all morning long, the lesson question, we have some trash, we have some music news, and more on the way. So stay with us.
Your entire life.
Yeah,
I'll give you a good broad time frame.
It's such a comedy's such a funny thing that like you could just be watching a bunch of people, especially like on YouTube now.
Yeah.
Like I'll watch different people at different times, and you're just like you said, like, oh, that's funny, you just kind of chuckle. And I watched John Panette a couple weeks ago.
Right.
And remember John Panette?
Oh, yeah.
Man, he just hooked me. And I'm alone in my room, just literally, he got me. He and every line was making me laugh harder, and I was trying not to laugh so I could hear the next line. And I was like, oh man, this is such a beautiful thing. This guy just up there yelling about corn dogs. But I always tend to, I like stuff like Carlin, and I love like stuff that has a little meaning to it, but
Right.
I also love, that was the thing I liked about Carlin, was that he also combined it with being very silly.
Yeah.
Like in Carnegie Hall, like he would be talking about something heavy and political, and all of a sudden he's pretending he's a crab walking across the stage.
That's great.
I'm always attracted to silly because I have a very low IQ.
Robert Klein was I remember seeing Robert Klein when I was in college, and that that was it. What you just described. There was
Yeah.
he didn't dismiss that part of the audience that would respond well to that, as because it's. I'm sure you design your act in a way to hit different group. You want to hit the largest group, but you also want to have people go, "That was for me."
Yeah, I mean, you can't really plan it. You just gotta kind of do what you think is funny.
Right.
You just gotta do, like, if it makes you laugh, and then all of a sudden it hits with a couple people, and you can't really plan out, like, I want to try and get this group, because like you said, I don't even know who's out there.
Right.
I don't know who's in the audience. It could just be,
Shriners.
Yeah, or all stoners. I have no idea.
Do you still pop into the clubs in L.A. when you're working on material and stuff? And how often?
Yeah. I'm going to the Comedy Store tonight. That's where I've been going mostly, is Comedy Store in Largo. I'm so jealous of New Yorkers and L.A. people, because you just go to a club on a Tuesday or Wednesday night, and it's like, oh, well, it's Tom Papa.
A marquee name.
All 10 marquee names in one night. That's just, to me, it's mind-blowing.
It is pretty. I know they always, the Comedy Store always takes a picture of the lineup and posts it, and all the comments are like kids from Kansas, like, God, what's wrong with me? Why do I live here?
Well, we do have our
I wanna
moments.
be in LA.
You can go into a restaurant here on any given night and see Jervis from the first season of Survivor.
Yeah.
Ooh, no way. See, you really, it's bad enough I can't be in the studio with you. Now you got to throw that at me.
So I'm looking at some of the guests that you've had on your podcast, and I wanted to ask about, because growing up, I watched short attention span theater, the half-hour comedy hour. I loved all of that stuff. And so you would see just snippets of all these comedians, and Judy Gold was one of them. Yeah. And is she known as the Holla Queen?
The Holla Queen?
Or is that just because it's on the Breaking Bread podcast?
Yeah. Oh, holla. Yeah. Oh, man. I thought for a minute I thought you were making some Holocaust joke.
No. Oh God, no.
Listen, people. Casey's Holocaust material is amazing.
Oh my God.
And you think, this is just going to go south, but the way he finesses it.
When he sent me that text at 4:30 this morning, he was like, "Wait till you see the Holocaust joke I've got for you today." No, yes, challah, the bread challah.
Yeah.
Yes, Judy Gold is amazing making challah bread. I had no idea. I love Judy to death. She's one of my favorites. She's such a force. I put her in my live shows in New York, and I came on. She came on to the Breaking Bread podcast, and her background that she put for Zoom was one giant piece of challah that she had made.
So talking about that time in my life when I watched a lot of short attention span theaters, she had a punchline that, like, I mean, what was this, like 1989? How many years later, 32 years later, I still remember the punchline. It was silly. She was talking about getting changed in a dressing room, and the lady opens up the curtain, and she says, like, I don't need your help. Like, I'm naked with a belt on. And I don't know why that punchline sticks out to me so much. And I think it's because it didn't dawn on me that, like, I think she might have been trying to steal a belt. Otherwise, why would you be naked with a belt on? And I don't know, but I loved that time in my life when I was just discovering these comedians.
The Judy Gold age.
Yeah, it was Judy. But listen, I mean, it was Norm Macdonald.
Yeah.
He had a big thing about wiener dogs back then. I remember that because
it sounds like you were going through puberty.
Yeah, it does.
It sounds like between Judy Gold naked in a dressing room and Norm Macdonald going
wiener
with his wiener. It sounds to me, Casey, like you were becoming a man.
I was.
You were becoming a man.
I'm still working on it, Tom.
And now he gets in touch with you at 4:30 in the morning. It's all good. So is this an extended tour that you're going to be doing, or?
I'm on tour pretty heavily through September, and then in September I shoot my next Netflix specials.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's all building up to that.
Tom, I wanted to touch on the bread for a moment because we wouldn't be talking to you.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit of sourdough bread. Have you ever addressed the sourdough bowl concept and how you feel on that? It seems like a kind of a big waste. I like sourdough bowls, but it would seem like kind of a waste of all that bread.
Yeah, I only like it if when I'm in, because a lot of places those are in theme parks and stuff, and I only like the sourdough bowls if I see the person eating the bowl when they're done with the chowder.
There you go.
I think
Like
that's.
if I look over and saw you gnawing at it, I would be happy. If someone just uses it as a bowl, I'm very offended.
Why not a cup? Why not make can you make a sourdough cup? They just a little bit
tiny,
like a shot glass?
No, not a
The
shot glass.
sourdough,
You
there's
just
a
walk
loaf
around with it. Just walk around town and munching on your cup.
They could make the hat where you put two of them up here and
Two
it's
sourdoughs
that
with
come down.
tomato
Princess
soup
Leia
coming out.
ears.
So, can do sourdough loaves need to be a certain size, or could they make a little one like Casey says, a cup
Muffin
size?
Casey's not wrong. Casey's
Okay.
not wrong. You could make them any size you want.
All
You
right.
can make them any size. You can make them medium size and pretend they're Judy Gold's boobs.
By the way, I want you to know I'm keeping your sourdough starter alive. It is in my refrigerator. I tend to it. It is. I have to be honest. I am terrified to make a bread because Preston had a story the other day about Robert Plant breaking the strap on Paul McCartney's classic bass, and I'm like, if I have Tom Pompous starter dough,
It's a lot like that.
You've never tried to make a loaf?
I was just about to do it. I had during the holidays, and turns out our neighbor is a wonder sour, dough bread maker, and we happened to get a loaf, and I'm like, I can't. I don't think I'm ready.
You gotta do it, man.
I know. It's like dancing the red shoes.
I have to make a suggestion here, and Steve, you probably will disagree and cringe at this suggestion.
I love it as a child, though.
But you don't live far from the Keswick Theater. I think Tom should come over on Saturday before his show and make a dough.
Tom, if you can also bring some gardening shears, I'd like a little yard work done as well.
Yeah, I'm the Martha Stewart of comedy.
Yeah, we can make scarecrows for the holidays.
We're gonna dye some Easter eggs. Get ready early.
Yeah, you got to dive in and give it a try,
I am
Steve. You
just
won't mess it up.
terrified.
It's all right, man.
Yeah, all right.
Don't be a
you
baby.
do.
And you're only taking a tablespoon of.
All she does, every little thing, every bit of it, it's all magic, is it not?
Every friggin' thing. Everything.
10:15 on this Monday morning. Not a bad day today. Not as gorgeous as yesterday, near 70-some-odd degrees, but it's going to be 61 today. And then we bounce back and forth. Tomorrow's 71, Wednesday's 56, Thursday 67. Not really seeing any rain in the forecast. And then Friday, we're back down to 53. Those are all high temperatures. So we're kind of playing this little game, which is what happens in fall. But we got our sights set for next week for the Camp Out for Hunger and a couple of cool things that we talked about this morning. In fact, the day before Sunday is the Fill a Trunk car club event. Our buddy Jeff Walton was just here. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,000 cars that day.
3,000 cars. It's amazing.
So go by there if you can on Sunday to be a part of that. And you can donate then and donate later when you come and see us. If you come out to Food Trucks and Fireworks on Monday night, we have added to that with Celebration Fireworks. They just got FAA approval to do a drone show before the fireworks extravaganza. So 7:30 is when the drones headed up. As long as the weather holds out and everything's good, if there aren't any last-minute restrictions from the FAA, we will have that, and for most of us, it's first time ever seeing something like that.
Yeah, especially you got to remember the proximity you're into this all is amazing. You will not experience either a drone show or fireworks like this.
Yeah, so we're excited about all the things coming up. You go to WMMR.com/campout for the information. We're going to give something away, a lesson question prize. We have a 4-pack of tickets for Tinseltown Holiday Spectacular, which is right down there. It's at FDR Park, okay? So it's going to be right around the corner from where we are. The question that I posed to you, by the way, is Nick alluded to a hockey player who really enjoyed giving oral pleasures. Which player was it? Definitely not. He was kind of alluded to this morning. 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you picked up on that. So Nick alluded to a hockey player who really enjoyed giving oral pleasures. Which player was it? Definitely not. 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Planning on getting engaged? Go see Angelo and the team at Family and Company Jewelers. You can get her the perfect engagement ring, a ring from Family and Company, South Jersey's diamond destination. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Real Housewives star Kylie Richards raising eyebrows at BravoCon by saying the word divorce when discussing her estranged husband, Mauricio Umansky. You could hear a pin drop, said one witness who was outside as a suspended 2,000-pound sculpture of a pin crashed to the floor.
Hey!
Celine Dion made a surprise appearance at Katy Perry's concert Saturday night. Dion later said Perry's voice had never sounded better, but quickly changed better to good.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Ariana Grande's ex-husband, Dalton Gomez, calling Grande's current boyfriend, Ethan Slater, quote, a turd. Said Gomez derisively, quote, I have guys like Slater in my ass all day long. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see if you know the answer to this question. Nick alluded to a hockey player really enjoyed giving oral pleasures. Which player was it? Definitely not. We will go to Dave to see if we can get an answer. Good morning, Dave.
Shut up, dummy.
Yeah.
Shut up, dummy.
All right. Dave, what hockey player was it? Definitely not.
Bernie Perron.
Yeah, the great. Hang on, Dave. You're going to get a nice package, 4-pack O tickets for the Tinseltown Holiday Spectacular. Coming to South Philly's FDR Park this winter, visitors of all ages will feel the magic of the holiday season as they stroll through a spectacle of lights. Also, dine on festive treats and beverages and meet Santa Claus. Plus, there's much more. Tickets are now available on tinseltownholiday.com. Use the code WMMR20 and you get 20% off. Pretty good deal right there.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you this morning by Monster Mania 57 this weekend in Oaks, Pennsylvania with Alice Cooper. Scream Reunion, the stars of Five Nights at Freddy's and more. And tickets are on sale now, monstermania.net. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony took place on Friday.
I watched a bit of it.
What'd you think?
You know what? I don't know. Maybe it's the way they were. The sound didn't seem quite up to snuff. Yeah. Now I know they tweak it. When they cut it down. I just watched a little bit, about 20 minutes, a half hour. It seemed a little off.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone else felt the same way, but I did.
We'll have to ask Sarah Parker, who was there in person and got some interviews and so on, and we'll be rolling those out very, very soon. I know she sent over some of them. I didn't get a chance to check them out this morning. I did click on one link that didn't work for whatever reason, but some big things happened, obviously, and one of them was the fact that Jimmy Page made a surprise appearance on Friday night, and it was to honor his hero, Link Ray. The 79-year-old legend initially appeared on screen with a pre-recorded message talking about how Ray's instrumental of Rumble inspired him. He said, as a 14-year-old kid who could barely play the guitar, it really had an effect on me. The vigor and the strength and the power in it. And after the video, the audience was surprised to see him live on stage, and he played the song in tribute to the late guitarist and songwriter. And it's been 8 years since Jimmy last performed in public. So it was a big, big deal.
Wow. I didn't realize it's been that long.
It's been 8 years since Jimmy Page performed live. So he did it at this event. And as you can imagine, people were freaked out about it.
Do you know why it seems like less? Because it's going to get loud. You've seen that.
Yeah,
Might Get Loud.
Might Get Loud, yeah.
That's been making the rounds. And so it seems like he's out there more.
I saw that audio of him doing Rumble on Rock Hall's social media and also on MMR's social media. It sounded freaking awesome.
Did it?
Really? Page, yeah, and it's just him doing the song.
Yeah,
which I learned it from Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
But it just sounded really, really cool.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What's the name of the song?
It's called Rumble.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got a really sinister sounding guitar.
Yeah. It does.
It just sounds dangerous.
Whenever like Rip Taylor would walk into a scene, you'd hear this.
Yeah. Rip Taylor. Holy mackerel. Yeah.
No, it was always the badass. Always a badass's theme.
Yeah, you think of a leather jacket,
Yeah.
and somebody who's looks very, very imposing. You know, that type of thing. Whenever you hear that.
Where do you keep your salad bowls?
So in news that will be huge and surprise to maggots around the world, Slipknot have announced that they have parted ways with drummer Jay Weinberg. The 33-year-old who joined the band in 2014 following the departure of Joey Jordison has seemingly been let go due to what Slipknot described as a creative decision. So they wrote in their official statement, "We would like to thank Jay Weinberg for his dedication and passion over the last 10 years. No one can ever replace Joey Jordison's original sound, style, or energy, but Jay honored Joey's parts and contributed to the last 3 albums, and we, the band, and the fans appreciate it."
This is Max's son?
Yep. But as ever, Slipknot is intent on involving. The band has decided to make a creative decision and to part ways with Jay. We wish Jay all the best and are very excited for what the future holds.
That seems bizarre.
Did they call you yet?
No, I've not gotten a call yet, but maybe they're waiting it out. Weinberg joined Slipknot in the same year that bassist Alessandro V-Man Venturella, with both musicians contributed to Slipknot's 5th studio album, 5 The Gray Chapter, that is, released later that year. Both Weinberg and Venturella's identities were originally kept secret, but following months of rumors, they were eventually confirmed as members of the band. Before joining Slipknot, Weinberg, the son of Bruce Springsteen's drummer Max Weinberg, had filled in for his father on numerous occasions and had also drummed for the likes of Against Me and Madball.
If you joined the band, you could be Preston, Totally Presbo Elliott.
Totally Presbo Elliott.
Yeah.
As of yet, Weinberg
Totally Presbo
replacement in Slipknot is yet to be announced. Earlier this year, Slipknot has parted ways with longtime samplist Craig Jones. I have a Presbo story. I said the other day, Rochelle and I were driving by and we saw these police that were on the side of the road. This was in Lower Salford, where I live. And we wanted to ask them a question. I pull up and I go, "Hey, guys." And one of the cops turns to me and goes, "Presbo!"
I'm just spitballing here.
Great.
I feel like we should maybe get with somebody and create your own cereal.
Presbos.
Yeah, why not?
I like that.
Right?
All right, we'll see about that.
Nachos in a box.
Yeah. We're your own pretzels, and we can call them Pretzbos.
Yeah. I like it.
I like that better.
I'm just an idea guy.
I like it
That's
better.
all
I like it better. So the Scorpions will return to the Vegas Strip next year with a new exclusive headlining residency.
Wow.
It's part of their 40th anniversary of the iconic album Love at First Sting.
Does it say where they're going to be?
Yes. They will be performing at the Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino. It will kick off on April 11th, and the new show follows the band's popular Sin City Nights residency, which sold out all 9 performances at the venue last year. From him, Klaus Meine commented throughout a press release saying, "We can't wait to share our new show with our
Gotta be
fans
a hot dog.
in the U.S. celebrating the 40th anniversary. Get ready for another Desert Sting. It's going to be a hell of a ride."
And for the first night, I will do this song with crackers in my mouth.
Wait.
Try to whistle.
Do they have session whistlers by any chance?
Yes, they do.
They're
Yeah.
professional whistlers. yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. So do you think this is somebody from the Scorpions, or
They may have hired
hired gun?
Yeah. We need you to do some blowing for us.
Yeah, I don't know. I do not
How
know.
would your whistling game be in a studio setup?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm a decent whistler.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
I vacillate.
Tickets for this go on sale.
I'm a queefer.
November 10th. Are you a queefer for hire?
Yeah, queefer.
Okay. Studio queefer.
Queef Latina.
Professional studio queefer. In celebration of
The
the
music comes to a halt. Like thundering. Dun, 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 dun.
I think there's a place for it.
Yeah.
I really do. In celebration of the 30th anniversary, the Cranberries are reissuing their debut album. Everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? The album...
Dun, 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 dun.
The album hit #1 in both the UK and Ireland and has sold more than 6 million copies worldwide.
It's a great album.
It spawned 2 top 10 singles, Dreams and Linger. The album will be available in gold-colored vinyl on December 1st.
First time I ever got on the radio. I requested Linger. For a
Did
girl.
you? Oh, really?
I did.
And so you were recorded and played back?
Yep.
Or were you live?
No. Recorded it and played it back. She came to my dorm room, and I was like, oh, my God, here, listen to this. And they did the shout-out. And
was it Y100?
It was at Y100. I believe it was Angel Donato.
Wow.
And so, hey, this goes out to, and it was my voice and everything.
Yeah.
And the girl goes, why'd you do that? Because I like you.
Oh, wow. That's the wrong reaction.
Why'd you do that?
Yeah, we're not together anymore.
It didn't work out.
Were you guys a couple at the time, or you were hoping that this would bring everything together?
You know what? I think we were a couple at that time. It was, I don't remember the timing. We ended up becoming a couple, but we weren't a couple.
At that time.
She never wanted to put a label on it, meaning she didn't want to be my girlfriend.
You're lucky you found your wife.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
No, listen, she completely mistreated me and misled me and all that sort of stuff. She took my heart and stomped it on the ground.
But it led to the person you were supposed to be with.
She also took my virginity, so I'm very grateful for that one.
Yeah, I want it back. I want it back.
Yeah.
You're betting 500, I think.
Yeah.
Wait, is this by chance the person in North Jersey?
No.
Okay.
No.
No.
That's
yeah.
that was
okay.
previous, right before my wife.
Because somebody's connected, someone in my life is connected to her and was like, hey, this person that Casey talks about sometimes is my friend. And I was like, oh, really?
No, you know what?
Have you both had circuitous sex through someone else?
No, we have not, and we never will.
But that person, I don't really talk about her because she's more private and I respect that sort of stuff.
She's happy being a nun.
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
Why'd you do that? I mean, because I like you.
Did you ever do a request for a?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
For a girl?
I was a request line, what we call, either pig or whore or whatever. No, it's contest pig. I was kind of a contest pig too, but I call request lines all the time.
Yeah.
And asked for dedications and things like that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But I never recorded it and played it for anybody.
I did for birthdays. I never did for
for a love.
I remember I did for my mother on the station that she listened to. I was hoping to get some off my mother.
Oh,
no,
dude.
No, but but she loved
He's not
it.
right. It's not. It's not okay.
I want to get some off my mother.
No, like Perry Como stuff, and
Yeah.
There was a question that was posed on our show by a listener years ago that every now and then, I would say at least once a month, creeps into my mind because it is such a horrible scenario. But if you had to, you had to make a choice.
Oh my God.
You either have to have sex with.
No.
No, this is stupid.
This is so dumb, but it's like, what do you do? What do you do? All right, you either have to have sex with your wife with your mother's consciousness in her body,
right?
Or your mom with your wife's consciousness in her body,
or your mom. Well, then
some listener called and it tweaked my melon. And
it would have
in their current status because I'd be humping ashes.
Yeah.
No, I would think living, but I would have to physically go with my wife's body,
right?
Even though you're doing it to your mom. I mean, there's no earthly possible way that one could get to the proper state needed in order to have intercourse with their, with their mom's body there. No.
It's a wrong question. And whoever thought of it is the worst person ever.
Is demented.
It makes you think, though, doesn't it?
It does make you think.
Right now, somewhere on Earth, someone's making that decision.
Yeah.
Makes me think about career choices, to be honest.
The fact that we're talking about
radio, or would you bang your mother?
We're going to talk about
relations or something.
Yeah, go into international relations or bang your mother.
I tell you what, how about this?
Right.
Raisins or not? We can go with that, right? Raisins or not?
I'm team raisin.
I'm team raisin.
You know, the only holdout is it's your dad, isn't it? He's the only non-raisin person.
Well, yeah, my dad and my nephew Tommy, who is 8, and my dad, who is 77, have the same limited palate.
Wow.
I don't get it. Well, how do they feel about the ash?
About the.
Let's not ask that question.
Okay. All right, that's it. That was part of music news, believe it or not, and we're wrapping that up. So we're going to come back in a moment and wrap up the entire program with the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and then turn it over to Pierre Robert. So we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
distracted.
I just know to
do
look up
whatever.
at me and go, "Hey, why?
What are you doing?
Why are you wearing that eye patch?"
If only he had 2 eyes, he could have made bread. He could have made bread.
All right. Well, listen, we want Tom's show to sell out. There's just a few tickets left. He's playing Saturday. The show's at 8 o'clock.
You're going to love it.
KeswickTheater.com, without a question. Tom is absolute one of the best, and you will have a good time.
TikTok star.
You will laugh. He's a TikTok star. Bring the kids.
Yes.
They'll love it. But tickets are on sale now. So, Tom, it is great to talk to you. And we'll see you here in the
Great
studio
to see you.
next time. All right, my man?
Absolutely. Love you
Excellent.
guys.
Love you. Tom Papa. Guys. Please welcome to our studio, Mr. Barnes Courtney.
Yeah.
Morning, Barnes.
Morning. How you doing?
We're doing good, man. Thanks for coming in today.
Thanks for having me. This place is fancy.
Thank you, sir.
We try.
Yeah.
Not by your own doing. They just gave it to us.
You have so many lights. Are you guys hot in here?
We wanted to make you feel, you love being on stage. I was reading you love touring. It never gets old to you.
No. I also love that you have an enormous 10 by 10 picture of me on the wall. Just as I request, I'm not doing the interview unless there's an enormous photograph of my face. Is everyone looking at it?
Barnes, I'm excited to become more familiar with your music. As I said at the top, I am not, but 3 things that I know you can do. You can sing, you can play, and you can write. And I'm very impressed with your vocal capability. So I was reading up a little bit on you. And I had read, I think it was where, as a younger musician, you wanted to really try to have a high range when you sang, but you felt that you were kind of forcing it, and then you settled into what was more natural to you.
Yeah, well, I mean, from a young age, my father used to lock me in the coal shed until I could produce notes of a certain pitch so that I could sing for halfpennies on the streets of Ipswich, where I spent my youth.
Wow.
Really?
And it was like,
There's a movie in there. Yeah.
Sorry, that's a complete lie.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I was super...
You were the youngest of 15.
It was very difficult. My father was a cold and calculated man. He used to brush my hair from the left-hand side every morning as he would mutter insults under his breath.
Wow. That's just a tragic life.
I like you a lot.
It's that tragic tale that really led to my music.
Oh my God! What an inspiring story. There's a movie from Disney in this.
Yes. Originally, you're from London?
I'm from just outside Aylesbury, but I grew up in Seattle, so I missed out on the sexy accent.
Oh,
I can put it on though if I need to.
But you have an appreciation of coffee.
I do. I do like coffee. I like being awake and cognizant of the world.
We're going to London next week. We're doing our show from there, and for most of it, it's a first time in London. And do you ever go back? I mean, do you still have family there?
No, I'm not allowed back. You're
not allowed back anymore.
Not since the accident, no.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I mean, but I don't want to talk about it here. You know.
I understand.
You burned down the Courtney estate.
We don't want to pry.
Yeah, they are not fans of me in the Courtney Manor anymore.
Courtney Manor.
Courtney Manor. And on the 4th day, on the 5th moon, young Barnabas did burn down the Courtney Manor. And the stuffed giraffes were ruined. All the children cried in their nightgowns.
Wow.
I love it.
And
then he fled to Seattle.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't even know where to go.
I don't need, to be honest, I've really digressed away from...
It's all good. I appreciate it. Some people don't say anything. I love this stream of consciousness that we're getting from you.
We'll take this, absolutely.
By the way, you have an accompaniment here. This is Agam is your keyboard player?
This is Agam. I don't actually know him, but he seemed pretty nice. He's got his own Casio.
Right. What are you guys going to play for us?
I'm going to play 99, which is my new single, Shameless Plug, Shameless Plug. And I guess I'll just play it now.
I'll introduce you.
Sorry, I was going to...
You were rattling on for a
used to introducing myself.
No. He'll be playing tonight, ladies and gentlemen, at the Fillmore, and this is 99 from Barnes Courtney on MMR.
Hot, strong, young and dumb, yeah, we had no fear. Way back when we said we'd both be millionaires. Now those days are over, and we're all ghosts. We used to sleep all day, talk all night, stay up by the TV light, oh. Baby teeth ain't milky white. Wipe the stardust from your eyes. Oh, just fine. We're gonna live just like it's 1999. In 1990. In 1999. In 1990. In 1999. Back then we were trading cars behind the swings. Oh no, now it's money, gold and diamond rings. Now those days are over, we're all ghosts. We used to sleep all day, talk all night, stay up by the TV light. Oh, when your baby teeth ain't milky white, wipe the stardust from your eyes. Oh, said, come on, love, we'll be just fine. We're gonna live just like it's 1999. In 1990. In 1999. In 1990. In 1999. Oh no, where does it go? Well, whatever, fill your body up with chemicals. Oh no, kaleidoscopes. Well, whatever, living better in 1990. In 1999. In 1990. In 1999. In 1999.
Another Philadelphia legend. We played this audio a little while back, but I have seen a few texts and emails coming in if we could play back the audio. This was former Mayor Frank Rizzo.
Legendary.
At the time.
An old style, two-fisted mayor. Really worked well with the press.
He was approached by a reporter out on the street, and it led to this audio. It's priceless here.
Creep. Get away from me.
Would you answer the question?
You know, you hide behind that press card.
I'm not hiding behind anything, sir. I just wanted to get some answers.
I'll tell you what to do. There's a gang of yous here. There's enough of you here. By myself, I'll take yous physically.
Well, I'm not asking you to take me physically.
Well, get away from me.
Well,
I'll take you sexually too. I'll take you physically and sexually, and you'll hate it in one part and you'll love it in the other, and you'll be forever sworn to me your allegiance out of the love of the passion I'll deliver to you, all of yous.
He starts heading down a path he can't back off of.
I will do things to you that no woman's ever done, and you will ask for it to be done again, is how good you will feel at the end of these sexual acts I will levy upon you and your entire team. I don't care, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what comes out of it. I'm putting stuff in it, and I'm going to tell you something. You're going to love it.
Wow. I got two hands. I got
two
mouth.
hands. I have full working genitals. I have all sorts. And in my, you stay right here because my house is right over there, and I have so many lubricants. It's going to blow your mind, and you will be crying in pain and then laughing in joy. Is what will happen. There'll be things you will not believe it's happening while it's happening, because you will never have an orgasm as powerful as what you will soon be delivered in that alleyway down there.
Well, this certainly took a turn, Mayor.
I do not want to have sex with you. I am not.
That's how he could have gotten rid of the guy, right?
Let's just go. Let's go.
Fellas, pack it up.
Enjoy your walk, sir.
All right.
From me.
Well, sir, I'm on the public street. I should be authorized to be here.
I'll break it over your. I'll break it over your head. Get away from me, you crumb. That's a challenge.
Blink 182. We were just talking about this song last week. Great tune. It's called One More Time on MMR 1042. And a Monday morning, the Preston and Steve Show coming to close work-wise for us. But the day goes on, and you'll be in capable hands. Pierre will be along shortly to usher you through the rest of that day. And we would like to thank a couple of people for stopping by this morning. We had some charity visits, and we're always happy to spread the word for great events. One of them being this big event with Big Brothers, Big Sisters. It's the Fashion Touchdown. Members of the Philadelphia Eagles. It's on Monday, a week from today, at the 2300 Arena. And our good friend Marcus Allen came in. He's the CEO
Great
of Big
guy.
Brothers, Big Sisters. And it's a great event. A lot of celebs and a lot of cool things going on. It's a fancy event, and obviously it helps out an amazing organization in Big Brothers and Big Sisters. And then our friend Jeff Walton came by. The 5th annual Fill a Trunk Food Drive and Car Show is taking place in anticipation of the Camp Out for Hunger. It got so big. They used to come down to the Camp Out for Hunger while we were doing the live broadcast, and it got too big. It was just too many people, and that's a great problem to have.
Yes.
So Jeff took the initiative and said, well, why don't we do it right before the Camp Out for Hunger starts? And that's what they do. On Sunday, it will be happening right there by Xfinity Live, and somewhere in the neighborhood of like 3,000 cars a part of this event. And all of the information is available at Fillatrunk, starting with a PH.com. Or you can go to WMMR.com. We have the information.
I'll tell you what, if you're a fan of, as I said before, of like going down to the auto show, to the car show, and you like seeing the different types of cars, this is for you. You won't believe what shows up in that lot.
Yep. So we're excited that's taking place. It's this Sunday. It starts early, 7:30 a.m.
Yep.
Goes to like 1:30. So it's most of the day it takes place. So you can be a part of this if you like. Pierre is here. Hey, man.
Good day.
Good to
it's
see you,
only
man.
a week from today, right? That we
only a
start.
week.
That's it.
Yeah, you got it.
You're doing the long haul as well with us.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to it. It's great fun in addition to being such a wonderful cause.
You and Pancake working on any special guests or anything like that? Or
Yeah, Jimmy Page is coming in.
Nice. So good. It's so good that you were able to just pick up the phone and have them ignore you.
He'll be there on Monday. McCartney will be there Tuesday.
Mick?
And Mick will be there Wednesday.
Okay, because he makes it a yearly event.
He does. Yeah. And then I'm not sure. We're working on Thursday. We haven't finalized.
Okay.
All right.
Well, if you can get Lennon.
That'd be a miracle. All right. Well, let us know. We'll help spread the word.
We'll let you know.
Okay. Letter of the day?
Yeah.
All right. Let's do that. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
L as in letter.
All right. And we have a first letter, gang. We are going to give away $500 from the Bagster. The Bagster is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. You go buy it at any home improvement store, you fill it, and simply schedule your collection, and it is gone.
It's really easy.
Clean it up with the Bagster, dumpster in a bag. So we give that away on Friday. And what is up on your show today, my man?
Well, we will have workforce blocks of Bon Jovi. We've got Living Color for Corey's birthday. And Glenn Fry is celebrating, or would be celebrating a birthday. He's no longer with us. But he will be there Thursday, I think.
Oh, my God. You get Glenn Fry.
Yeah.
Wow. Lennon. They're carpooling.
Yes, right. We'll do a block of the Eagles in his honor.
Okay, excellent. Let me thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Wilmington University. Find your education home at Wilmington University, wilmu.edu. Tomorrow on our program, Tattoo Tuesday. Okay, that's the thing we do on Tuesday mornings. It's pretty awesome. And then we were talking about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony. We'll have the CEO of the Rock Hall, Greg Harris, who's been on this program many times. He's a Philly guy.
Yes.
Joining us tomorrow morning just to get the back end of some of the things that took place there at the event. So that will be fun, and we'll see what else we can fill up the day with. That's it. We're done. Rage on, and have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.